for her murder, but I'd say he's Terry O'Duncey's supplier, and that's how Julianne knew Big Daddy. What about Dwayne Clark? He's the sidekick runner for Richards, and O'Duncey admits knowing him. He's gone into hiding, and so far we can't break his alibi that he was in Coventry at the time of Julianne and Eddie's deaths. He finished his scotch and placed the glass down on a small coffee table. We need something on O'Duncey to break him, so he'll talk. I hope it's the money. Yes, but you have to understand that when you are asked to do something, you must finish it, whether or not the duty sergeant wants you to cover the front desk. Any problems with Harris, you come to me. Do you understand? She couldn't believe he was still letting her stay on the investigation, and was worried at one point he might tell her she was suspended. Yes, sir, I understand. Good. A10 will want to take a statement from you. And are you clear about why I wanted to have a private chat with you? She nodded, but the truth was, she wasn't exactly sure. You back me up, and you back Spencer up about O'Duncey's aggressive attitude in the bedroom and the car. He held up his forefinger and thumb. I'm this close to nailing him, okay? She nodded, and he patted his pocket to check for his car keys, then walked through the archway towards the front door. She followed and opened it. He towered above her, and she was taken aback when he leaned close and kissed her cheek. We all sing from the same song sheet, and everything will be fine. So be in early tomorrow. She closed the door after him. He smelt of whiskey, cigarettes, and faint lavender cologne. She replaced the chain lock, turned off the hall light, and walked slowly back to her bedroom. Bradfield got into his blue Ford Zephyr with Gibbs at the wheel. Christ, you took your time. Yeah, well, I had to be careful. Met her mother, lovely lady, invited me for Sunday lunch. Come on, don't string me out. Bradfield patted Gibbs on the shoulder as he started up the engine. She was on her way downstairs with the young girl, so didn't see you smack O'Duncey. I told her you tripped him up as he tried to escape, and that's what she'll say when the rubber heelers interview her. Thank Christ for that, Gibbs said as they drove off. Jane lay in her bed, mulling over her discussion with Bradfield. Although he'd reprimanded her about not finishing counting the money and about the receipt, she knew she'd got off lightly, because basically what he wanted was for her to lie. Chapter 17. When it had just turned dark, John dropped David off on the top level of the newish 9-story car park in Great Eastern Street and got his wheelchair out of the back of the van. He then handed David binoculars and a Shure WT-106 walkie-talkie. This has been modified by Danny for a greater transmission distance. We already tested them, and they work fine. We'll be able to hear each other. Don't have it up too loud, though, and I don't want to hear any idle chit-chat. I know, John. I ain't stupid. Yeah, well, you only call us if there are any problems like... David sighed. The rozzers, passers-by, anyone reacting to any noise coming from the cafe. You've told me loads of times. John patted his brother's cheek. Yeah, well, I know what you like for forgetting things. See you in the morning. No sooner had John left to go to the cafe than David felt how cold it was due to the wind being more intense at such a height. He was grateful that the car park barrier walls were low enough for him to be able to sit in his wheelchair and still have a good view of the cafe, the bank, and surrounding streets. Although he had a rug round him for warmth, he was soon freezing cold, and he realized he'd best wear some thermal underwear, gloves, and a woolly hat in future. Silas had already opened the cafe backyard gates and closed them as soon as John drove in and parked up the van. Danny opened the back doors, and he and John started to unload all the equipment, which was wrapped in decorator sheets. The acro poles, Kango drills, sledgehammers, wire cutters, and 2 large buckets filled with tins of paint and brushes. Come on, hurry up, Silas said, worried that they may be seen. It'd save time if you bloody lifted a finger instead of just standing there watching us, John snapped. Silas cracked his knuckles, lifted a stack of wooden joists, and muttered they were too long. For Christ's sake, I brought a fucking saw. Just get the gear inside. Danny glanced over to John. He's just nervous, John, so lay off him. All right. David's in position, and I just want to get this stuff down the basement, then get started with the job. Working through the night from 9 p.m. proved to be a lot tougher than John Bentley and the others had anticipated. Breaking through the brick wall was a depressing, arduous and time-consuming exercise. The wall was not 1 brick in depth, but had 4 individual layers. Using masonry chisels and hammers, they painstakingly removed a line of single bricks 6 feet long, into which they inserted wooden joists, supported by acro poles, to ensure the 4-foot-high square hole they'd made through the brickwork wouldn't collapse in on them. Once this was done, they were able to make a start on knocking through the next layer of bricks with heavy-duty hammers and chisels, taking their time so as to make as little noise as possible. As they moved through each layer of bricks, they added more wooden supports. Silas had wanted to use the small electric Kango hammer drills, but John said it was safer for now to proceed slowly and use the hammers and chisels, but they would need the Kango to break through the concrete floor of the vault. Again, Silas suggested using a small amount of explosive, but John, with Danny backing him up, was totally against it, fearing the shockwave would make too much sound, or worse still, cause the supports to give way. Between them, Silas, Danny and John worked hard, with only a couple of breaks for tea or water to clear their lungs. As Silas had to open up in the morning to make everything appear normal, he was allowed to have some sleep during the night in the flat above. John and Danny felt mentally and physically exhausted, and by 4 a.m. they'd removed just 3 layers of bricks. Silas was sleeping when John suggested they stop and clear the bricks out of the cafe cellar, as the sun would be up in just over an hour. Danny agreed, but chiselled out 1 brick in the 4th layer to see what was on the other side. He shone a torch through the small gap, expecting to see the vault's concrete base, but was surprised to see 2 thick iron bars a few inches apart. He peered closer, using the torch to illuminate the dark void beyond the walls. Shit! There's iron security bars, and we've miscalculated the length of the fucking vault, a disheartened-sounding Danny said. What? Let me see, John exclaimed, moving forward to look. He put his hand into the brick hole to feel the thickness of the iron bars, and Danny jerked it back, almost spraining John's wrist. Christ, bloody watch it! If they're on a vibration alarm, you could set it off by touching them. John took the torch from Danny, and soon realized the room on the other side was a dusty basement storage room, filled with old filing cabinets, broken furniture, and assorted junk. Danny became jumpy, worried that anyone going down to the bank basement in the day would see the hole. John peered through it, and shone the torch to his right. From a distance of a couple of feet, he could see the right angle of the wall, and more iron bars, behind which was thick concrete with embedded mesh. He turned to Danny. The concrete base of the vault is about 2 feet to the right. So what are you saying? We go through into the bank's basement and work on the vault base from there? Nah, that's far too risky. We start digging a tunnel from here, down under the bank's basement, and then right so we can work upwards under the middle of the vault. Danny nodded in agreement. Those iron bars will run at least 2 further feet into the ground. I can rig an alarm bypass circuit between the bars so we can cut them away. Do we use an angle grinder? Nah, far too noisy. An oxyacetylene torch would melt through the iron bars like butter, and with little sound. I'll nip out and fucking buy one now, shall I? John said sarcastically. I know where I can get my hands on one today. Might cost a few quid, but I'll have a few hours kip, borrow a van and sort it out for tonight. Before leaving, they concealed their handiwork by putting up partially pre-painted plasterboards to hide a hole in the cafe basement wall. They also took out the bricks in large cloth sacks to the yard and covered them with an old tarpaulin, with the intention of dumping them later. David had to continually force himself to keep awake, and the effort of staying alert had drained him. With a start, he heard the walkie-talkie crackle into life, and then heard John say it was time to get up, which meant that work was over for the night. The lift was broken, so he started to walk down to the entrance of the car park, using the wheelchair as a support, but his bad leg was so cold and numb he was in agony. He decided to sit in the wheelchair, but even that had been an effort, and caused friction burns on his hands, as the slopes required him to slow the wheel so much. He did try using the brake, but it was already well worn and not much use, but he eventually made it to the ground floor, where John was waiting with a van. John told him Danny had made his own way home as he folded the chair and put it into the back of the van. David got into the passenger seat. Christ, it was cold up there. I was freezing, and my legs killing me. John rammed the van into first gear. "At least you were fucking sitting down all night," he snapped. He didn't even mention the problems they had come across. He was so tired, he hardly said another word for the rest of the journey. Arriving early at work, Jane was anxious about what had happened, and felt she'd let Bradfield and Gibbs down. She wanted to have all the money taken from O'Duncey's squat counted, recorded, and checked against Mr. Collins's list by the time DCI Bradfield arrived. She really hoped that some of the serial numbers would match against the money Julianne stole from her father. Having grabbed herself a coffee, she removed her coat, sat down at her desk, and opened the drawer where she'd left her half-completed list. With mounting horror, she realized it wasn't there, and she frantically searched through every drawer, tray, and file in the office, but could find no sign of it. "Oh, my God, what am I going to do?" she said to herself, panic-stricken. She took some deep breaths to calm herself. Perhaps the A10 officers had searched the office and taken her list for their investigation. Maybe they'd even seized the money as evidence. Jane ran down the stairs to the property office, only to find it wasn't open yet. Desperate to know if the money was still in the safe, so she could continue checking it, she went to ask the duty sergeant for his assistance in retrieving and booking it out from the store. To her dismay, it was Sergeant Harris, who was on a changeover to early shift after his day off. She found him in the cell area, checking on the prisoners with a young PC who was handing O'Duncey his breakfast on a cardboard plate, along with a plastic knife and fork. Harris held out a cup of tea in a polystyrene cup. O'Duncey saw her. "Your boss and his sidekick shouldn't have messed with me. My solicitor's gonna do 'em and get me out of here." Sergeant Harris deliberately dropped the tea. It hit the floor and splashed upwards. O'Duncey jumped up, dropping his breakfast of sausage, egg, and fried bread. He started to shout abuse, but Harris just slammed the cell door shut, pulled the metal wicket up, and remarked that O'Duncey was a piece of shit. Jane forced herself to be polite, saying, "Good morning," and asking if, when he'd finished what he was doing, he'd be kind enough to open up the property store for her. "I heard A10 were crawling all over the station yesterday, giving Bradfield and Gibbs a hard time, thanks to that piece of garbage in there." "I don't know anything about it," Jane replied rather unconvincingly, as she always felt nervous in Harris's presence. "Yeah, right. Well, I also heard they were looking for some paperwork of yours that seems to have mysteriously disappeared," he said, holding his hands up and making sarcastic inverted comma signs. Jane remembered the last entry she'd written was "Running total so far, cash only, £1,687, which she timed and dated, and wondered if Harris had seen it himself. She couldn't believe he'd be that spiteful, to stoop so low as to dispose of her paperwork just to get her in trouble. But the reality was, she had no evidence as to who'd taken it. "Sarge, did you make out a property store receipt for the money?" "Of course I did. I even counted it all for you. Apart from the bag of coins, that is. There was nearly £4,000, or was it nearer 3? I can't quite remember," he said, with a cynical grin. "Where's the receipt now?" she asked, wondering if he might actually have used the opportunity to steal some of the money when he counted it. "I gave it to you, just before you went off duty. Don't tell me you've lost that as well," he said in mock surprise. Her anger rising, she stood her ground. "No, you didn't." He pointed to the 3 stripes on the side of his uniform jacket. "A mere probationer's word against a supervising officer's. Sounds to me like you really screwed up." Jane had had enough of his arrogant attitude. "Really? Well, A10 are all over this because of you." He made out as if he was shaking. "Oh, I'm really scared, Tennison. I did my job by the book. There's nothing on me." "You forgot to tell the night shift sergeant O'Duncey was not allowed to make phone calls. He rang a crooked solicitor and started making outrageous allegations, none of which are true. But it's got DCI Bradfield in trouble and Gibbs suspended, so they're really furious. I'd say that's 2 senior officers who are gunning for you. Who do you think they'll believe about the missing paperwork and receipt? Me or you, Sergeant Harris?" He glared at her, and lost for something to say, stormed off. Jane was shaking with nerves, but pleased that she'd finally stood her ground against Harris. Her good mood faded, though, when she realised she still didn't know if the money was currently in the property safe. She went to the canteen, and there were a few uniformed constables and detectives having their breakfast. Seeing Kath carrying a tray to a table, she went over and sat opposite her. Kath looked round to make sure no one was listening. "Oh, my God, Jane, it was all shit's hit the fan here yesterday. O'Dunsey made some serious allegations. Don't know exactly what about, but the rubber healers were here, nosing around, asking questions. I heard poor Spence is suspended while they investigate the complaint." "He is, and I feel partly responsible." "What's going on, Jane?" "I'm in a bit of trouble. I didn't complete the list of all the banknote serial numbers, or check exactly how much money was there. I left it in my desk drawer, and now it's gone." "What? You left the money in a drawer, and now it's been effing nicked?" Kath exclaimed in a whispered voice. "No. Sergeant Harris put the money in the property store safe. The list was in the drawer, but—" She hesitated. "Go on. But what?" "I've no proof, but I think Harris took the list and kept the property receipt to get me in trouble." "God, that man's a prick." "Don't get your knickers in a twist. Just get the money out, and I'll help you to count and check it all again." "I intended to, but Harris won't open the store for me, and it's closed at the moment," Jane said, adding that it was possible A10 had seized the money, but she wasn't sure. Kath ate fast, waving her fork around as she acknowledged a few officers. She told Jane that the large, overweight PC in the corner, having the full English, with extra sausage, bacon, and fried bread, was the property store officer, and he'd know if A10 had taken the money. If they hadn't, she'd see if she could persuade him to open up a bit early, but there was no point asking until he'd finished everything on his plate. Jane contemplated telling Kath about Bradfield coming to her home, but thought it best not to, as she'd probably ask a load of questions, or think there was some sort of conspiracy going on. Kath scraped her plate clean and wiped her toast around it. "There'll be a copy of the property store receipt for the money in the store. The pages in the book are carbonated, so the amount Harris recorded will still be there." "Harris didn't tell me that." "Oh, come on, Jane. He's trying to mess with your head, darling. Let's hope to God we do find all the money intact, because if some of it's gone walkabout, more hell'll break loose. Oh, by the way, how was the wedding?" "Pretty awful. I'm glad it's all over." "Ah, didn't get the leg over the best man, then. Never mind, eh?" Kath spoke with the property store officer, who obviously had a soft spot for her. He said he'd open up early, though it was nearly 8 by the time he'd finished a second round of toast and marmalade. A10 had not taken the money, and Jane signed out the same canvas bag that Harris had put in the safe. The copy receipt showed £2,780 cash in notes, but not how much there was of each denomination. As an afterthought, in case someone had been light-fingered, Kath booked out the money she'd seized from Kenneth Boyle's bedroom to recount it. Jane was glad Kath was with her. She knew the ropes, and, as usual, was a calming influence. She confided in Jane that it always took a long time before stolen money could be returned, as it took ages to determine who had the legal right to it. Jane asked what happened if there was more money left over than could legally be accounted for. "Supposed to go to the Treasury and be used for good causes, but before that a few quid often goes missing as well. Some detectives manage to find owners for every penny. Well, more like they make up names and line their own pockets." "Do you think DCI Bradfield or DS Gibbs would do that?" Jane asked, beginning to wonder if she'd been used because of her inexperience. "Shit, no way they're dodgy. They might give a suspect who deserves it a slap now and again, but thieving or taking a bung ain't their style." "What's a bung?" "Boy, you've a lot to learn yet. It's taking money as a bribe. Once you're in the pocket of the bad guys, there's no way out. They got you by the short and curlies forever then. A smart detective won't risk prison or throw away his career and pension for scum like O'Dunsey." As they went upstairs to the incident room, Jane felt more at ease with the whole situation, though ashamed that she doubted Bradfield and Gibbs's integrity. She hoped, by meticulously checking through the money, she'd find a connection to Julianne Collins, and also that nothing dishonest had taken place, and she would therefore be able to help Bradfield and possibly get DS Gibbs reinstated. Bradfield was waiting, eager to know how they were getting on and see the list Jane had compiled so far. She didn't want to cause any more trouble, so said that it wasn't in her drawer and A10 might have taken it, which he accepted. Kath explained that they'd had to wait for the property store to open and had just got the money out to check it. Bradfield told them to get another uniformed PC to be present and use his office to count and check the serial numbers on the money. A short while later, Jane sat at Bradfield's desk with Kath and the collator P.C. Donaldson, who was known for his honesty and integrity. He was more than happy to monitor, assist, and double-check the counting. Kath and Donaldson laughed as Jane got out a pair of tweezers and explained she didn't want to leave her own fingerprints on any of the money. Kath produced 3 pairs of marigold gloves, and slapping them down on the table said that if they handled the notes carefully, then the gloves would be fine and speed the process up. Jane removed the pile of 20s first and started to list the serial numbers one by one. "No wonder you were taking so long, darling. You don't have to write down every single serial number of the 20s. The bank's listed what they gave Mr. Collins, which were 1s, 5s and 10s, so just count and bag the 20s for now, OK? I'll start checking the 5s, you do the pound notes, and P.C. Donaldson can make a start on the 10s. Let's get this show on the effing road." John Bentley was still in a deep sleep and snoring when his mother peeked in before quietly closing his bedroom door. She went to the kitchen and put the kettle on to make herself a cup of tea, and could hear David in the bathroom. They'd had a recent invention called the electric shower installed for him, as he found it difficult to get in and out of the bath. He came into the kitchen in his dressing gown. His hair was wet, and he looked exhausted. "You want a cup of tea, son?" "Tar. John still sleeping?" "Out for the count. I don't know what time you two got home, but it was already light. What you been doing?" "Oh, down the club. Played a big game of billiards." "What? All night?" "Yeah, it was a round robin." She poured a big mugful of tea and sugared it before sitting down opposite David. "Your dad's about to be released." "I know," he replied as he blew on his hot tea. "I wish I could say I'm looking forward to it, son. But I'm not. What with John moving in and no sign of him leaving, I'll be worn out washing and cooking for all 3 of you." David slurped his tea, put 2 more sugars in, and then sat stirring the mug. "I'll need to get some groceries in," Reenie said. David nodded and opened a packet of digestive biscuits. "Price of bread has gone up. 11p a loaf. I was thinking I might make a big pot of stew. Would you like that for your tea?" "Yeah, sounds good. Do it for dinner, though." "I was thinking of having it ready for your tea at 5. It needs a good few hours simmering so the meat'll be tender." "Then put it on earlier. A late dinner'll do." "I can do that. Are you out again this evening?" "I'm meeting up with some friends to watch the latest Carry On film, so I'll be out late." 2 nights out on the trot. John going with you, is he?" "What's with all the questions, Ma? Just leave it out, will ya?" She took a biscuit and nibbled at it. "I see he's got a big van all done up." "What?" "With painting and decorating signs on it. I saw you both in it last night when you left. I was going over to see poor Nancy Phillips, you know, the lady whose grandson got found dead. I thought she might like to go to bingo, but she didn't. Been very poorly, and the police won't release his body for a funeral yet." "Listen, John told you to keep your head down and not go out mixing with those gossips. You've got to do what he tells you, Ma, or he'll get real angry." "Have I? Well, this is my flat, and I like my bingo nights. I'm sick and tired of being cooped up, and don't you think I'm stupid? I know when something is up, just like I do with your dad, because I've been married to him so long." "John's just looking out for you." "Bollocks to that. He's never done nothing for me in years. He should get back with his wife. I mean, God knows what she's up to whilst he's living here. Is he still paying the rent at his place?" "I dunno. I'm going to go back to bed for a kip." She leaned over and gripped his arm. "He's not got you involved in something, has he? Don't you treat me like I got no eyes or ears. You both been skulking round for weeks, and if he's up to something, you don't let him drag you into it." "He's just drumming up work, Ma. He's opening a new decorating company. He's good with his hands." "Like his dad was, but not for decorating. When did John ever lift so much as a brush?
This old flat needs a lick of paint. He should be getting it freshened up for when your dad gets out. You know how particular he is. Look at the washer and dryer John got me. I was quite happy going to the laundrette. I even got a fridge freezer and nothing in it, 'cause John says he don't want me shopping for him. I go shopping with you, you know that. All of a sudden you two are looking out for me when you never done it before. I was happy cleaning offices, meet me friends, and then John moves back in and takes over my friggin' life, and I don't like it. Leave it out, Ma. I won't, because I lived with your dad and I could tell when he was up to no good. I always knew. And I've thought for a few weeks you two were acting like you were hiding something from me. Don't go telling me it's down to the slag your dad's kept paying for, 'cause I don't give a toss about her. I know she visits him in the nick, and I don't care. I never have for years, not since you fell off that bloody roof. You are the only person I care about, and I won't sit cooped up here whilst John drags you into some dirty business."
She suddenly started to gasp, her face turning blue. She clutched her chest as she heaved for breath. "You see what you've done to yourself? Where's your inhaler?" She fished into her apron pocket, found her inhaler, and began to puff on it. Her face now drained of colour as she gasped, her shoulders lifting up and down. David was helpless to do anything for her as the attack worsened, and she sucked on the inhaler. "Shit, Ma! Go and lie down on the sofa." "You need a doctor?" She shook her head. The inhaler pressed to her mouth. She hissed and gasped as she got unsteadily to her feet. They slowly made their way to the lounge, where she flopped down onto the sofa and closed her eyes. Gradually her breathing became steadier. David stood watching, and then limped to sit on the sofa arm. "Are you feeling better now, Ma?" She wafted a hand, but did not open her eyes. "You want me to go and get a doctor?" No, it's all right. I can go to the phone box, ring for one. Just leave me alone for a while," she said, still gasping for air. Slowly she seemed to breathe more easily and relax, and David watched as her eyes flickered and eventually closed. He waited until she fell asleep. He felt exhausted after being out all night, and needing to rest, decided to go to his bedroom. As he passed John's room, he looked in to see if he was awake, but he was still sound asleep, snoring. John's hair was matted, and his skin looked chalky from the brick dust that permeated the cafe cellar as they knocked through the wall. His clothes were dust-free, as he'd worn the white decorator's boiler suit over the top of them, even splashing the suit with paint by flicking a wet brush at it, so as to add to the illusion they were bona fide handymen if stopped by the police. David lay down on his bed. He started to sneeze, and scared he was coming down with a cold, swore to himself. The thought of spending more freezing nights in the multi-story car park was abhorrent. But as he began to drift off to sleep thinking about Florida, he knew it would be worth it. It was almost 10 a.m., and Jane was double-checking the number of £20 notes when Kath suddenly slapped the table with the flat of her hand and excitedly held up a wedge of £5 notes. "We got a match, darling. Look at this. The serial numbers on these fivers found at O'Duncey's match with the cash Mr. Collins withdrew. We got 500 quid's worth here." Jane's eyes lit up. Well, that much is definitely not the sort of money Julianne would have given O'Duncey for food and accommodation, and surely she wouldn't buy that much worth of heroin in one go. Fuck me, this is going to brighten up DCI Bradfield's morning. There's other fivers here, but they're not on the list, so probably money O'Duncey made from selling drugs. P.C. Donaldson spoke up. "I was going to wait until I'd finished double-checking all the tens to tell you, but I've got 70 that match the list." Kath counted on her fingers. "That's a grand 200 so far of Nick money O'Duncey's got." Jane grinned. "There's only the pound notes still to check, but that shouldn't take long, as Mr. Collins only withdrew 500 of them." "Well, that deserves a coffee and a sandwich break," Kath said as she picked up a £5 note from the table. "What's your fancy, Jane?" Jane was stunned and didn't know what to say until she saw the sly grin come over Kath's face. "Only joking. But you can pay, as we've helped you out here." Jane agreed and said there was money in her handbag. Kath snapped off her rubber gloves and asked Jane to carefully put the 5s and 10s that matched the list in the box to be sent to the fingerprint department. P.C. Donaldson said he'd do the pound notes with Jane while Kath went to the canteen. She saw Bradfield there, and he asked how it was going. She didn't want to steal Jane's thunder and simply said W.P.C. Tennison had some good news for him. He was out of the canteen like a shot. As Kath had anticipated, Bradfield was jubilant, clapping his hands and full of praise for a job well done, as he now had something concrete to put to O'Dunsey, though he would have to wait until his solicitor, Cato Stonex, arrived to do a further interview, sadly without D.S. Gibbs. However, he was straight on the phone to tell A10 about the money, and that W.P.C. Tennison was available to make a statement that the young girl in the bedroom had lied about seeing D.S. Gibbs assault O'Dunsey. The A10 DCI didn't sound happy, even though Bradfield and Gibbs were one of their own, and said they would attend the station to speak with Tennison in the afternoon. After another half-hour, Jane was also able to tell Bradfield that there was a total of £180 in £1 notes that matched the serial numbers on the list, making a recovered total of £1,380 in different banknotes stolen by Julianne Collins from her father. He asked Jane to put the box of money in a confidential dispatch bag, secure it well with a numbered ratchet seal, and get 2 uniformed PCs in a patrol car to take it to the lab for the attention of D.S. Lawrence ASAP. She was then to come to his office.
"Sit down, Jane. I just wanted to have a chat so that it's clear why I've not invited you to sit in on the interview with O'Dunsey. I know you have the record of all the individual notes and amounts that matched, but A10 are coming in to talk to you."
"Yes, sir."
"So it's not possible for you to be in 2 places at once, right? So I've asked Kath instead."
"I understand, sir, and I'm grateful you even considered having me present for the interview."
"You've done a good job, Tennison, and learned a valuable lesson about procedure, though I admit I should have advised you better after the search and seizure of the money."
"You did, sir, but I was a bit confused and misunderstood you," she said, revealing her loyalty and what she intended to tell A10.
"You're entitled to have your Constables Federation rep present when they interview you."
"Do I need to?" she asked nervously.
"No, but I would advise that you do. They play on inexperience, will try and twist what you say, and can be threatening about a probationer's future career. It can be pretty daunting. P.C. Donaldson is the PC's rep, and he'll stamp down on them if they try anything on with you."
"Thank you, sir. I appreciate the advice, and I won't let you down again."
"I'm counting on that, Tennison, especially if you hope to join the CID as a detective someday." She blushed at his words, and he cocked his head to one side, smiling. "You look cute when you do that, you know. You get 2 pink spots on your cheeks."
Jane returned to the incident room, followed by Bradfield. Kath thought she looked nervous and upset, unaware that she actually felt pleased. Kath turned to everyone and wafted her hand to get their attention.
"Listen up. We got a major link from W.P.C. Tennison. She painstakingly matched serial numbers on the banknotes brought in from O'Dunsey's drug squat."
Everyone stopped what they were doing and listened to Kath as she continued.
"She discovered that nearly $1.5 grand matched the money withdrawn from the bank by Mr. Collins, money subsequently stolen by his daughter Julianne."
There was a round of applause, and Jane blushed again. Bradfield looked at her, smiling.
"She's got us all out of a sticky patch, and hopefully O'Dunsey will now withdraw his allegations, and D.I. Spencer Gibbs will be reinstated."
The applause now turned to a cheer at the mention of the admired and well-respected Gibbs. Sergeant Harris overheard the applause as he walked into the office carrying an envelope in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. It was rather eerie, but more so for Harris, when on seeing him everyone went quiet, revealing their loathing of the man.
"What can we do for you, Sarge?" Kath asked. "There's a Cato Stonex at the front counter, says he's—" "Get that bastard O'Dunsey brought up from the cells to my office, Sergeant Harris. But give me some time alone with Stonex first," Bradfield said, and slapped his thigh with Jane's report on the seized banknotes. He was really looking forward to the interview, especially with Cato present as well.
Jane wondered why Harris had come upstairs himself, as normally he'd bark at the front desk PC to pass on something to the CID. She looked questioningly at Kath, who shrugged her shoulders. Harris hesitated, and Bradfield asked him if there was anything else. He nervously held up the envelope. "Yes, sir. An officer found these papers left in the PC's writing room and thought they might belong to Tennison." He put the envelope on the table, turned swiftly and walked out, his nose very much out of joint. Jane didn't really need to look in the envelope. She knew it was her lost list and the property store receipt. She peeped inside, then looked at Kath and gave her a thumbs up. Bradfield leaned towards the two of them. "What was that about?" "Nothing, sir. It's just my application form for the section house," Jane said, deciding it was over and done with where Harris was concerned, and he probably wouldn't be on her back again. As Bradfield walked out, Kath moved closer to Jane. "That was good. You could have put that two-faced Harris bastard right in it. But you're learning fast. Means you got one over that bugger, and he'll know it." Cato Stonex wore a grey suit, blue shirt with a starched white stud collar, cufflinks, and a dark navy tie. He was rather good-looking, and very overconfident as he entered Bradfield's office, carrying a large, bulging briefcase. "Good morning," Bradfield said, but did not get up. He simply gestured to the seat opposite him and introduced WPC Morgan. "You need to know that your client has been using you for his own malicious ends." "Well, I would refute that, DCI Bradfield, especially as I have a witness who was present when DS Gibbs struck Mr. O'Dunsey in the bedroom." "She lied for him. WPC Tennison, who will be making a statement to A10, was already taking her downstairs when your client fell and broke his nose trying to escape arrest. I was also a witness to this, and the fact O'Dunsey tried to bribe me and DS Gibbs." "Well, the young lady seemed truthful enough to me when I interviewed her, and it's well known police officers corroborate each other like a band of brothers." Bradfield smiled. "She's 15 years old, so that means you took a statement from her illegally, with no adult present to confirm it. O'Dunsey was having unlawful sexual intercourse with her at the time we entered the room. It's a statutory offence, as he's over 24, so it doesn't matter if he thought she was 16. Stonex was about to say something, but Bradfield held up his hand. "Please, let me finish. Then there's administering drugs, which he gave her before sex, to facilitate intercourse, which done to a 15-year-old is technically rape, as I see it. That's what we're telling her poor parents as well." This was all news to Kath, and something Bradfield had obviously kept to himself for the interview with good reason. Stonex sat back in his chair, sniffed, and rubbed his nose. He took a deep breath and sighed. "You have been brushing up on your law, DCI Bradfield. Well, I hate to see an upstanding solicitor like yourself had over by a low-life drug dealer like O'Dunsey, who won't even be able to pay your fees." There was a look of disbelief on Stonex's face as he asked what he meant. Bradfield went into detail about the money that had been stolen by Julianne from her father. He explained how £2,780 was found in Terry O'Dunsey's room, and the serial numbers on a total of £1,380 worth of different denomination notes matched to the list provided by the bank. He added that the stolen banknotes were now all at the yard, being treated for fingerprints, to be checked against those of their two victims, Mr. Collins and O'Dunsey himself. "Nearly half the money seized is stolen, and the rest believed to be the proceeds of drugs. So that leaves your client without a pot to piss in, and facing a charge that he murdered Julianne Collins for the money." "So you're saying you won't be restoring the money?" "Correct. And he will also be charged with possession with intent to supply heroin and marijuana, and with various other drugs offences. No doubt with his previous, he'll be sent to prison for a long stretch, but should it transpire that any of the money's legit, then it could be restored to you as his solicitor. On the assumption that we have ironed out the situation with your client's false accusations regarding his broken nose and DS Gibbs stealing any money," Bradfield said, and laid out the photographs of Julianne Collins's body.
Your client has essentially denied knowing this victim as a close acquaintance. But, as you've just heard, we now have evidence to the contrary, not to mention her fingerprints in his bedroom at the squat. How you choose to break the good news to him is up to you. Well, I certainly think it's time I had a serious conversation with him, Stonex replied, annoyed that he'd been made a fool of, not only by O'Dunsey, but also by Bradfield, who was one step ahead of the game. Good. WPC Morgan will escort you down to the cells. Cato Stonex hesitated, but Bradfield pushed back his chair and stood up, checking his watch. We can reconvene in, say, 20 minutes or so? Kath returned to Bradfield's office a few minutes later and told him that Stonex was really pissed off with O'Dunsey, and the first thing he said was, I don't like being made to look like a clown, Terry. Well, let's just hope he persuades O'Dunsey to play ball. Otherwise, we may still have unsolved murders on our hands. That was a stroke, sir, holding back about the girl being 15 and Julianne's fingerprints in the bedroom. I've never met her parents, and haven't a clue how old she is, but they're neither Stonex. As for Julianne's prints, well, hopefully they might be there, but it wouldn't prove he killed her, he said casually. Kath knew he didn't always play by the rules, but she'd never realised how canny he was, and he'd certainly put the wind up Cato Stonex. Do you think O'Dunsey'll confess now? She asked. I fancy him more for killing Eddie Phillips. But to be frank, there are some things that don't add up with him and Julianne. If he killed her in that shithole squat for the money, then it would more likely have been just after she ran off from her dad's. But why bring her body all the way over to our patch? Why not dump or bury her somewhere out of town on the A40, or shove her in the canal like Eddie? He checked his watch again, and stood up stretching, and began pacing the room. You want a cup of coffee? Kath asked, not wanting to question his valid points. No, thanks. He lit a cigarette and continued pacing up and down. It was another 10 minutes before 2 PCs escorted the handcuffed O'Dunsey and Cato Stonex to Bradfield's office. As they entered, Stonex gave a discreet nod to Bradfield to indicate that his client was going to talk. The bruising from the broken nose had spread around O'Dunsey's eyes, and he had fresh pieces of cotton wool plugged up each nostril. He was very subdued, and sat next to Stonex opposite Bradfield and WPC Morgan. Stonex handed over a short statement signed by O'Dunsey, in which he retracted all the allegations he'd made against D.S. Gibbs and Bradfield, confessing they were a malicious attempt to get out of trouble. Bradfield asked Kath to take it through to WPC Tennison to give to A10 when they turned up to interview her. He waited for her to return before commencing the interview. He didn't actually have to do so, but he liked watching the flash lawyer sweating, and his client unable to keep his head up and look at him. You are now aware of the serious charges against you, and we know you were intimate with Julianne Collins, so I suggest— Before he could finish, O'Dunsey leaned forwards. She came to my place all on edge, and looking a mess. She needed a place to doss down, and told me her father had beaten the shit out of her with a golf club. I admit I'd slept with her a few times, but she was always up for it, and there was nothing illegal. But this time, she slept in one of the bedrooms downstairs. How long was she at the squat on this occasion? Bradfield asked. 4, 5 days, maybe a week tops. She just lay around all day, smoking dope. I asked her if she was okay, and she said she was in pain and being sick. I thought it was just her kidneys acting up from the beating her dad gave her. She became really strung out and started pestering me for heroin, so I gave her some for nothing, and then she wanted more. I said she'd have to pay. And she said she wanted to, and she was all kind of crazy, saying she'd been raped and was scared to say who it was, as she reckoned he'd kill her. I wanted her to get out, but then she said she got a lot of cash. I'll swear before God, I didn't believe her. But then she got all serious and showed me a big wedge of money, saying we could do some dealing together, as she knew junkies at the Hackney Drug Centre, where she was on a rehab programme. Was it the Homerton Hospital where your sister works? Bradfield asked, and he nodded. I said I needed to see a main dealer for supplies first, and I was short on cash. She gave me £1,500 up front to buy some good gear, and we'd agreed to cut the heroin down with powdered milk, and then I'd pay back what I owed her from the profit. Wait a minute, Terry. You expect me to believe she just handed over the cash? What? You think we're fucking dumb? No way would she trust you with that amount of money. She did. Listen to me. She knew the dealer, so she was happy about it all. He'd been screwing her, and she said if I tried to fuck her over, she'd get him to sort me out. I need the name and address of your supplier. Shit, man. I can't do that. It'll be like putting my head on the chopping block. I swear on my life I was going to talk to Dwayne Clark to make the deal with a bloke in Manchester. But when I went round to his place, he wasn't there, and his missus said he was in Coventry. You are walking right into it, sunshine. You said you were not at the squat when Julianne was murdered. That was a lie. You killed her and kept all the money, right? Right? O'Dunsey was sweating and twisting his body in his chair. No. Honest, it's like I just told you. Dwayne wasn't at his place, so I just went back to the squat with the cash. But she wasn't there. And when I asked where she was, one of the kids said she'd gone to Hackney for a few days. Then I heard she'd been murdered, and I was scared to admit she'd been dossing down at the squat because you'd think I killed her. Bradfield tapped the table with a pencil. So, let me get this straight. You admit Julianne was living at the squat, and she gave you a large sum of cash to buy a job lot of heroin. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Why Manchester for the drug deal? I mean, that's a good distance. Surely you know dealers closer to London, Bradfield said, strongly suspecting Joshua Richards, a.k.a. Big Daddy, was the dealer. Listen, I'm telling you the fucking truth. Besides, heroin's much cheaper outside of London, and we was asking for a big load of it. I see. But why didn't Julianne go with you to see Dwayne? Because she felt sick, throwing up all the time. Did she tell you where she'd got the money from? No, and I didn't ask. Obviously I thought it was nicked, which I now know because it was Mr. Stonex told me it was her dad's. You've got a fucking answer for everything, Terry. It's the truth, man. Bradfield started jotting down some figures from the notes Jane had given him about the recovered money. We know she stole just under £2,000 from her dad. You had £1,380 that matched the serial numbers. So if she gave you £1,500, what you do with the other £120? O'Dunsey looked anxiously at his solicitor, who said nothing. I don't do maths, he said nervously. Oh, right. Unless it involves heroin, that is. I don't do hard stuff either. Check my body. There's no needle marks. I just told you. I never got to do the deal. That's why I still got the cash. Everyone was shocked when Cato Stonex suddenly banged his pen down on the table in anger. Enough, Terry. You're digging a big hole and guaranteeing yourself a long prison sentence, so I suggest you stop messing about and tell DCI Bradfield the truth. Okay. Like I said, I never done the deal, because Dwayne was already in fucking Coventry, and I couldn't get hold of him. I lied to Julianne, and told her I'd given the money to Dwayne, who had to go out of town to get the gear, and we'd have to wait until he got back. So she was still at the squat, waiting for the drugs? Yeah, but I gave her some quaaludes, and she said she was going to go and shack up with Eddie over at Hackney and arrange some deals with the clinic junkies. She said she'd be back, and threatened me again if I tried to stitch her up. By now he was sweating so much his face was dripping, and he kept on wiping himself with the sleeve of his shirt. She only gave me £1,500, then left. I swear before God she left, man, and that was the last time I saw her. I never killed her. She left the squat a day or so before she was found dead. I could prove where I was. Me and my girl went to the Chelsea Hotel. I even checked in under my real name. The underage girl you were with when we arrested you? Yes, but she told me she was 18. We spent some of the money Julianne had given me on a few nights there. Expensive meals, champagne, and bought a load of clothes and shoes in Carnaby Street. We were in the hotel room when it was on the news that she was dead, man. I got scared shitless, so I just laughed, because I honestly don't know what happened to her.
Bradfield felt like it was 2 steps forward and a big hole in one going back. O'Duncey's alibi had a ring of truth about it, and could easily be checked out with the hotel and young girl. Feeling depressed, Bradfield pulled out the photograph of Eddie Phillips from the envelope and pushed it towards O'Duncey.
"So, what happened with you and Eddie?"
The room was stinking from the sweating O'Duncey as he looked at the photograph. He yet again glanced helplessly to his solicitor.
"Just answer the question, Terry," Stonex said.
"He'd been at the squat a few times with Julianne. They were on the same drug rehab program where my sister worked. After Julianne died, he turned up saying he was scared, 'cause you lot wanted him to give the name of the dealer they used."
"The dealer is the man known as Big Daddy, the man you plan to score off using Julianne's money?"
O'Duncey reacted and slowly nodded his head.
"Yeah, all right. Yeah, but I never met him. I swear on me life I don't know him. And last I heard he got nicked in Manchester. I know he's a fucking nightmare if you cross him, and Julianne was terrified of him. I only done business through his sidekick, Dwayne, and he'd get crazy, kicking your head in."
There was a pause as O'Duncey swallowed and coughed before he continued.
"Anyway, Eddie was fucked up when he come round to the squat. He was stinking of puke and crying. He said because Julianne had been murdered, he was being hounded by you lot, but he swore he'd never mentioned me."
"Did he say anything about Julianne being pregnant?"
"Yes, but I knew it wasn't mine, as I never shagged junkies without protection because of hepatitis, and it couldn't be Eddie's, as he was a right little nerd. I didn't know she was pregnant till Eddie said so, and Christ only knows whose it was, as she was a right slag."
"Do you know if Big Daddy raped her?"
"Not for certain, but it wouldn't surprise me, having heard what he's like."
"And how did Eddie end up in the canal, Terry?" By now O'Duncey's shirt was soaking wet with sweat, which ran in streams down the sides of his cheeks.
"Look, I admit he was a pest, but he done me a favour by not telling you lot she used to stay at my crash pad. He wanted to hang out away from the heat, so I said he could stay for a few days. Someone in the house gave him a pair of my old trousers and a shirt, and he left. If they give him any gear, it wasn't from me, 'cause he had no cash."
Bradfield sighed and drew back the photograph of Eddie and stacked it on top of Julianne's. "We will check out your alibi. You will now be charged with drugs offences and be held in custody to appear at the magistrate's court, where we will ask for you to be remanded in custody. Kath, go get someone to help you take him down to the charge room with Mr. Stonex, but open the fucking windows in here first." A few minutes later, Kath returned with a uniformed PC to assist her with O'Duncey. As they left the room, Cato Stonex remained behind and said he wanted to have a quick word with DCI Bradfield. "You pulled a fast one and lied about speaking with the allegedly underage girl and her parents." Bradfield shook his head. "You're long enough in the tooth to know how the game's played, Cato. Besides, you were only worried you'd fucked up by interviewing a juvenile alone." "We're not so different. All said and done, we both have a job to do." "Maybe." Bradfield paused. "Where the hell did you get a name like yours from, anyway?" "It's a Saxon surname, Bradfield, and whether or not I like my Christian name is none of your bloody business." "Right, Cato Mato. It's not my business, but I don't take bent money from drug dealers for payment." "For what it's worth, I don't think he killed Julianne, and nor did Dwayne Clark." "What? You met up with Dwayne?" "He called me. He has a cast-iron alibi. He was in Coventry to meet up with Joshua Richards, but as you know, he got arrested. I've told Dwayne he's making a bigger hole for himself by hiding, and advised him to come in voluntarily to be interviewed." "What about Eddie Phillips? Did O'Duncey or Dwayne kill him?" "I don't know, and that's not my problem to solve, but no doubt we'll meet again soon," Stonex said. and left. An angry Bradfield went to the incident room to speak with Jane about her interview with A10. She told him that once they saw the retraction statement by O'Dunsey, they only asked her a few questions, and she confirmed his and D.S. Gibbs's version of events. They informed her that no further action would be taken, and D.S. Gibbs would be returned to duty immediately. Bradfield said nothing. He didn't even smile, but stony-faced returned to his office, slamming the door shut behind him, too preoccupied with the case to react to the good news. It went from bad to worse later that afternoon, as the knowledge that O'Dunsey's alibi had been verified quickly spread round the incident room. The Chelsea hotel manager confirmed that O'Dunsey and his girlfriend, who they discovered was 17, had been staying there. The initial excitement over O'Dunsey's arrest palled. Their killer was still out there. Bradfield ordered another search of the squat in Ashburn House on the Pembridge estate by DCs Ashton and Edwards. He wanted to know if there was anyone else now staying there who'd known Julianne, or had fresh information about her or Eddie Phillips. It was late afternoon when Bradfield and D.S. Lawrence, who were going over the forensics in Bradfield's office, were interrupted by a knock at the door, and DCs Ashton and Edwards walked in. "No one was at the squat, sir, but we found this." A sheepish-looking Ashton held up a dirty black bin bag. "It definitely wasn't there when we first searched the place," Edwards nervously added, and Ashton agreed. Bradfield and Lawrence looked inside the bag. Amongst potato peelings and dirty used takeaway cartons, there was a rucksack. "It matches the description of the one Julianne Collins had," Ashton said. An angry-looking Bradfield grabbed the bin bag from Ashton and went to the incident room where Jane was sitting at a desk filling out some index cards. Bradfield told her to move, and as she got up, he cleared a space on the desk. Lawrence laid out some sheets of newspaper, put on some protective gloves, and handed a pair to Bradfield, who removed the rucksack from the bin bag and began to search through it. First he took out a worn-looking English history exercise book, with Julianne Collins written in large letters on the front, and placed it on the table. Lawrence picked the exercise book up and began to flick through it, while Bradfield removed items of clothing from the rucksack and placed them in a pile on the table. Lawrence held the book open for Bradfield and Jane to see. "She was a bright girl, and look at her neat and tidy handwriting. I wonder if she was maybe thinking about going back to finish her education." Bradfield retrieved a chopstick from the bin bag and used it to lift and separate the clothes. There was a white cotton bra, a few stained lace panties, 2 pairs of worn leather ballet shoes, the soles coming away from the stitching, and a frilled Biba blouse that was covered in food stains. Jane could still smell the strong patchouli perfume emanating from the clothing. "Not much, but she was living rough for some time," Lawrence sighed. "Anything worth taking was probably nicked by the other kids at the squat." Jane just wanted to leave the room. She felt sad seeing all that was left of the dead girl. She pointed at the worn ballet slippers. "Her father said she wanted to be a ballet dancer." "Well, she's never going to dance anymore," Bradfield remarked. "No," Jane replied, and left him prodding at the clothing with his chopstick. It was obvious to them all there was nothing in the rucksack that would hasten the search for her killer. Jane was in the ladies' locker room putting on her raincoat when Kath came in with a sly grin on her face. "Spence is back in the office, and I'm going to pay him back for the Vicks prank. All DCs and detective sergeants, and that includes Gibbs, have to do a first aid refresher test on resuscitation with a St. John's ambulance instructor." "You mean mouth-to-mouth on a dummy?" "Yeah. Well, it's a half-dummy they bring in. She's called Resusci Anne. The old battle-axe trainer's having a tea break in the canteen, so I've only got a few minutes." Jane watched, rather confused, as Kath took out a lipstick from her makeup bag. "This is called Crimson Blush, and it's waterproof." "What are you going to do?" a curious Jane asked. Kath was already on her way out of the locker room. "Just wait. You'll find out soon enough." Jane buttoned up her raincoat, secured her locker, and then, after giving her hair a brush, went out into the corridor, where she saw Kath come running down the stairs. "Gibbs has just gone in for his test. You better not hang about, or he'll think it was you." It was only a few minutes later when Gibbs, who'd been irritated by being made to go through the mouth-to-mouth refresher training, stomped down the stairs. He went to the incident room to see if D.S. Lawrence and Bradfield had discovered anything of value from Julianne's rucksack. "Anything of interest?" he asked. Bradfield glanced up as Gibbs moved closer. "Who've you been slobbering with?" Lawrence asked. "He'll be wearing a matching blouse and earrings next," Bradfield added with a grin. "What are you two talking about? I've been doing mouth-to-mouth on Resuscian and I passed. Thank you very much for asking." Bradfield laughed. "I believe you, Spence, but the rest of the team won't." "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to the canteen." "Bring me and Paul a coffee, sweetheart," Bradfield said nonchalantly to the confused Gibbs as he walked out. He was totally unaware that he had bright red lipstick smudged around his lips. He found out soon enough, as there were guffaws from officers in the canteen, and Gladys, the canteen lady, told him she had the same colour lipstick. Chapter 18. Jane's mother was in tears, her father close to it, as they stood outside their Maida Vale flat, waiting for the taxi to arrive. "I'm perfectly happy to get public transport, and it won't be busy this early in the morning, Dad." "No, you won't let us drive you there, so I'll pay for the taxi. I'll not have you lugging that large case across London, especially Hackney." Mrs. Tennison sobbed and wiped her nose on a hanky she kept tucked in her sleeve. "I can't believe you're leaving Daddy and me all alone, Jane." Jane felt quite emotional herself, and knew her mother was in some sort of denial, but she was not going to be made to feel guilty about moving out. "For goodness sake, Mum, the section house is only half an hour away in the car. Besides, you weren't like this when Pam moved out." "But that was different, Jane. She'd met someone, fallen in love, and got married." "I'll visit on my days off and come home for Sunday roast, so—" Her mother wafted her hanky as she became more upset. "You only get one Sunday off a month. It's deplorable, and you must ask for more." "I don't make the rules, Mum. I just do as I'm told. I get days off in the week like today, and one of your roasts will taste just as good Monday to Friday. I'll even stay the night if possible." Her mother looked slightly calmer. "You bring that nice detective that came to see you after the wedding." "He's a senior officer and my boss while I'm assisting the CID. To him, I'm just a minion." "Well, he seemed very nice, very polite." "If it makes you happy, I'll ask," Jane said, though she didn't intend to do so. "That's the taxi coming," her dad said. To Jane's surprise, he suddenly stepped forward and embraced her with a loving hug. "Like I said, you always get your own way," he whispered in her ear. He squeezed tighter and kissed her on the cheek. She whispered back, "Thanks for telling her about me moving. You made it easier for me, and I'll miss you both." "I know. She just worries about you. We both do, because we love you so much." Jane felt herself welling up and thinking of the loss of her brother Michael. For the first time, she wondered if she was doing the right thing by moving out when it came to the effect on her mother. As her dad put the suitcase in the back of the cab, Jane embraced and squeezed her mother tightly before telling her she'd ring later that day to let them know she'd settled in. Arriving at the section house reception, Jane introduced herself to the duty warden, an elderly, grey-haired civilian man who sat behind a small desk, drinking his morning cup of tea and enjoying a cigarette. He asked to see her warrant card, and then asked her to sign in on the residence register. "Do you know your room number, love?" "Not yet, but I was told my room would be on the 3rd floor." "Oh, slight problem there. The WPC's floor is all full up, so the only room available is on the men's floor." Jane was shocked and upset, but I was told that— "Got you there, didn't I? I do it to all the new residents, even the blokes. Funny thing is, none of them ever object to a room on the women's floor. You've been allocated room 308. There's a black disc on the key ring, and you need to hang that on the board number whenever you're going out the building." Jane thanked him, and he explained that if she was out and no black disc had been hung up, she'd receive a 10p fine. The warden pointed to a row of 6 wooden cubbyholes behind him, stating that the resident's mail was placed in them, and it was her responsibility to check for herself, likewise the message book. "Right, you nip up to your room and unpack your case, while I let Bob Turner know you're here." Who's he?"
"Section house sergeant, and that's his office just behind you. He likes to show the new ones round and tell them the rules and regs at the same time. He lives in a big room on the top floor, so I'll go and let him know you're here."
Jane's room was only slightly larger than the one she'd had at Hendon Training College in the women's-only tower block accommodation during her initial training, and not as comfortable-looking or as big as the one at home. The single bed and side cabinet were on the left as you entered. To the right, behind a sliding door, was a small metal wash-basin and mirror with a strip light, toiletry shelves to one side. Under the sink, there was a white towel on a rail. She put her case on the unmade bed and opened it. Not knowing how much storage space there would be, she'd not packed too many clothes. She looked in the far section of the wardrobe for some hangers. Inside there was a chest of drawers, the tops of which she noticed had a pull-out section that could be used as a desk. Nifty, she thought to herself. As she unpacked, Jane realized she would have to get used to doing her own washing and ironing. She put her clothes in the wardrobe and placed her alarm clock on the bedside table, then put the empty case under the bed. Jane opened the window at the end of the room to let some fresh air in. Her room overlooked the rear courtyard of the building, which she was glad of, as the rooms at the front of the building overlooked Mare Street, which was a main through road and always noisy and busy. She was about to unfold the bottom sheet and start to make the bed when there was a knock at the door. She opened it and saw a balding, dark-haired and rather portly man in his early 40s, dressed in a white T-shirt, tracksuit bottoms and slippers. "Tennison?" he asked bluntly, without a smile, and said he was Sergeant Turner. She put out her hand. "Pleased to meet you." "Likewise, follow me, please," he said, with a limp handshake and gruff manner. As they walked along the landing, the first thing he told her was that men were not allowed on the women's floor, and vice versa, unless there was a valid reason, and anyone wantonly caught breaking the rule would be asked to leave. He pointed out where the ladies' toilets and bathroom were, and opening a door opposite, he showed her the small ironing room with 2 irons and boards. "Is there a laundrette nearby?" "One downstairs in the basement next to the gym, 2 front-load washers, and a drying room with clothes racks next to it. We're hoping to get some tumble dryers in the near future. There's a dry cleaner's round the corner for your uniform. He accepts police chits, and you can get them at work or from me. Canteen opening hours are marked up on the main notice board outside my office." Jane couldn't get over his abrupt, monotonous way of speaking. There was a total lack of emphasis to his words. "My room's very comfortable and nicely decorated," she said, trying to sound enthusiastic. "Adequate, yes. Nicely decorated, no. You can put posters up using that new Bostik stuff, no nails and no pins." "Blue tack?" Jane inquired. "If it's blue and sticky, then that's it." The tour of the section house was pretty straightforward, and Sergeant Taylor said little else other than to point out the TV rooms and canteen. Feeling rather pessimistic, Jane returned to her room. She finished making her bed and neatly arranged all her toiletries before going to the canteen for lunch. It was very different from the police stations. It actually looked like a proper restaurant. She was very impressed, but couldn't help noticing that there were just 6 people dining, and only 2 of them were sitting together and obviously about to go on late shift as they were in half-blues. She didn't recognise anyone from Hackney Police Station, but wasn't surprised, as some of the 120 residents worked at other stations in East London. She felt very shy sitting alone, and no one appeared in any way interested in making her acquaintance. Jane perused the menu, which had a choice of starters, mains and desserts, all of which were appealing. 10 minutes had passed when she saw a large black lady dressed in a Met Police catering outfit come out of the kitchen swing door. Jane raised her hand, and the woman, who looked to be West Indian and in her 50s, walked over with a big smile. "Yes, dear, what can I do for you?" she asked in a friendly way. "Could I order the shepherd's pie with mixed veg, please?" The woman started to laugh loudly. The sound was so infectious and happy, Jane felt herself grinning and wanting to laugh herself. "I can tell you is new here, ain't you, sweetheart?" the woman said. She picked up a pencil and small order pad on the side of the table that Jane hadn't noticed. Still smiling, she explained you had to write down what you wanted, along with your shoulder number or name, and hand it in at the serving hatch next to the kitchen door. When it was ready, they'd shout out, "Tell you what, dear, seeing as it's your first day, I'll take your order. But you can fetch it yourself when it's ready." After a delicious lunch, much better than the food at the station, Jane felt a bit more settled and cheerful. She returned to her room, where she stuck up her Janis Joplin poster and cleaned her teeth. She got out her police instruction manual to do some studying for her next continuation training exam, and lay on her bed resting her head on her arm. She turned to the chapter on the Vagrancy Act of 1824 about street beggars, which she had to learn parrot fashion. It felt strange, because other than Hendon, she'd never lived anywhere else but with her parents. Her old alarm clock's loud tick had never really bothered her until now, so she shoved it inside the bedside cabinet drawer and turned on her little Zephyr radio. It wasn't long before she fell asleep. She woke with a start to the sound of doors banging and loud voices coming from the corridor. She sat bolt upright, and looking at her watch was surprised that she'd slept for nearly 4 hours, as it was 6 p.m. Wondering what was happening, she peeked out of her door and saw 2 women chatting. They had large rollers in their hair and were wearing dressing gowns and holding drawstring plastic cosmetic bags. She decided she'd have a relaxing hot bath, get changed, and then go and see what was on TV. The bathroom had 4 toilets, 2 bath cubicles, and 2 showers with white plastic curtains. As Jane entered, a very tall woman in a shower hat, a towel wrapped round her, emerged from a bath cubicle. "Hi. If you're wanting a bath, the water's not that hot at the moment, so I'd give it another half hour or so to warm up. Or you could have a quick shower." "Thanks, but I'll wait and have a hot bath later." Jane smiled. "I'm Sarah Redhead and fairly new here myself. Been here 5 months. I worked in Luton for 4 years before I transferred to the Met. I'm based at Leytonstone. What about you?" She had a rather cut-glass, high-pitched voice and a very forceful personality. Jane introduced herself and said she worked up the road at Hackney Station. "My God, you'll be in the thick of it. I've heard this is a rough area with some pretty ghastly, nasty villains," Sarah remarked loudly. "I'm still a probationer, so I haven't really come across them yet." Sarah started to walk off, then stopped and turned back. "There's a pub over the road we all use called the Warburton Arms. There's a few of us meeting up there at 8:30, and you're welcome to join us." "That would be nice. Thanks," Jane said, but wasn't sure if she'd actually go. "Good. I'll meet you downstairs by the warden's desk at 8:30. Okie dokie." By the time Jane returned, both baths were being used, and she had to wait for over 15 minutes before a girl wearing looped earrings came out. Jane recognized her from the Harker lecture, but the girl hurried past whilst draping her bath towel around her. "Hi, I was at the Dr. Harker lecture. You were there, weren't you?" Jane said. The girl stopped and looked at Jane. "Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Oh, I had a terrible hangover that day. It went on forever, didn't it?" Jane gave a smile, not wanting to say that she'd enjoyed it, but the door banged shut before she could say anything else. The water was tepid, and Jane suspected most of the hot had been used up by the other 2 girls. It reminded Jane of home, and how her sister Pam would sometimes hog the bath and hot water. She found it a bit distasteful that the girl she'd recognized had not wiped around the rim of the bath, and from the occupied one came a loud voice singing Elvis Presley's Hound Dog very badly and out of tune. Jane washed her hair in case she decided to go to the pub. Having got out of the bath, she wrapped a towel round her hair and waited for the bath to empty before using her soapy water remains to carefully clean it. Wearing her toweling dressing gown, she returned to her room and realized she'd forgotten to pack her hairdryer. She sat on the bed and rubbed her hair vigorously to dry it off, and then combed it out. Because it was long enough to reach just below her shoulders, it would be a while before it was dry. Still unsure whether or not to go out, she picked up her instruction manual, but feeling fidgety, she soon put it aside and decided she would meet Sarah after all. The thought of a lonely night in didn't appeal. When her hair was almost dry, she put on a little makeup, jeans and a t-shirt, but reprimanded herself again as she packed only her work shoes. She looked at herself. The shoes with the jeans were not suitable, so she put on her old ballet-style velvet slippers and grabbed a small purse for her room keys and money. Sarah was waiting by the warden's desk and wearing a patchwork coat with bright yellow flared trousers. As they walked over to the pub together, Sarah told Jane that because the pub was a regular haunt for police officers, the landlord Ron would often have a lock-in, closing all the curtains and continuing to serve well after hours because he knew he wouldn't get busted. "He's a friendly old goat. Sometimes we stay that late he goes upstairs to bed and lets us help ourselves." "You drink for free?"
Jane asked, thinking it was tantamount to stealing. Good God, no. We leave the money for our drinks on the till, along with a few pence extra for his hospitality. Last one out locks the door and shoves the key through the letterbox. You get a few bad uns in here, though mostly they've got form for petty crime, like a bit of thieving, handling nicked goods and the like. But they're no problem, and use the separate public bar. Jane followed Sarah as they entered the saloon bar of the pub, which was reasonably busy and a tad noisy for Jane's liking. A few people were sitting on stools at the bar chatting, some on the long velvet-cushioned seating around small wooden tables, and a couple of young men were playing bar billiards in the corner. Jane didn't have a clue which of them were police officers, as everyone was dressed in plain clothes. "Hard to tell who's police," she remarked to Sarah. "Blokes are easy. Short hair and a bulge in their pants." "I beg your pardon?" Jane said, wondering what on earth she was inferring. Sarah laughed as she walked up to the bar. "Trousers. Back pocket. It's where they keep their warrant cards, and the detectives have long hair and the bulge in the front," she said, and laughed at her own crude innuendo. "What you having, Sarah?" Ron the landlord asked her in a strong Cockney accent. He had a large pot belly and thick dark hair in a quiff, and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. The top buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a chunky gold neck chain that bit into his flabby skin. "G&T with ice and lemon. What'll you have, Joyce?" "It's Jane, actually, and an orange juice is fine, thanks." "Do you like white wine?" "Yes, but—" "She'll have a dry white, Ron," Sarah told him, and turned back to Jane. "It might be a bit on the warm side, but it's palatable." Sarah looked around the pub, and two women drinking in the far corner waved to her. They were with two men who both had long hair. Jane recognised one of them. He was the detective inspector at Hackney, as he had had to oversee the day-to-day crime investigations, but he wasn't on the murder team. "Hey! How you doing?" Sarah bellowed across the bar as she picked up her drink and went over to join them, while Jane sat on a stool and waited for her wine. "You want ice?" Ron asked, holding up her glass of wine. She nodded and noticed how dirty his hands were as he plopped in 2 large ice cubes. Jane looked over at Sarah, who was in deep conversation with her friends, and didn't know whether or not they'd mind her joining them. She felt uncomfortable as she sipped her wine, and now wished she hadn't come to the pub. "Well, well, well, if it isn't W.P.C. Tennison." Recognising the voice, she turned sharply to see DCI Bradfield leaning on the bar beside her. "Hey, Ron, give us a large one," he said, holding up a pound note. "Can you not see I'm already serving someone? So get your own, Len. And there's ice under the counter." Bradfield lifted the counter flap, went behind the bar, and helped himself to a double scotch before picking up a bottle of white wine. From his slightly slurred speech, glazed eyes and cheesy grin, Jane could tell he'd had a few already. "Want a top-up?" he asked, tilting the bottle towards her glass. "No, I'm fine, thanks." "Rubbish," he replied, and filled her glass to the brim. She sat on a bar stool and watched as he slapped 2 one-pound notes down next to the till, and shouted to Ron that he was going to have another large one. He lifted his glass, said, "Cheers," and knocked it back in one, before helping himself to the next. "So, Tennison, tell me what you're doing in this dive." She sipped her wine. "I've just moved in across the road, and it's—" The DI she'd recognised interrupted her as he asked Bradfield, who was still behind the bar, for a pint of bitter, 1 lager, 2 whiskey chasers, and 3 G&Ts. Ron said to serve him as he had to pop down the cellar to change the lager barrel. As Bradfield placed the gin and tonics on the bar, the DI said to have one for himself, so he got another double scotch. "How's the murder inquiry going, Gov?" the DI asked, handing him the money. Bradfield leaned on the counter. "Every time I think we're near to a result, it's back to square one and the chief super's on my back. Right now it's depressing as well as time-consuming. In fact, I wished I'd never copped the bloody job. And call me Len when we're off duty." Jane felt awkward, as Bradfield had made no effort to introduce her. She listened as the DI told Bradfield that a bloke from the local Horn Brothers men's clothing warehouse had been in earlier. "He's got a new line of 2- and 3-piece pinstripes coming in, Italian-made, top quality, and he's allowed to give a discount to old Bill. You interested?"
"I don't know," Bradfield slurred, now very unsteady on his feet. "We're all getting one, as good as anything you'd pick up in Savile Row, apparently."
"How much are they?" Bradfield asked.
"They'd normally be 35, but 18 cash to us."
"Go on, then.
Put me on the list."
"Manny Charles is doing the alterations, so give me your exact measurements at work tomorrow," he said, and took the girls' drinks over to them. The DI returned to the bar with his colleague, who stood the other side of Jane.
"So, who's your girlfriend, Len?" he said, as he put his arm around her.
"WPC Jane Tennison, a probationer who's filling in as my squad indexer, and I've warned her to stay clear of reprobates like you two."
"What you drinking, darling?" the DI asked.
Jane felt ill at ease as he still had his arm around her, and before she could say anything, Bradfield took the cork out of the bottle and topped her glass up again. She felt even more awkward as the two men drew up stools to sit either side of her and proceeded to flirt and pat her knees. Bradfield moved away from the bar to go and join the men playing bar billiards. The more uncomfortable she felt, the more they leered and made suggestions about how she could get satisfaction with either or both of them, and asked if she had ever had a threesome. She wasn't sure if they were being serious or just teasing her for their own sordid gratification. Sarah appeared at the bar.
"Get off her, you leery wankers. Just 'cause your stupid chat-up lines won't work with me and the girls, there's no need to start on her."
They laughed, and Sarah took hold of Jane's arm, pulling her from the stool. "Come on over to our table, Janet. It's safer there. We're thinking about going for a curry. Want to join us?" "It's Jane, and thank you, but I'm going back to the—"
"Rubbish! Come on, it's just down the road."
"No, really. Have work in the morning and I'm very tired." Sarah shrugged and went back to her girlfriends as both men followed her and said they'd like to go for a curry as well. Ron rang the last orders bell to get everyone's attention.
"Right, that's it, you lot. I'm knackered, so I'm off to my bed. If you want something, help yourself and leave the money by the till. All tips gratefully accepted. Oh, and if you're doing afters, someone draw the curtains."
Jane couldn't wait to get out, and hesitated only to say good-night to Bradfield, but he was no longer by the billiard table or anywhere in the pub. Exiting the premises, Jane heard the sound of retching from the side alley and saw Bradfield leaning forward, his hands on his knees, and being sick. He looked terrible, his shirt collar unbuttoned, his tie loose, and he was wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. "Are you all right, sir?" He peered at her.
"No, I'm bloody not," he said, straightening up, but he looked very unsteady.
"Do you need a hand?"
"No, just leave me be."
She was embarrassed, and had turned to walk away when she heard him retching again and being violently sick. "Do you want me to get you some water?" He rested a hand against the wall, sweating and dabbing at his face with a handkerchief. He moved towards her.
"Just had too much to drink, that's all," he slurred, and bumped into the wall. "I need to get to bed."
She moved closer, and he gave a boyish shake of his head.
"Be all right in a minute."
"Here, lean on me. I'll help you walk over the road and get the warden to call a cab for you."
"No need for the cab. I'm staying there," he said, and slowly lurched forward.
She caught him, almost buckling under his weight. She put her arm around his waist to help support him across the road. He was really very unsteady, and they zigzagged to the other side before he took a deep breath and tried to straighten up.
"Sorry about this. Been knocking it back since lunchtime."
They got to the entrance, and he made an attempt to stand without her assistance, but he almost fell over, so she propped him up against the wall. "Take a few more deep breaths."
"What?"
He gasped, and breathed heavily through his nose, and then fumbled in his pocket for his cigarette pack. She had to help him take one out and put it in his mouth. Then, digging into his pocket, he mumbled he couldn't find his lighter, and asked her for one. "Sorry, I don't smoke."
"It's okay. Got it."
His hand wavered as he tried to light the cigarette, so she took the silver flip-top Zippo lighter from him, which after a few seconds she mastered and was able to hold the lit flame to his cigarette. He took deep drags, his hand shaking from the alcohol. God, the state of me. You go on in, and I'll make my own way."
He didn't finish the sentence, and she was afraid he was going to slide down the wall. She took his arm and again helped him to stand upright, the strong smell of sick making her turn her head away.
"Sometimes, Tennison, it all gets to me. People think it's just another dead, junky tart, so I give a shit what happened to her. Thing is, she was just a kid who lost her way, thanks to scum like O'Dunsey and Big Daddy. Sometimes I think it's only the likes of us who really care. Do you know what I mean?"
"Yes," she replied, quietly touched by his words.
Emotions never make sense. Even her own father beat the shit out of her. Yet he loved her. It's caused by pain. Terrible, gut-wrenching pain."
She nodded, and he took a few more drags of his cigarette before he tossed it aside. He didn't ask her to help him. She just slipped her arm around him as they headed into the section house. He was not as unsteady, but she was afraid that if she didn't hold on to him, he might fall over. Bradfield somehow managed to walk straight as they went through the reception area into the lifts, and he told her he was on the second floor. As they got out of the lift, he insisted that he was perfectly capable of finding his own room, thanked her for helping him, and gave her a hug. Jane heard the sound of someone deliberately clearing their throat behind her, and turned to see the section house sergeant. "Dear God, Tennison, this is the men's floor. You've only been here a few hours, and already you're breaking the rules." "I was just helping—" She turned to indicate and say DCI Bradfield, but he'd disappeared, and whether he'd gone into his room or to the toilets, she couldn't tell. "Unbloody believable. You're up to sexual antics and hopping into one of the men's beds before you've even slept a night in your own." "Excuse me, Sergeant. He had a severe stomach upset and—" "Listen, my dear, I've heard every excuse under the sun, and this is your first and last warning. Now get your backside onto your own landing, sharpish. You should be ashamed of yourself." Jane saw no point in arguing, and trudged up the stairs, the sergeant following behind, shaking his head like an old grizzly bear as he made sure she went to her room on the third floor. Whether or not Bradfield had made it back to his room safely was not an issue for Jane. She was just angry that after only one day she'd already made a very bad impression, and no doubt the sergeant would take delight in telling the other residents. Chapter 19. Clifford Bentley's surprise homecoming party had been arranged by his wife and sons for the afternoon of his release from prison. John had invited all his dad's old pals round to his mother's flat, and the day before, Rennie had been to the hairdresser's for a set and perm. This was followed by a visit to the local butcher's for sliced ham, chicken legs, sausage rolls and pork pies. Next she went to the fishmonger's and got some jellied eels, whelks and cockles, while David went to the co-op to buy bread, cheese slices, and an assortment of spreads for the sandwiches and chocolate finger biscuits. The booze had been lugged home in the van by John, large tins of Watney's Party's 7-draft beer, a crate of Mackerson stout, bottles of spirits, and mixers such as tonic water and orange juice. On seeing it all, David said it must have cost a fortune. John laughed and said he'd got it at half price, but David suspected it was nicked to order, which was why his brother had got it so cheaply. John took a suit and clean shirt for his dad to change into when he collected him from Pentonville. He picked him up in a Mercedes 280 coupe, complete with chauffeur, supplied by one of his second-hand car dealer friends, but neither of them spoke about the bank job. Arriving home late that afternoon, Clifford was miffed to see that Rennie had hung a big "Welcome Home Cliffy" banner over the communal landing wall. David was by the front door to greet his dad.
"Silly bitch! She knows I don't want it publicised I'm out."
"She means well, Dad," David said.
"Means well? She might as well have put 'from prison' in the middle of the bloody banner."
The celebrations were in full swing, and there was a rowdy crowd spilling out onto the landing outside their flat. Rennie was all dressed up with her hair in tight permed curls and was standing in the hallway, but before she could even put her arms round her husband, there was a welcome home bellow from his old pals. Clifford Bentley had always been a big cheese, and they treated him as if he was some kind of war hero, rather than an old lag just out of prison. He walked right past Rennie, without showing her the slightest affection, and joined his mates in the lounge. After a few drinks and something to eat, John led his father to the privacy of his bedroom to give him an update on the decoration job at the cafe. "We've come across a problem beyond the first brick wall, and we've ended up breaking through to the bank's basement, but—"
"Jesus Christ! Did you not read my notes properly?"
"Yes, of course I bloody did, but they were wrong. However, it's not a problem, and we can work round it."
"How long's it going to take?"
"We can't work during the day. Makes too much racket. But we need to tunnel under the vault and cut through some iron bars."
"Iron bars? How you going to cut them?"
"Listen, I know what I'm doing, Dad. Danny's getting a knocked-off oxyacetylene torch to cut the bars. It's nice and quiet, as well as quick."
"He's a fucking electrician, not a welder. And they're dangerous, ain't they?"
"Danny knows how to handle it. He used them when he was in the army. We're going as fast as we can, but we can't foresee every problem." Clifford shook his head.
"Jesus Christ! You know I told you that we'd got to get in there fast, 'cause some of the fivers in amongst that cash will cease to be legal tender soon."
Yeah, I know. But let's just forget about them and stick to the 1s, 10s and 20s. Clifford prodded his son in the chest.
"No bloody way. There could be fucking thousands worth of those fivers."
"But how are we going to offload them all by the beginning of September? I can't just walk into a bank with a few thousand worth of fivers, then open an account, or ask for them to be changed for new ones in a shop." Clifford looked at his son, knowing he'd made a good point. He screwed up his lips and frowned as he thought to himself.
"Listen, when you divvy up the money after the job, offload the hooky fivers on Silas and Danny. It'll be ages before they realise. And when they do, you play dumb and lie about it. Say you had a load as well, and you had to burn 'em. You with me?"
John nodded with a grin, realising what a sly old dog his dad was. Clifford patted him on the back.
"Don't waste any more time. The bloke in the nig who set the job up was a heavy for the craze, and still has some nasty contacts. I don't want them coming here with baseball bats to beat the shit out of us 'cause we ain't done a proper job."
John sighed. They'd only just begun the job, and he knew it was going to be at least another 2 or 3 nights before they could get to the concrete floor below the vault. Then they had the problem of cutting through that, but he didn't want to tell his dad yet.
"I'm going to disappear for a couple of hours. She's waiting for me." "Christ, Dad, can't you wait one night? Listen to me. I've been away 8 years and I need a shag, so keep your mother occupied."
The drinking was in full swing. Elvis was crooning from the record player, and most of the food had already been consumed. They'd even sent out for more Watney 7s, the empty ones stacked in a pyramid shape in the lounge for fun. Reenie was in the kitchen clearing leftovers into a bin, plates and glasses stacked up on the sink waiting to be washed. David was leaning against the wall. He felt sorry for his mum. He knew his dad had skived off, and she'd got herself all dolled up and spent a lot of time preparing the food for his homecoming, and he hadn't even bothered to talk to her, or ask how she was. "You don't have to do all the washing up, Ma. Put the stuff into the new dishwashing machine."
"Not my good glasses. I don't trust it. They're all getting well pissed, and some dirty bugger was sick in the toilet."
"I'll go and see if anyone wants any more food," David said.
"Thanks, love. I'll stay put in here washing up. Your dad's gone out, hasn't he?"
David said nothing. Reenie frowned.
"I know he's gone to that slag. He'll come back stinking of her. Well, all I can say is she's welcome to him."
"I love you, Mum," he said quietly, and kissed her gently on the cheek. She looked up at him and gave a weak smile.
"Yeah, I know you do, son. And a long time ago I suppose I loved your dad. Worn it out of me, he has. But he looks well, doesn't he?"
"Yeah, he's been working out at the gym in the nick. He always took good care of himself."
"But he never took care of you,"
she said with a grimace. "Leave it out, Ma. I'll bring you a sherry."
"Get me a stout. You'll put some iron in me blood."
John saw David in the lounge, pouring stout into a glass. He leaned in close and said that he'd been told by their father they couldn't waste any more time.
He's saying we've got to get the fibres out before they get to be illegal, and he wants the job completed in the next few days. For fuck's sake, John, he only got out this afternoon, and already he's throwing his weight around. Let's just forget about the bloody fibres. They're too much hassle. Besides, there'll be loads of deposit boxes with nice jewellery in them. I know, but it'll take time to fence and sell all the sparklers, and we need the fibres to pay off Silas and Danny. I don't understand. Dave, with all this new decimal currency shit, the old fibres in the vault become worthless unless they're cashed in or used by September. He shook his head. It seems crazy to rush things, especially for pissing 5-quid notes that'll be useless. Yeah, well, Danny and Silas won't know what's in the bags until it's too late, will they? He paused as it sunk in. You crafty beggar, John. David limped into the kitchen. He'd poured the stout badly and spilt some of the overflowing creamy head down his fingers, which he wiped on his trousers as he placed the glass down beside his mother, who was washing the cutlery. Use the dishwasher, Mum. Never gets between the forks, and there's a few silver ones from your grandmother. You can't put silver in the dishwasher. You should sell 'em. Get some money. I might, but I've already got a little nest egg. Been saving all me earnings from cleaning for years. Your dad doesn't know. God forbid he finds it. He'd be straight down the betting shop. I always saved, even my pension. It was always me that bought you boys your Christmas presents, and every time he was banged up, I was able to save even more. Listen, I don't even want to know where you've got it, but do you understand all this new decimal currency yet? A bit, but only 'cause I do the grocery shop. No more half-crowns, threepenny bits, or old pennies. You couldn't buy nothing with a penny nowadays. Well, if you've got any old fivers stashed, you've got to change them up, or use them soon, as they're going to be withdrawn come September. No more fivers? You've got to be joking. Get away with you. I've got one in me purse right now. Who told you this, David? When I got my benefits the other day, the lady there mentioned it. He lied. She shrugged and began placing the cutlery in a drawer. It's a terrible world, and I think they're doing all these changes to rob us blind. I mean, 11 pence for a bloody loaf of bread. David smiled. The record player had stopped, so he went to put another LP on. He contemplated putting on Des O'Connor, hoping it would encourage the remaining few guests to leave, but he knew how much his mother disliked him, so he just replayed the Elvis album. Renée didn't want to go back into the lounge. The smell of cigarettes and cigar smoke always brought on her asthma. She cleared up most of the kitchen and downed her stout before she slipped along the hall to her bedroom. Clifford's plastic prison bag of belongings was on the floor. It was full of dirty socks and underwear, old denim shirts and jeans, and there were 2 pairs of old trainers that smelled terrible. She decided she'd do his washing in the morning, and was about to tie the top of the bag in a knot to stop the sweaty odour filling the room when she noticed a small cardboard box. She took it out, and opened it to discover a bunch of letters with an elastic band round them. She cautiously looked to the door, and took the packet to the bed, pulling off the elastic band. There were a few letters from the boys, birthday and Christmas cards, and then a considerable amount of pale blue envelopes. She had rarely, if ever, written to her husband. She never saw the point, as she knew his bit on the side visited him on a regular basis. She opened one that smelt of violets, and saw the unfamiliar looped handwriting, and immediately knew who it was from. She sighed. To her, the slut had always been a disgusting bitch, a woman who'd been hanging on by her fingernails. Cloyingly sentimental, the letters were badly spelt outpourings of adoration for Clifford, which sickened Renée. She'd put up with her husband's infidelity for many years. Before this woman there had been others. She suspected there'd even been whores. But the most humiliating discovery had been that some of her friends had been having sex with Clifford. He could never keep his dick in his pants. But now she realized how much she'd chosen to ignore his unfaithfulness. She'd always told herself that it was because she put her 2 sons first, but now they were older, and mostly taking care of themselves. She'd accepted the abuse, anything for a quiet life, but holding the woman's letters made her feel wretched. She carefully replaced them in the box, then into the plastic bag. whilst tying it tight. She imagined it was Clifford's neck. She stood, arms folded, looking out of the bedroom window and listening to the Elvis song coming from the living room. Renée carried the hardback chair by her bed over to the wardrobe, opened the door, and got up on the chair. She had to stand on her tiptoes to reach for the hat box at the back of the shelf behind the shoeboxes. She eased it out and unsteadily got down before sitting on the chair and opening the lid. She lifted the soft tissue paper and removed the pristine white gloves, followed by the dark navy straw hat which had a yellow rose sewn onto the headband. She'd worn it to a wedding 20 years ago, but not since. Now that the hat box was empty, she pushed one side of the flat base up from the outside so she could remove the false interior bottom. The notes were all ironed flat and covered the entire secret compartment. She didn't touch them, but stared at the thick, neat rows. Some of the money she discovered in the airing cupboard after Clifford's arrest. She'd lied, and intimated that the detectives searching the flat must have nicked it, which her husband and John had accepted. Now Clifford was home, she wondered if the money would be safe in the hat box, but she could think of nowhere better to conceal it. She thought about what David had said about the £5 notes, and began to sort them out, stacking them on the bedside table one by one. Renée returned the other notes to the hat box compartment, put back the false base, then carefully replaced the hat and gloves and the tissue paper, before concealing the hat box once again behind the shoeboxes in the wardrobe. She began to count her £5 notes, but stopped abruptly when she heard Clifford shouting for her. "Hey, where are you, Renée?" She quickly stuffed the notes into her underwear drawer and covered them with stockings and panties. "Renée! What are you doing?" he shouted. She stared at her reflection in the dressing-table mirror. "Wishing I'd run away," she said softly to herself. She went to the lounge where Clifford was standing, legs apart, a large tumbler of scotch in his hand, as he chatted to two friends who were sitting on the sofa drinking port and brandy mixers. "We're starving. Fry us up something." "Where are the boys?" she asked. "Taking some pals home, and then going out to a club." "Bacon and eggs, sausages and baked beans, do?" "Yeah, and do some of that fried bread, love, and a pot of tea." Renée gave a smile and walked out. It was almost 9 p.m, and it surprised her that David had gone out clubbing. After all, it wasn't as if he could dance. Chapter 20. It was almost 10 p.m. by the time John finished fixing the brake on David's wheelchair and dropped him off at the top of the multi-story car park, as the lift was still broken. David sat in the chair, put on some gloves, and wrapped the blanket he'd brought with him around his knees. John handed him the walkie-talkie and a small bottle of whiskey. "Don't go drinking it all and falling asleep on us. Just take a wee sip if you feel cold." "Cold? It gets bloody freezing up here. I've had to put on long johns, a vest, 2 jumpers, and a thick coat to try and keep warm." "Good. Then you won't need to drink too much of the whiskey," John said cynically as he closed the rear door of the van. "God, it stinks of piss up here," David said, pulling a face. "Yeah, the tramps take a slash down on the first floor, and the smell travels up the stairwell. You'll be okay now. Only make contact if you see someone or something suspicious, and don't use names. All right?" "Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm good." John drove down to the exit, turned right and past the cafe and the bank before taking a small turning into a narrow lane behind the buildings. He pulled up by the cafe's yard, got out, and opened a tall double wooden gate, then drove the van inside, parked up and closed the gates. Silas was waiting by the back door. The small yard was piled high with garbage, and John noticed a few rats scuttling amongst the bags of waste food. "Lookout's in place," John said quietly, and went down to the basement, followed by Silas. Pots of paint, brushes and dust sheets were laid out, and the fake painted plasterboard had been removed, revealing the hole in the wall. John could see that Danny had dug a hole under the bank's basement to get access to the bits of the iron bars that were embedded underground, which he'd now cut away with the oxyacetylene torch. He told John he'd done an electric circuit test on the bars, and they were rigged up to an alarm, but he'd managed to bypass it. "I reckon our best bet is to dig the tunnel wide and deep enough for us to get in and out easily," Danny said. "What about the fat Greek?" John smiled. Danny laughed. "Yeah, maybe a bit bigger then, but we'll need more wood to shore the tunnel up, and we can dig under the other iron security bars on the right-angle wall of the bank's basement. Once we're a little way under the vault, we drill through the concrete floor. It should be easy street from there on in." John was pleased, realizing the job might be completed sooner than he'd initially thought. He said he had more wood in the lock-up garage. He pulled on his overalls as Danny handed the pieces of cut iron bar and bricks through the hole to Silas, who put them into a rubble sack. David stared down at the dark street below. Once more he was glad the height of the concrete wall of the car park was low enough to allow him to sit in his wheelchair, as he would have been in intense pain if he had had to stand throughout the night. He raised the binoculars and began to scan the streets surrounding the cafe. He felt increasingly tired as the hours passed, and only a few cars, buses, and black cabs moved up and down the otherwise empty roads. He figured it was so quiet because the location bordered on the City of London, with its banking and financial offices, which were all closed at night, and there was little residential housing in the area. It was 3 a.m. when he was suddenly woken by the sound of raised voices and glass breaking down below in the car park, directly opposite the cafe. Due to the angle, he couldn't see who was making the noise, unless he leaned over the car park wall. He cursed himself for dozing off as he pressed the button on the walkie-talkie. He was about to say David to John when he remembered they weren't supposed to use names. But John had not said anything about coded call signs, so he improvised on the spot. "Eagle to brushstroke. Eagle to brushstroke, over," he said, released the talk button, and waited for a reply. In the basement, John and the others were taking turns digging and filling sacks with soil. When they heard David on the radio, they looked at each other with bemusement. "What the fuck is he on about?" John exclaimed angrily as he grabbed his walkie-talkie and indicated for Danny and Silas to stop working so he could speak with David. "I said no contact unless urgent." "It is. Person's opposite you. Over." "Who?" "Don't know. Can't see him." "Well, get in a position you can." David sighed as he hated heights, and certainly didn't fancy leaning further over the wall, which was nearly 50 feet from the ground. He slowly raised himself out of the wheelchair. He felt dizzy as he bent over the wall, and looked down to see a silver bulbous rose which he recognized straight away as being the top of a policeman's helmet. The officer was remonstrating with a drunk vagrant who'd obviously, from the wet stream on the pavement, been having a piss-up against the car park wall. David could see brown glass from a broken beer bottle glistening in the streetlight. He assumed the vagrant had dropped or thrown the bottle. He watched as the officer gave him a slap round the head and told him he was nicked. David crouched down, pressed the talk switch and whispered, "Stay quiet. It's a rozzer nicking a pissed-up tramp." There was a crackle, and David was unsure if he'd got through. "Do you read me? Keep the noise down. He's right opposite the front of the cafe. Over." "Make contact when you have the all clear. Over," John answered, knowing that a paddy wagon would probably be on the way to pick up the arrested vagrant. He whispered to Silas and Danny that they'd have to stop work and remain totally silent for as long as it took for the drunk to be carted off. David stayed crouched down, and a few minutes later heard the sound of the policeman's radio, but not what was being said. He peeked over the wall and saw the officer lift the vagrant by the scruff of the neck and drag him across the road towards the cafe. His heart began to beat rapidly, and his mouth went dry as he wondered whether or not to make further contact with John. As the officer turned and looked up the street, David ducked down, and he could feel himself shaking with nerves, and although cold, he began to sweat as he called John. "Stay quiet. He's outside the cafe now." As John pressed the received button, Silas dropped the brick he'd been holding straight onto a large tin of paint, sending a loud, reverberating clang echoing around the room, which came through on David's radio. "Shit, shit, shit," David thought to himself as he watched the officer, who was now peering in through the cafe window. His mind was racing. He was panicking and wondered if he should scarper in his wheelchair, but he knew his brother would beat him black and blue if he did. He pressed the talk button. "For Christ's sake, what's going on in there? The copper's looking in the window now." Below in the basement the men froze, and John glared at Silas for his blundering stupidity. David sat on the ground, his knees squeezed tight to his chest, his arms and head buried between them.
Hearing the ringing sound of a police van bell, he raised his head and saw the blue flashing light flickering in the sky around him. The van pulled up outside the cafe, and the vagrant started to play up, shouting abuse and saying he wasn't getting into the van. The driver got out, opened the rear doors, and the two officers picked the vagrant up by the arms and legs, then unceremoniously flung him in the back, slamming the doors shut before the van drove off. David breathed a sigh of relief. "Saved by the bell," he thought to himself, and smiled as he radioed John. "OK, Rosers and Tramp gone. Over?" "Are you giving the all clear? Over?" The incident had made David so nervous he now needed to take a leak. It got worse as he squeezed his legs together. "Yeah, they've left him in the paddy wagon. I'm freezing cold, and I really need to go to the lav. Over?" "Well, piss against the wall, or wait for me to collect you in 10 minutes. I'm calling it a night now. Over and out." Silas shook his head in disbelief. "Why we stop? We have cut through bars, started to dig tunnel to vault, so let's keep going." John prodded him in the chest. "'Cause I said so. That was a close call, thanks to your greasy fingers dropping that fucking brick. If the Roser heard it, he might get suspicious and come back. So we clean up, replace the plasterboard and call it a night right now." David was by now desperate, and ended up partially wetting himself in his hurried effort to undo his fly and pull down his long johns. By the time John came to collect him, he was shivering uncontrollably and was near to tears. Rennie was woken by the sound of the flat door closing, and realized it was the boys returning home. But after looking at the bedside clock, she was surprised to see it was 4:30 in the morning. She turned over to go back to sleep, but could see Clifford getting out of bed and pulling on his dressing gown. "It's 4:30, Cliff. Why are you getting up now?" she asked. "Need the toilet. Besides, I'm used to rising early in the nick, you know that." After a few minutes, Rennie heard voices coming from the kitchen. She put on her dressing gown and walked in. John and Clifford both fell silent. "Is everything all right?" "Yes. Go back to bed, woman," Clifford said. "Shall I make a cup of tea?" she asked. Clifford glared at her. "No, just bloody well go back to bed." She closed the door and went to the bathroom. "David, are you all right in there?" she asked as she tapped gently on the door. David was lying in the bathwater. Every part of his body ached, and he felt like he was on fire. "I'm just having a nice soak, Mum. Will you need me to help you get out?" "No." Rennie stood in the hallway feeling irritated that she couldn't even go into the kitchen and brew up a cup of tea. She already suspected John and David were up to something, but now her husband was home, she was certain all of them were. The way John and Clifford had just looked at her was behaviour she'd seen from them many times before when something was going to go down. Then there would be the inevitable knock on the door from the Rosers. She worried her David was yet again being dragged into something. She decided she would find out what, as soon as she was alone with him. Chapter 21. Jane arrived at work to find a note from Bradfield telling her she'd have to return to normal duties. She wondered if she'd upset him, but not wanting to question his decision, she reported to the duty sergeant. The Julianne case had gone cold. They'd also questioned Dwayne Clark, who'd come in accompanied by Stonex. Detectives had not found any drugs at Clark's address, or at his friend's flat in Coventry, and as he had a strong alibi for the murder of Julianne, he was released without charge, pending further inquiries. The toxicology tests on the blood samples taken from the body of Eddie Phillips were underway, and early indications were he'd injected himself with pure heroin and in a drug-induced stupor fallen over and then collapsed into the canal where he drowned. The scientists concluded that the overdose alone would have killed him within a few minutes. It was believed that O'Dunsey had deliberately supplied Eddie Phillips with the lethal heroin, intending to kill him as he feared he would tell the police about his drug dealing and abuse of Julianne. However, as much as it angered Bradfield, he knew he didn't have enough evidence to prove that it was O'Dunsey who supplied Eddie, and therefore couldn't charge him with his murder. Experience had taught him that some you win, some you lose, and no matter the result of a case, you had to move on and not let it fester in your mind. But putting O'Dunsey away for the rest of his life was something Bradfield would have loved to have done. The depression could be felt by everyone. Time was spent going over all their evidence to date, but they had no further suspects. Jane hadn't yet seen Bradfield, and wondered if he was sleeping off his hangover in his office. She was given a 15-minute break mid-morning, and was on her way to the canteen when he walked into the corridor. I've been meaning to talk to you." He was flushed, and she was unsure if he was about to tell her off or explain why he'd put her back on normal uniform duties. He gave a cursory look around before he reached for her hand. Listen, about last night. I would have said something first thing, but, well, we've been pretty caught up. I just wanted to apologise. I hope I didn't make any untoward advances. I was well drunk, but I remember you helped me back." "It was fine, sir. Nothing happened." He grinned. "Oh, well, chance to be a fine thing. But thanks." He walked off, and Jane continued on her way to the canteen, when Kath hurtled up behind her. "You ain't going to believe what I might have dug up. It came at me like the proverbial brick in the head last night in bed, and this time, Jane, darling, if I'm right, it really is my golden ticket into the CID. She hooked one arm round Jane's shoulders and waved a single sheet of typed paper. "But first, I need your help to check something. You still got the list of serial numbers Julianne's father gave Bradfield?" "The original's locked away with the exhibits, but I wrote them all down on some index cards as well." Kath's excitement was mounting as they hurried into the incident room. Jane pulled out the index cards from the carousel and handed them to her. Pushing her paperwork to one side, Kath laid the cards in a row on the table, and then placed the piece of paper she'd been carrying next to the cards. "Right, I'll read out a number on my list, and you check it against the Collins list," Kath said. "But we've already checked the serial numbers and matched the notes O'Dunsey stole from Julianne." "We haven't checked my list," she smiled, tapping her finger on the piece of paper she'd put on the table. Jane could see it was a further list of banknote denominations and serial numbers. "Did they find some more money at O'Dunsey's squat?" Kath shook her head. "I woke up in the middle of the night, and I just knew that I was missing something, but not what it was that I was missing. Do you understand?" "No, I don't, other than you've lost something. I've been so bored, and I had to cover the front desk yet again as I'm back on uniform duties. Did I upset Bradfield?" "No, he had no choice. Chief Super said to release you." Kath looked back at the list. "Shit! I know I'm right." "Sorry, what you got?" "Okay, the money he'd hidden, some of it still had the currency wrap around it. That's what I'd missed. Well, until now." "Who'd hidden, Kath? I'm not following you." "Kenneth Boyle. Remember that little scumbag? I nicked him turning over an old-age pensioner's place, and we searched his flat." "The bloke you had up in court the other day, the one who got a soft sentence?" Kath nodded, and reminded Jane how Boyle had a load of money hidden in an old shoebox in his bedroom, which he said he'd nicked from other old people's flats. But having now checked the victim's original burglary reports, she realized the total amount of money stolen didn't add up to what was in the shoebox. "Well, he'd probably spent some of it," Jane replied. No, listen to me. That's what's been nagging me. There was much more in the tin than he'd confessed to stealing. I thought at first he probably did more burglaries than he admitted. But then I remembered some of the notes in the tin had a currency wrap around them, like the ones Bradfield found at O'Dunsey's. "My God! Do you think some of the Boyle money may have been cash Julianne stole?" Jane asked excitedly. Kath's eyes lit up. "Yes, I've listed the serial numbers on what we found at Boyle's place, so let's start checking them against Mr. Collins's list. We'll do the ones in the bank wrappers first." Kath and Jane got to work. It was only a matter of seconds before Kath shouted, "Bingo!" and started leaping up and down. "Boyle was arrested a couple of days after Julianne's murder. Didn't I say he gave it up too easily about the burglaries? He looked like a cat that got the cream and will no doubt get a pitiful sentence. He thinks he's got away with it. I'm right, I know it." It was Kath's turn to look like the cat with the cream, as one by one she ticked off further serial numbers that matched the money seized from Kenneth Boyle. She gave Jane a big hug and did a small sachet dance to DCI Bradfield's office, and in her excitement forgot to knock before walking in.
"Get out, Morgan!"
he bellowed, and she saw that he was with D.I. Spencer Gibbs, having a celebratory whisky over his reinstatement to normal duties.
"This is really important, sir. I think I may have found Julianne's killer."
Jane finished the few bits she had left to do, and was about to make her way down to the front office, when she stopped to look at the photographs of Julianne pinned to the board on the wall. She stared at the beautiful face of the young girl before she'd become addicted to heroin. The picture next to it, taken at the post-mortem, was covered by a piece of paper which Jane lifted back to reveal Julianne's drug-ravaged body. The marks on her neck were horrific, but her bulging eyes and swollen tongue, caused by the strangulation, were the most sickening sight. Jane hoped Kath was right about Boyle. Whoever had done this to Julianne deserved to be caught, and put away for a very long time. Jane shook herself and went downstairs. She found Sergeant Harris, who, apologizing, said he needed her to continue covering the front desk. She knew he was deliberately making her do it, but was determined not to show any of the antagonism she felt towards him. She simply smiled.
"Yes, of course, Sergeant Harris."
He'd never mentioned the recovered money and Jane's property store lists. In fact, since the incident, he'd been surprisingly polite when speaking to her, which made her feel even more suspicious. Jane wondered if he was just biding his time before doing something else to try to make her look bad. An hour passed with no one attending the station counter, and Jane was feeling quite bored. She sat down at the desk, and remembering D.S. Gibbs's advice at the squat raid, started to read the weekly published General Orders and Regulations. She'd just become engrossed by a list giving details of which officers had been sacked or fined for misconduct when the front desk phone rang. Jane picked it up, asking how she could help the caller. She listened, as someone on the other end with a squeaky voice rambled on, not letting her get a word in. She took the phone from her ear, held her hand over the mouthpiece, and turned to Sergeant Harris, who was sitting at the duty desk typing up a report.
"Sarge, I don't know if I should take this call seriously or not."
"We take every call seriously, Tennison. What's it about?"
"Sounds weird. He said something about picking up a conversation on his radio at home about a robbery."
Sergeant Harris pursed his lips.
"Well, that's a new one on me. Bloody time-waster. Give it here."
He got up from his desk and went over to Jane, who handed over the phone.
"This is Duty Sergeant William Harris. Please slow down, son. If you just—"
Jane smiled, realizing Harris was having the same difficulty understanding the caller. He shook his head and raised his eyebrows.
"Just you listen up, son. Unfortunately, we've had a serious incident that requires every officer's urgent attention. Please call back later."
He put down the phone. "I thought we took all calls seriously," Jane said, wondering if she was chancing her luck with a flippant remark.
"Not with squeaky nutters, we don't."
The door to the charge room opened. Gibbs walked out and crooked his finger to Jane.
"If I find out that lipstick joke's anything to do with you, you'll be sorry."
"I don't know what you're talking about, Sarge," Jane said.
"Yeah, neither did Kath, but I'll find out. I'll bloody find out." "What was he talking about?" Harris asked.
Jane shrugged. "I don't know, Sergeant." D.S. Gibbs went to speak with Bradfield, while Kath booked Boyle in at the station. Bradfield had moved fast after Kath had explained about the money, and a paddy wagon had been sent to Brixton Prison to collect Boyle and bring him back to the station. Boyle had asked Gibbs, who was accompanying him, why he was being taken back to Hackney, and Gibbs had replied that there were more break-ins they needed to speak to him about.
"He was really edgy and sweating. I made up a couple of addresses, and he said he'd broken in and nicked money from them. Kath Morgan was spot on. He's definitely hiding something if he's confessing to crimes that don't exist." "Who's his brief?" Bradfield asked. "Like last time. Doesn't want one. Might change his mind when he finds out why he's really here."
"Fuck him if he does. I'll get the files together. You bring Boyle up and tell Kath Morgan she can sit in on the interview with you and me." 10 minutes later, Gibbs and Kath brought Boyle into Bradfield's office, sat him down, and removed his handcuffs. He was unshaven, his face covered in acne, and nasty boils were visible on his neck above the prison-issue shirt. Bradfield got up and stood beside Boyle, placing a photograph of Julianne down on the table in front of him. "Do you recognise this woman?" Bradfield asked quietly, leaning over so his face was close to Boyle's. Boyle didn't answer. "Kenneth Boyle, I am arresting you for the murder of Julianne Collins. You are not obliged to say anything, but what you say may be given in evidence." Boyle wiped his sweaty brow with his nicotine-stained fingers and was about to say something when Bradfield interrupted him. "You refused a solicitor when D.S. Gibbs asked if you wanted one, so don't even think about changing your mind, or I'll write your confession myself." Bradfield opened his desk drawer and put a plastic property bag containing bundles of bank-wrapped £1, £5 and £10 notes on the table. When asked, Boyle admitted they were some of the notes recovered from his home, and said that he'd stolen them from a pensioner. "Well, Kenny, I've had the notes checked for the murdered girl's fingerprints. And guess what? They're on some of them. One print is right next to yours. So if you know what's good for you, I suggest you tell me exactly how they came to be in your possession." Boyle refused to look at Bradfield and shuffled his feet. "Oh, yeah, I did meet her and she gave me the money, right? She told me to get her some heroin. I mean, what I said was I could score for her, right?" "Right. So who's your dealer, Kenneth?" "Oh, well, I don't know his name, but I seen him passing gear on the streets, right? I mean, I don't know where he lives. That's the God's truth, sir." Kath crossed her legs as she watched the repellent Boyle attempt to lie his way out of anything to do with the murder. Bradfield concentrated on his notebook, tapping it with his pencil. "I mean, on my mother's life. The last time I saw her was after she gave me the money. She said to meet up with her outside the hospital. Well, I couldn't find this dealer, so I went to tell her, and she never showed up." Bradfield nodded his head, and then picked up a pencil sharpener and began to twist his pencil round and round in it. Kath was fascinated by how Bradfield deliberately changed his attitude towards Boyle, making it appear he believed him, encouraging him by accepting his story, and constantly nodding his head, saying he understood how difficult it would be for Boyle to name his dealers. "Right, that's right, but I swear before God, that's what I intended doing, scoring drugs for her." "Yeah, I understand. I mean, she was just a common little slag. She'd open her legs for drugs, right?" "Yeah, she fucked anyone, even the blacks. She was a tart, all right." Bradfield paused, then spoke quietly. "But she wouldn't screw you, would she?" he asked, without any trace of emotion. It was as if Bradfield had hit a raw nerve as Boyle pursed his lips. "Yeah, I mean, she was a slag, right? And she got this posh way of talking, looking down on me." "That must have really pissed you off." Boyle nodded, and then Bradfield slowly pushed the photograph of Julianne closer. "She deserved what she got." Kath watched, as there was a glance between Bradfield and Gibbs, who had so far not spoken. Gibbs now leaned forwards, jabbing Boyle with his finger. "She'd fuck anyone else but you, because you are a stinking little no-good thief. She told you to piss off. You got riled and decided you were going to show this slag that nobody like her could refuse you, and you made a grab for her." Bradfield patted Gibbs's arm, and he sat back. "Easy, Spence. That wasn't how it happened, was it, Kenneth? Yes, you put your hands up for nicking from pensioners, and you owned up to the magistrate. But this was different. She was lovely, and you knew what she was. But that didn't matter, did it?" "I don't go out with Toms," Boyle said, shaking his head. "Oh, come on, Kenneth. You liked her, and you'd got money now, all that cash you nicked." "Did you offer to pay her?" Bradfield asked, and moved Julianne's photograph closer. Gibbs leaned forwards again. "Shit, you were going to pay to screw her, and she still turned you down. That must have fucked your head, 'cause you knew she was a slag, knew everyone else was getting it." "No!" Boyle's face twisted.
Bradfield slid in his next question. "When did you know about the money she had? I don't believe she'd give you cash for drugs, as she already had her own dealer." Boyle was so thick he couldn't see how Bradfield and Gibbs were playing with his head, and there was a hideous pause as Boyle stared at the floor and constantly scratched his raw acne. He wouldn't look up. "She dropped her purse and—" "Oh, I see. She dropped her purse and you picked it up." Gibbs cut in. "You ripped her blouse open and pulled off her bra so you could fondle her tits, but she resisted, and you went ape and strangled her with her own bra." Still Boyle said nothing, but from the look of self-pity on his face, Bradfield knew he and Spencer Gibbs had got it right about what happened in the kids' adventure playground. Gibbs replaced the picture of Julianne before she started taking drugs with the one of her body at the playground. "That's what you did to her. You murdered her, and then stole her money. Look at the photograph. See her eyes and tongue? Remember them bulging out as you squeezed the life out of her? Can you? Look at it," he shouted. Boyle swiped at the table, and the photograph slid onto the floor as he started crying. Bradfield leant over and patted Boyle's back. "Come on now, son. Calm down. Take us through what happened, Kenneth. You'll feel better once you get it off your chest. Just tell us what happened, because I know you never meant to hurt her." Bradfield waited as Gibbs collected the photographs and stacked them like a pack of cards. "You got a tissue, W.P.C. Morgan?" Kath delved into her pocket and passed over a clean tissue. Bradfield handed it to Kenneth, who blew his nose and then began to knead the sodden tissue. "It was night time, and I saw her on a swing in a kid's playground by the Kingsmead estate. I went over to her. She stopped and looked me up and down, and I told her I'd seen her around lots of times, even talked to her once. But she ignored me, said to go away. I tried to talk to her more, and was being nice, but then she told me to piss off, as she was waiting for someone. But I guessed it was for a punter. So I said I had money to pay her for sex. And she laughed at me. She got off the swing and started to walk away. So I touched her shoulder and asked her to stay. Next thing I knew, she turned round and spat at me. She gobbed at me right in my face. She dropped her bag and bent over to pick it up, and I don't know, I just went crazy. Dragged her to the ground and got on top of her." He started crying again. "I know it must be horrible for you to recall it all, son, but you're doing well, and it's almost over, so keep going," Bradfield said, urging him to confess. "Oh, Christ, I don't know how it happened. I put one hand over her mouth, then ripped her shirt open and pulled at her bra, which came undone. Then she bit my hand, and when I pulled it away from her mouth, she started to scream. I was scared someone would hear her, and in a panic I put the bra around her neck and shit, I didn't mean it, but I kept on pulling it tighter and tighter." He sobbed, using his hands to show how he pulled the bra, crossing his wrists as it tightened round her neck, and then tightened it in a knot. "I got scared and ran off with her bag. It wasn't for the money, I swear before God it wasn't for the money. I didn't know how much she had until I got home." Jane went to the ladies' locker room to hang up her uniform jacket before going off duty. She saw an upset-looking Kath sitting on a bench, and hesitated before going over to ask if she was all right. "Yeah. Kenneth Boyle just confessed to killing Julianne. It was so sickening listening to him go over it all. He's been charged now by D.S. Gibbs, and he'll appear at the magistrate's court in the morning. It's weird. I just want to cry. But I tell you, Bradfield's a cool bastard. Just as I thought he was feeling sorry for the pathetic little shit, he laid it on him that he also killed the kid she was expecting. His voice was harsh, and you could tell he loathed Boyle. Gibbs is the same. They kind of do a double act. But they got him to admit everything. No big drama, it was just... She sighed. It wasn't making me feel good, which I honestly believed it would, you know, getting closure. but all I could really think of was what a waste of life. Anyway, this time he won't get banged up for months. He'll be there for 25 years at least. Back in her room at the section house, Jane couldn't stop thinking about what Kath had said about the waste of life. By the time she'd got undressed and was ready to take a shower, she didn't feel like having anything to eat, or, God forbid, going to the pub, or sitting in one of the TV rooms. Lying down on her bed, she found herself thinking of Bradfield and his remark. Chance would be a fine thing. Did he mean that he expected an approach by him to be rejected? She curled up and tucked her hands under her chin. At the beginning of the investigation, she hadn't been impressed by his manner, but now she knew she was infatuated and even in awe of him. Over and over again she'd been surprised by him. The time she'd seen him gently touch the dead girl's foot. His kindness at the Collinses' house before he knew about their daughter's beating. How, drunk outside the pub, he'd told her that he'd felt as if they were the only ones who cared. She remembered, too, all the odd things he'd said to her, unsure if they were complimentary or not. She curled up tighter because now, lying alone in her room, she had to admit to herself that she hoped that he did like her.
Chapter 22. Crossing the station yard to prepare for the early shift parade at 6 a.m., Jane was startled to see a disgruntled Sergeant Harris carrying a large black bin bag. "Morning, Sergeant," she said over-brightly. "Bradfield's lot had a big booze up in the CID office last night. The cleaner was refusing to deal with a mess until I offered to help, so I've had to schlep out these ruddy beer cans and bottles. Christ only knows how much they all put away, but I heard someone had to carry WPC Morgan to a taxi. Can I help?" "No, it's done. You can go out on foot patrol today, 7 beat covering Shoreditch on the far end of the ground. Can I get a panda car to drop me off?" Jane was surprised, yet pleased that Harris was letting her out on patrol for once. "No, bloody well walk or get a bus. There's an outstanding call from last night on that beat, so get the details from the control room." Jane spoke with a PC who was manning the phones and radios. It transpired the call had come in at midnight, but as it was very busy, no one was available to attend, and the disgruntled caller was told someone would visit him in the morning. The PC handed Jane a copy of the message and said the night shift operator had told him the caller had some information about a possible robbery. Jane asked why the CID weren't dealing with it, and the PC said the caller had a squeaky voice and sounded a sandwich short of a picnic. Jane guessed it was the same person Harris had put the phone down on the day before. She looked at the caller's details. His name was Ashley Brennan, and he lived in Hoxton Street. Gathering up her things, she booked out a Storno radio and put it in her handbag before heading off to catch the bus. There was a faint drizzle, and Jane was wearing her police-issue cape to keep her dry. She laughed to herself as she recalled the night shift on patrol when she and Kath had eaten fish and chips under their capes so no one could see. She reached the terraced row of new, expensive-looking flats and checked she had the correct address before pressing the buzzer for the Brennan flat. She waited a while, and when there was no answer, pressed again. A distorted female voice asked if she was delivering groceries. Jane gave her name and rank, but there was a crackle and whistling sound. Unsure if she'd been heard, she was about to repeat herself when the door clicked open. Jane walked up the 4 flights of carpeted stairs and took a few moments to get her breath back before knocking on the door. She noticed there was a mezuzah screwed to the doorframe. The front door was opened by a small, overweight woman in her mid-40s, wearing a floral blouse and grey pleated skirt with pink slippers. "Mrs. Brennan?" Jane asked, guessing she was Ashley's mother. The woman gave her a quizzical, confused look. "Thought you were our grocery boy. I was expecting an early delivery." "Mrs. Brennan?" Jane asked again. The woman pressed her finger to her right ear, and Jane heard a high-pitched whistling sound. "I'm very deaf. What do you want?" Realizing that she was wearing a hearing aid, Jane spoke loudly and slowly. "I am WPC Jane Tennison, from Hackney Police Station, and I'd like to speak to Ashley Brennan." Mrs. Brennan called out Ashley's name and said that a policewoman was here to see him, but there was no reply. She let Jane into the comfortable-looking flat. She knocked on a closed door. "Ashley?
Come out of your room. There's a policewoman here who wants to talk to you." "About time. Let her in." "She is in, dear." "I mean in my room."
Jane recognised the squeaky voice coming from the room as the one from the previous morning's phone call. Mrs. Brennan opened the door and gestured for Jane to go in.
"Do you want me to come in with her?"
"No," Ashley said. Jane eased past Mrs. Brennan, who was pressing her hearing aid and causing it to whistle again.
"I'm expecting some groceries." "Go away, Mother." "He doesn't have many visitors. Is it about my disabled parking?" "Go away, Mother."
Ashley Brennan was sitting at a large wooden desk on a specially adapted swivel chair, which had a headrest, thick padded arms, and an extra wide cushioned seat. He was obese, at least 20 stone, and had a huge protruding stomach and thick, fat arms, but tiny feminine hands. His size made him look much older than Jane suspected he actually was. He wore a cotton t-shirt and baggy tracksuit trousers, and as he swivelled round to face Jane, she noticed he had small feet, encased in embroidered slippers. On the desk there was a telephone, filing tray, jeweller's-type magnifying glass, tweezers, soldering iron and bits and pieces of wire lying around next to an electrical circuit board of some sort. Behind him, on top of a long wooden cabinet, there were 2 reel-to-reel tape-recording machines, and 2 large pieces of electrical equipment with numerous dials and yellow-coloured arrow meters. Jane suspected they were radios of some sort, but only because they were attached to a large aerial hanging out of the window.
"She's as deaf as a post," he said.
Ashley had a yarmulke perched on the back of his head, and his hair was thick and dark, parted to one side and oiled flat. But rather strangely, he had a handsome face with dark eyes and a small nose.
"I'd like to see your identification, please."
"But I'm in uniform."
"You can never be too careful."
Jane opened her shoulder bag and handed him her warrant card, which he inspected and handed back. He invited her to pull over the chair that was next to his single bed and said she could use one of his pillows as a cushion. She declined the offer of the pillow, picked up the chair, and sat opposite him.
"I have to say, it's about time someone took me seriously. I have called so many times and to all the local stations. I was thinking about calling Scotland Yard or writing an official complaint to the Commissioner about it."
She sat poised with her notebook and pencil ready, assuring him that as a police officer and employee of the Commissioner, she was there in an official capacity and would treat anything he told her seriously. "Before we start, can I just have your full name, age and date of birth for the record, please, Ashley?" Jane asked.
"Ashley, no middle names, and my surname is Brennan, age 20, and born 20th of the 6th, 52.
"You're nearly 21, then," Jane remarked. He opened his desk drawer and took out a large diary, then swivelled round in his chair and pointed to the radio equipment.
"The one on the left is an RCA AR-88, renowned for its performance and reliability as a surveillance and intercept radio during the Second World War. Works on 6 bands and uses 14 tubes in a double pre-selection super heterodyne circuit, which I have modified to listen to the radio channels as well. The one next to it I'm very proud of, as I built it myself. It's an SSB transceiver with silicon transistors and Plessey integrated circuits."
The high-pitched voice she'd recognised was even more obvious, as Ashley needed to take short breaths between sentences. Jane wished he'd get to the point of why he'd called the police, but she didn't want to offend him further by showing a lack of interest. "And the bits on the desk, is that your latest creation?" she asked, hoping he wouldn't go into too much detail. He looked at her as if she'd asked a silly question.
"No, it's the circuit board and bits for my mother's bedside radio that went on the blink. It's obvious I'm fixing it."
Jane asked politely if he could move on to exactly why he wanted to speak with a police officer, and poised her pen, ready to write in her notebook.
"I inadvertently picked up the transmission using the RCA when I was trying to tune into a station. At first I thought it was the radio hams messing about, but the other night I became really concerned about their conversation. One was using the call sign Eagle and referred to the other as brushstroke. Eagle said, 'Stay quiet, it's a Rosa.' which of course I knew was another name for one of you lot. Then there was a loud, metal-type banging sound, and Eagle got quite panicky, saying the Rosa was looking in the cafe window. But they seemed to relax when he'd gone. I've a list of dates and times for everything I've recorded on my reel-to-reel.
Jane stopped writing and looked up at him. Sorry, did you say recorded?
Yes. I like to record radio programmes and listen to the ones I enjoy again. This was different, very suspicious with no names used, and they were not trained in radio etiquette, as sometimes, after saying over, they continued to speak instead of waiting for a reply.
He gasped and coughed. Jane asked if he was able to determine the area that the transmission came from, and he snapped impatiently that it could be a 1 to 2 mile radius, which in terms of London covered a lot of possible locations. He then detailed all the times he'd overheard the conversations and said he joined all the recordings together so the police could listen to the complete tape without changing reels. Jane asked him to play back the last bit he'd recorded about the Rosa looking in the cafe. It was difficult for her to hear clearly and make out exactly what was said, as the voices were muffled, and there was some interference, which Ashley explained was due to him moving the receiver dial to try and get a better signal. Jane's concentration was interrupted by the front door buzzer and Mrs. Brennan shouting loudly on the intercom to ask if it was the grocery delivery. The recording finished, and Ashley swivelled round to face her.
I am aware bits of the tape are not that clear, but I have listened to it over and over and have typed up what was said for you. Admittedly, they never mention the word bank, or, for that matter, robbery, but look at the times these men are working. Never in the day, always through the night, and then there's the banging sound, which could be digging. Eagle, I presume, is surveying the place they're working from. And why so anxious when the policeman turned up outside the cafe? I am correct in my suspicions, aren't I?
Jane closed her notebook and thought about how best to phrase her reply, as, from what she'd heard, she couldn't agree with him entirely. You may well be right, Mr. Brennan, but I need to report this to the CID, as it's something I, as a WPC, would not be allowed to investigate further. I'd like to take the tape and your notes of the conversation back to the station. He interrupted.
I suggest, WPC Tennison, you do just that, as I believe these men are committing a robbery, and you may already be too late to stop them.
Ashley promptly placed the tape and notes in a large envelope, which already had his name and address on it. He licked and sealed the flap, and then signed his name, the date, and time across the seal. He heaved himself out of the chair. His balloon-shaped body wobbled, and even the exertion of standing brought him out in a sweat. As he handed over the envelope, Jane thanked him and shook his hand, apologizing if he felt they had not taken his initial phone call seriously. She assured him everything would now be passed on to a high-ranking CID officer.
Good. I'll wait to hear of any developments and continue to monitor the situation on the AR-88. But I lost contact last time, so I may not be able to report any further conversations. My mother will show you out now.
He tottered to stand beside his desk and pressed a buzzer, which made a shrill ringing sound, and then he eased himself back into his chair. Can I ask, Mr. Brennan, are you a radio ham yourself? He glared at her.
I most certainly am not. I only receive signals and never transmit. The microphone came with the equipment, and is now purely for decoration purposes.
Jane smiled. She knew he was lying, and probably didn't have an operator's license, but liked to listen to pirate radio just as she did. He had done the right thing by calling the police, so she didn't press the matter any further. Jane let herself out of his stiflingly hot room and saw Mrs. Brennan standing in the hallway.
I'm a bit deaf, and my hearing aid's always playing up, so he rings that bell when he needs me, she said in a raised voice.
Ashley could maybe fix it for you.
What did you say, my dear?
Never mind, Jane said, and noticed the numerous boxes of groceries in the hallway. From one glance, she knew the pancake mixes, cakes and buns were destined for the woman's son.
He never leaves the flat. If we had a lift, it might help. I have a little invalid car the NHS gave me to get about in, but it's only 3 wheels and 1 seat, so I can't take him out in that. Our rabbi comes to see him when he can, but he's got a bad hip and can't manage all those stairs.
Jane thanked her and skirting round the groceries left the flat. Walking back to the bus stop, she wondered if Ashley could be right about a possible bank robbery, but doubted that the men would actually discuss it on the radio. Still, she'd have to report it to Bradfield now, although, given the vagueness of the information, she didn't look forward to telling him. The station was busy on her return at 10 a.m, as all the CID, desk officers and station clerical staff were in. It was time for her allocated refreshment break, and during it, Jane decided she would finish writing up her notes, and then speak with DCI Bradfield. As chance would have it, she'd just finished her porridge when he walked into the canteen, looking the worse for wear after a heavy night celebrating. As Bradfield approached, Jane blushed slightly, remembering her thoughts about him the night before. "We got him! Kenneth Boyle made a full confession to Julianne Collins's murder and has been remanded in custody by the Magistrates' Court to await trial, which will probably be in at least 18 months' time." Bradfield was jubilant, and Jane didn't tell him she'd already spoken with Kath. "That's great, sir. How have Mr. and Mrs. Collins taken the news?"
"Well, they're both distraught, but relieved they know what happened. The sad thing is that Mr. Collins still blames himself for their daughter's death."
Thinking she'd take advantage of Bradfield's good mood, Jane asked if she could have a word with him about another matter which she was concerned about. He sighed and checked his watch. She briefly recounted her conversation with Ashley Brennan and explained that, although he was a bit of an eccentric radio nerd, she felt there might be a robbery occurring, or about to happen. He yawned.
"Where?"
"I don't know, sir, but it's possible the suspects are in a cafe that may be close to a bank, and they could be attempting to break their way in." Jane held up the envelope with the tape and notes. Ashley Brennan recorded the radio conversations and made a number of calls to the police, which were ignored. I mean, what if he's right? We would—
"All right, give it here, and Spence and I'll listen to it. There's a reel-to-reel player somewhere in the property store, so go and get that out while I look at the nerd's report."
Jane tracked down the tape recorder. It was big and heavy, so she asked D.S. Gibbs to help her carry it up the stairs to Bradfield's office.
"You missed a good celebration last night. I got so plastered the bastards locked me in an empty cell to sleep it off. Mind you, the state Kath Morgan was in with something else, singing and dancing on the tables."
Having placed the tape machine on Bradfield's desk and plugged it in, Bradfield asked Jane to get him and Gibbs a coffee and a ham sandwich each. Gibbs said he couldn't face food yet, and a coffee would do, but Bradfield said to get Gibbs a ham sandwich as well. On her return to his office, Bradfield was reading the notes Brennan had made.
"What's this Ashley bloke like?"
She described him as he sipped his coffee and ate his sandwich, while Spencer sat head down and unusually motionless in one of the hard-backed chairs.
"Sit down, Tennison. You want your sandwich, Spence?"
Gibbs frowned as he lit up a cigarette.
"I'll throw up if I eat anything."
Jane sat down opposite Bradfield. He placed the transcription made by Ashley Brennan in front of him and said he wanted to follow the typed copy against the spoken words on the tape to see if they matched. Jane asked if he'd mind her reading over his shoulder, and he said not at all. Standing beside him, she lowered her head to read the transcript and noticed again how nice his cologne smelt. He switched on the tape machine. It was turned up very loud, and although distorted in some places, Jane listened more intently than before, and something began to bother her. No one said a word or reacted in any way whilst they listened to the end of the tape. Bradfield sat back in his chair and put his hands behind his head.
"What Brennan has typed up seems to fit with all the conversation on the tape. It's possible something is going down. Did Brennan have any idea of a location?"
he asked Jane. "He lives in Hoxton and reckons anywhere within a 2-mile radius." Gibbs snorted.
"That's right next to the bloody city. There's loads of banks around there, not to mention sodding cafes. So it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack, Tennison."
"Eagle could be a lookout, and Brushstroke a decorator or something like that, so—" Jane said hesitantly.
"The information that it's a bank is not reliable. It could be a pedigreed pet shop for all we know," Gibbs muttered. "Right. You can go finish your early shift now, Tennison. Let me have a think about the tapes,"
Bradfield said, and sat back to finish his sandwich. Jane felt disheartened as he didn't seem that interested. She walked to the door, then hesitated. "Should I type up a report?"
"Yes, you do that."
As the door closed behind her, Gibbs got up to stretch and said he was still feeling hungover.
"Sit down, Spence. We need to take another look over this Brennan stuff." "You are joking. He's a weirdo, and there's nothing in those tapes that rings real alarm bells for me."
Bradfield lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply before he continued.
"There are two possibilities here, Spence. One, Brennan's telling the truth. The tape is real and something big is going down."
Gibbs laughed.
"I know you don't believe that." "Two, he could be trying it on, faking it to get his name in the papers and make a few quid, sort of like a—"
Gibbs butted in.
"Well, that sounds more like a nutter to me, Len."
"Let me finish, will you? It could be a sort of copycat for the job that went down back in September 71. It was headline news for months, and then some kind of government gagging order was made, and it all went quiet."
"What job are you talking about?"
"You've a short memory, Spence. Big robbery. They got away with 500 grand from a bank in Baker Street."
"Shit. Wait a minute.
You're talking about that radio ham that heard the robbers and reported it?"
"Yeah, it's coming back now.
The hangover was making me brain cells flatline." Bradfield clicked his fingers. "It was a Lloyd's bank. I'm thinking the ham guy was called— Shit, let me think. I know, Robert Rankin, Rawlins— Rowland. That was his name. The press headlined it as the walkie-talkie bank robbery. You remember it now?" Gibbs nodded.
Yeah, but it's obvious this kid, Ashley Brennan, is just trying it on. Maybe even got his mates to help fake the tape."
"Possible. But we are going to have to check it all out, because if the tape is for real, and we ignore it, then we could all look like a bunch of pricks. We'll also look like idiots if we waste time and energy trying to prove what we already know, that he's a lying geek." They both turned to the door as Jane tapped and popped her head in. "I'm sorry, sir, but I was about to start work on the report and something kept worrying me. Would it be possible for me to hear the tape again?"
"Don't worry, we are going to check out its authenticity," Bradfield said, looking at Gibbs, who rolled his eyes.
"I'm sorry, sir, but can you please play it again? It's very important," Jane asked nervously.
Bradfield looked at Gibbs. "She wants to hear it all again, Spence," he said sarcastically,
and Gibbs shrugged his shoulders. Bradfield fiddled with a rewind switch and swore as he failed to stop it before the tape flapped loose from one of the reels.
"Shit! Hang on, let me get it back on the bloody thing."
"It's the bit where Brushstroke says something like, 'Get out, piss against the wall,' and ends, 'I'm calling it a night now.'" Bradfield fumbled with the tape.
"Just let me fast forward."
He was so cack-handed that Gibbs took over, and then, with the tape in place and fast-forwarded, he pressed play. Jane stood beside them, listening, then asked for it to be played again. A bemused Bradfield looked at her.
"Why?"
"I could be wrong, but I really need to hear it again." As Bradfield rewound the tape and replayed it, he and Gibbs looked at each other, both shaking their heads, wondering what on earth she'd picked up on. "I think I recognize the voice," she said quietly, and both men turned to face her in unison.
"You are joking,"
Spencer said. "I may be wrong, but I think that Brushstroke is John Bentley. The reason I remember his voice is because of the way he shouted at me to get out of the flat the time I took his mother home." She was trying to keep her voice steady. Bradfield put his arm around her shoulders. "OK, just calm down, listen to it again, but you need to be bloody sure about this." Gibbs looked annoyed. "What were you doing with John Bentley's mother? Are you friends with the family?" Bradfield waved his hand for Gibbs to shut up. "Take your time, Jane. We can play it over a few times if it'll help." He reached for Brennan's log and skimmed down the times listed before pointing out that all the conversations had taken place late at night through to the early hours of the morning.
"Seems like this Brennan kid never goes to sleep."
"I doubt it. He's very overweight. Never goes out."
"Play it one more time, Spence."
The three listened as the last section was replayed, and then Bradfield rewound the tape. After a pause, Jane bit her lips with nerves. "I'm sure it is John Bentley."
He scared me, and that's why I remember his voice."
"Well, seems this Ashley Brennan may be right about a bank job, so I want a surveillance team on standby. If Bentley's involved, we can tail him from his mum's home, then see what he's up to and who with."
Jane was feeling very nervous, as Bradfield yet again put his arm around her shoulders, trying to give her encouragement. "Listen one more time. We'll play the whole tape again, just to be 100% sure. If you're right, we've got a good lead that we'd never have had without you recognising his voice."
"How old is this Ashley Brennan?" Gibbs asked.
"He's 20, well, nearly 21, Jane replied.
"Jesus Christ, Len. Are you taking this all seriously and ramping up a job on a few taped conversations made by a kid nutter? I mean, it could be fucking anyone doing house renovations. Before we start organising surveillance, why not check the kid out to see if he's for real first?"
A fed-up Gibbs said petulantly. "He said that he'd lost contact the last time, something about moving the aerial, and he might not be able to make any further recordings."
"Terrific. So there's no point going back to him, right?" Gibbs stubbed out his cigarette. "Come on, Spence, loosen up. Since when do decorators use code names and a lookout with a walkie-talkie?" "Yeah, I am taking this seriously, Spence. Years back, I was on the arrest of the Bentleys. Clifford, the dad, along with his sons John and David, were nicking lead off a church roof. David jumped cross knows how far down off the roof and broke both legs. Clifford Bentley's a real hard case who worked with the Crays. He's in Pentonville Nick for armed robbery. They're tough bastards, that family." "So if you nicked him, don't you recognise his voice? It was bloody years ago."
Gibbs shrugged his shoulders as the tape was set up again. Jane was clenching her hands tightly as the tape was played from the beginning to the end. There was a pause as Bradfield switched off the tape and looked at her. "Yes, I think it's him."
"Need more than just, I think, Jane." "Too bloody right we do, because this kid Brennan could be a wanker just wanting to get his name in the papers," Gibbs retorted.
"I don't think so. He seemed quite intelligent to me."
Bradfield looked angry. "I don't care about the kid. Is it John Bentley's voice or not?"
She slowly nodded her head. "All right. Yes. I'm certain that's John Bentley's voice." Chapter 23. Renee guessed where her husband was going as the bathroom stank of his splashed-on aftershave, and he'd put on a freshly ironed shirt, new trousers, and well-polished shoes. She knew he wasn't going to the pub for a lunchtime tipple, as he'd claimed. He had to be going to see the slut. But Renee wasn't concerned, and showed no interest or contempt, not even asking what time she could expect him home. If he was late for his dinner, she'd just leave it on top of the kitchen table with a plate over it, and he could then reheat it in the oven. But she was concerned about David, as he was still in bed, and from the coughing and sneezing coming from his room, she worried he was coming down with bronchitis. John got up for some dinner at 2:00, and still in his dressing gown sat at the kitchen table, eating his food and reading the paper. Renee asked why he didn't fancy joining his dad for a pint, and John said lamely that lunchtime boozing made him tired for the rest of the day. She noticed his hair was dusty, and brushed it lightly with her hand.
"Your hair needs a good wash. Is it cement?"
He flicked her hand away, and she could see how dirty his fingernails were.
"Get off, Ma. I've been stripping plaster at mine, and the dust gets everywhere."
She shrugged her shoulders. God forbid he'd ever get a paintbrush out and do her flat up, she thought to herself.
"Doing your place up with the intention of moving back in, are you?" she asked hopefully.
He sighed, and although irritated, made no reply, but she persisted.
"She moving out, or are the two of you getting back together?" "Drop it, Ma."
She could see she was riling him, so stayed quiet, and warmed some soup up which she took through to David's bedroom with some bread and butter. She fluffed his pillow as he sat up and took the tray.
"You stay in bed. I think you're coming down with a bad cold. I'll get the thermometer and check your temperature."
"I'm fine, Ma, and thanks for the soup. Are Dad and John in?"
"Your dad's gone out all done up to the nines, and John's in the kitchen eating dinner covered in dust. Says he's decorating his place, which means he's either going back with her, or he's kicked her out and he's moving some new tart in."
David was unsure what she was talking about as she started to pick up the clothes he'd worn that night from the floor.
"Leave it, Ma. I'll tidy it later. You're not well, son, so you rest and leave it to me."
She put his T-shirt, jeans and underpants over her arm. Lifting his long johns, she could see they were dry, but urine-stained around the crotch. Knowing he often had accidents when he couldn't get to the toilet quickly enough, she said nothing about it.
"What are you wearing long johns for? It's not that cold out."
David ignored her and opened his bedside cabinet, took out his bottle of painkillers, then tipped out 4 and swallowed them with a spoonful of his soup.
"You be careful. You'll get addicted to them, son."
He winced as he rested against his pillow.
"I'll be all right. My back's just playing up. I'll wear me long johns for the warm. Helps the pain. Thanks for the soup and bread, but I can't finish it all. I notice your chair's not in the hall. Is something wrong with it? 'Cause, you know, if you walk too much, it affects your back and leg. So where is it?"
"It's in John's van."
"What van?"
"For goodness sake, Ma, the one he uses for decorating," he said, and closed his eyes. With his dirty clothes over her arm, Renee took the tray of half-finished soup and left him to sleep. Returning to the kitchen, she'd put the tray on the counter by the sink, and saw John had dumped his dirty, dust-stained work overalls by the washing machine. She thought she would maybe take them to the laundrette, as she didn't want to use her pristine washer and tumble-dryer for workman's clothes. Renee went to watch TV in the lounge, and with her feet up, fell asleep. She woke with a start when she heard the front door slam shut. Dragging herself up, and a little disorientated, she called out to see who was either coming in or going out. There was no answer, and looking round the flat, she was surprised that David and John had gone without saying anything, but not surprised that their beds were left unmade as usual. She checked the time. It was just after 6:30. With nothing else to do, she went and got her wheelie cart, and having stripped the beds, gathered up the heap of washing left in the kitchen, and put it all in the cart. She fetched her purse, and left the flat to go to the laundrette. The white surveillance van was parked amongst vehicles on the road directly across from the Pembridge estate. It was dirty and dented, and one side had scrapes and rust. Barely visible were the spy holes on each side. The back windows were blacked out, but not suspicious, as the tint had been made to look old and creased with the corners unstuck. The dashboard and interior front area was covered in old beer cans, newspapers and used takeaway cartons. The 2 officers in the back of the van had been there for almost 15 minutes, under orders from DCI Bradfield to monitor the Bentley men, but they'd not seen them exit the flats before they parked up. Outside the rented garage, David was sitting in the passenger seat of the fake decorator's van, while John changed into some paint-stained but dust-free overalls and some similarly stained working boots. John loaded the van with more wood to support the tunnel, then closed the door of the garage. He got into the van, and as he drove off, saw his mother in the distance, leaving the estate with her wheelie cart. "Where the fuck is she going?" he said in anger. Instead of turning left, John went right, and pulling up beside his mother, told David to open his window. "Where the hell are you going?" he shouted. Renee turned, startled at first, as she didn't recognize the voice. "I'm going down the laundrette with the bedsheets, David's clothes, and your dirty overalls." David gave a small hand-wave to his mother. John pursed his lips. "For Christ's sake, you don't have to go to the laundrette anymore." "Yes, I do. Are you off working? 'Cause David should be in bed as he's coming down with a cold." Leaning right over David, John wound up the window. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her, and angrily crunched the gears as he did a U-turn and drove off, not noticing the white surveillance van that was across the road from him. As the Bentleys drove off, the 2 officers in the back of the van recognized John from the criminal record photograph they'd had with them. One officer in the van, wearing workman's overalls, slid the concealed panel behind the front seats across and got into the driver's seat. Starting the engine, he followed the Bentley brothers, keeping a good distance. He radioed to another unit, a male and female officer ready and waiting nearby in the back of a fake black cab. "Bravo 1, eyeballed in white decorator's van, index Juliet Whiskey Bravo, 176 Charlie. Heading north up Homerton High Street carrying white male passenger unknown." Seeing the surveillance cab in his wing mirror, the officer driving the van held back.
2-4, take over the tail,"
he said over the radio, and the cab moved in behind the van. The surveillance vehicles constantly swapped position behind John Bentley's van, but always kept a car or two between them wherever possible so as not to be spotted. In Shoreditch High Street, the officer in the van radioed to his colleagues.
"Target right into Bateman's Row."
There was a short pause.
"Now left into Curtain Road. 2-5 take over."
2-5 received, the female officer in the cab replied, and her colleague driving took up position behind the van. The female officer continued.
"Target right into Great Eastern Street and moving slowly. Target now left into Charlie Papa."
The other surveillance vehicles knew the code. The target van had gone into the multi-storey car park. The surveillance cab parked up nearby. The male and female officer in the back of the cab got out and stood on a nearby corner holding hands, chatting and acting as if they were a loving couple out for a stroll. A few minutes later, the target van drove out from the multi-storey car park and turned left. From their position, the two officers on foot could only see the rear of the van. The female officer got on the radio as she and her colleague dashed back to the cab. "Target on move again, left out of Charlie Papa, 2-4, you need to follow." The surveillance van driver was parked up nearby and went to move into Great Eastern Street, but got stuck behind a learner driver at the junction. By the time he was able to get back onto the main road, Bentley's van was nowhere to be seen, and there were a number of roads he could have turned down.
2-5-4, target lost,"
he said, dejectedly over the radio. Taking a chance, he turned down a side road to look for the target vehicle, but with no luck.
"Please tell me you're joking,"
the now distraught female officer asked over the radio.
"I'm checking the back streets, but no eyeball on target." "Well, you can explain to the boss you screwed up," she replied.
"I knew we should have used more vehicles, and if you two hadn't got out on foot, this wouldn't have happened." The two surveillance vehicles checked every nearby road and narrow lane, but all they found were high brick walls and gated yards that they were unable to see over. Getting out and looking over the walls was not an option. They decided to return to the Pembridge estate and see if Bentley had driven back there. It never crossed their mind that John Bentley's passenger had been dropped off, as they now assumed his turning into the car park was a deliberate ploy to see if any unmarked police vehicles were following him. High up in his wheelchair, David could see the white van going up and down the alleyways through his binoculars. He was in two minds about making contact with the cafe, but was worried about John getting mad with him for making unnecessary contact. He was relieved and presumed the driver was lost when he saw the van turn onto the main road and drive off up Kingsland Road towards Dalston. As she waited for the drying cycle to finish, Renée read some of the discarded, out-of-date magazines that were lying around. When the dryer stopped, a woman offered to help her with the sheets, holding one end while she held the other, and together they folded all the bed linen. Renée had already put the other washing into her wheelie, and although the two women had hardly spoken to each other, they smiled, and both said good night. By the time Renée got back to Ashburn House, her breath was rasping, and the wheelie felt heavier than when she'd started out. Climbing the stairs to the flat and heaving the wheelie up each floor tired her out, and she had to keep pausing to catch her breath. The flat was in darkness when she let herself in. Feeling exhausted, Renée made herself a cup of tea and had some biscuits, then decided to press on and make up the beds before the boys got back, whatever time that would be. She started on David's bed first. Noticing the mattress was slightly urine-stained in places, she decided to turn it over. As she did so, she saw newspaper and magazine cuttings hidden beneath it, some of which slid off the divan and onto the floor. Using both hands to balance the mattress on its side, she shuffled the rest of the cuttings to the floor with her foot, and heaving some more, she eventually succeeded in turning the mattress over. Renée found herself gasping for breath, and had to sit down before she could gather the energy to pick up the cuttings. Some were from a travel brochure, advertising hotels in Florida, and tucked inside the magazine was an envelope with David's name and address. She looked inside the envelope, and was surprised to find a passport. Opening it, she saw that it was David's, and looking at his photograph, she realized it was at least 7 years old. Also in the envelope was a page from a medical journal, giving details about a hospital in New York City that specialized in orthopedic surgery and treatment for rheumatological conditions. She was unsure what the medical terms meant, but underlined was a reference to the hospital performing knee and joint replacements. It made her feel wretched, as her poor son must have had at one time hoped for an operation to cure his lameness. She sighed. In his dreams, maybe, she thought to herself. She placed everything on the bedside cabinet and set about making up the bed, tucking the cuttings and envelope back under the mattress after she'd laid the bottom sheet. Renee noticed that it was almost 8 o'clock and realized that she'd not had anything substantial to eat since lunchtime. She started to peel some potatoes for the mash and decided she'd cook the liver in gravy and put on some frozen peas to go with it as well. She spread some newspaper over the table and got a small plastic bowl, tipped in a few potatoes, and sat down to peel them. She always used the same small, sharp knife, cutting the skins off finely and methodically. As she did so, she thought about David's cuttings and why he'd hidden them. It made her feel depressed, as he'd never have enough money to get to places like New York or anywhere in America. David was her favourite son, the handsome one, who'd been the most caring and sweet-natured little boy. Now his life was ruined by his awful crippled leg, which was his father's fault. The tears started to trickle down her cheeks and drop into the dirty, potato-stained water as she thought of poor David's wasted life. Then she thought about her own life, and wept for herself. It was dark when Jane was woken by a knock on her door. She panicked, thinking she'd slept in and was late for the 6 a.m. early shift. She looked at her bedside clock and was relieved to see it was actually only 9 p.m. Opening the door, she saw Sarah in the corridor. "Hey there, it's Sarah Redhead, and there's a DCI Bradfield in the quiet room who wants to speak to you." "Did he say what he wants?" Jane asked, pulling on a pair of jeans and a T-shirt. "I'm only the messenger, sweetheart. He just said it was important. The old buzzard sergeant's on the prowl, so you'd better go down. God forbid a man's caught on our landing." Jane hurried down to the quiet room, wondering what was so urgent. "You wanted to see me?" she asked, as she entered the room and saw Bradfield wearing a white raincoat with the collar turned up. "Please, sit down. I need a quick chat with you about some developments regarding what you told us earlier today. I put a surveillance team on John Bentley. He was driving a white decorator's van that's not registered in his name, but that might be because he hasn't informed DVLC he now owns it, so that he avoids paying any road tax or parking fines." "Where did he go?" Jane asked with excitement and relief. "Don't know. They lost him up by a multi-storey car park in Great Eastern Street. It's possible he sussed he was being tailed. Anyway, they're sitting on his mum's flat to see if and when he returns. The reason I'm here is because all this is happening as a result of you recognising his voice on the tape, and a lot of East Londoners sound the same, so I am honestly sure it was him on the tape." She licked her lips nervously. "OK, he may be up to something, but he could also be working as a legit decorator. He had someone with him, but as yet we don't know who it was, other than a younger-looking white male. We also found out his dad Clifford has just been released from prison." "Do you want me to go into the station to type and index the reports?" "Not much point at the moment. There's a shed load of banks in the area where we lost him, and Hatton Garden with all the jewellery shops is just up the road." "So do you think Ashley Brennan could be right?" "Who knows, but we're going to try and find out. However, with the RCA equipment your report said he had, and bearing in mind some inquiries I made about it, he could actually be hearing someone talking in Brighton. We'll start from the point of his flat and work outwards, but even if we schlep all over London, we may never pinpoint where the calls were coming in from." "Were there any banks near the car park?" He sighed, irritated. "Yeah, like I just said, there's loads of them in the area, but none have reported a robbery or anything suspicious." "Sorry, I just wondered," she replied, feeling embarrassed. He suddenly leaned towards her, staring into her eyes. She blinked rapidly with nerves, and as she swallowed, he gently touched her cheek. "If you are wrong about Bentley's voice, then I'm wasting a lot of manpower, time and money." Before Jane could reply, the section house sergeant walked in, frowned, and said there was an urgent call for Bradfield at the reception desk. Bradfield asked for the call to be transferred through to the sergeant's office so he could talk in private, and told Jane to follow him. Jane waited outside, and a few minutes later he came out, rubbing his hands together and looking pleased. "OK, that was D.S. Gibbs. He's just visited the registered owner of the van Bentley was driving. It was in Kingston, and he's a decorator, but surprise, surprise, the bloke's been working locally all day, and his van was parked outside. So that means John Bentley's driving a ringer." "What's a ringer?" Jane asked. "Bentley's using copied index plates. so he's probably no decorator. Bradfield started to walk away, and Jane hesitated, not sure what to do, when he stopped and turned to face her. "Thanks for your help. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't instigating a wild goose chase. But now, with the added info from Spence, I think we may be onto something. The lads checking out Great Eastern Street said there's a trustee's savings bank next to a cafe and a tailor shop nearby that's had a light on all evening, so I'm going there now to check it out." "Do you need me with you?" "No, sweetheart. I'm bringing Kath in as I've put her on acting detective duties. Besides, we've got to make further inquiries. Go and get some sleep, as you've got uniform early shift in the morning." She felt insulted, as if he was treating her like a child, but he was gone before she had the opportunity to say anything. Untroubled by events above ground, the frustrated and exhausted threesome in the basement of Silas's cafe were working harder than ever before. The tunnel was progressing well, and was secured with wooden supports. From his vantage point, David could see with his binoculars there were lights on in the tailor shop near the cafe. The main window had a curtain pulled across it, so it was impossible for him to see directly inside the shop. A small blue Morris Minor van pulled up outside the tailor's, and a short, stumpy-looking bald man got out of the driver's side. He then opened the rear doors and lifted out 2 armloads of what appeared to be plastic-wrapped dry cleaning. As he approached the front of the tailor's, a woman opened the door and took some of the items from him. A few minutes later the man left in the Morris Minor van and returned half an hour later with another bundle of plastic-wrapped clothes, which he took inside the shop. David was concerned and pressed the button on his walkie-talkie to make contact with his brother in the cafe. Silas answered and listened as David told him about the activity outside the tailor's shop, but as it was 4 shops down, he was not unduly worried. John came on the radio and told David to keep contact to a minimum, unless it was something really important. It was coming up to almost 10 p.m. when David saw a man wearing a baseball cap and raincoat walking arm in arm with a woman along the street. They stopped by the tailor's, and the man pressed the bell. After a while he saw the blind on the entrance door lift, and the short, stumpy man let the couple in before closing the door behind them. It didn't appear suspicious, even at that late hour, and David just assumed it was someone who'd arranged a fitting or was picking up some clothes. However, Manny Charles, the shop owner, was totally freaked out when DCI Bradfield and Kath Morgan showed their warrant cards and asked to have a chat with him. Bradfield, in case of a lookout in the vicinity, had parked the unmarked CID car down a side street and walked to Manny's shop. Bradfield knew who Manny Charles was, but had never actually met him until now.
"Oi, vey, you're giving me heart failure. I done nothing wrong, I swear on me son's life. It's all kosher."
Manny pleaded nervously as Bradfield followed him in. Bradfield calmed him down.
"Nothing to do with your business, Manny. I just want to ask a few questions you might be able to help us with."
He looked around the dimly lit shop, which was stacked with rolls of fabric on shelves lining the walls. On the counter there were more rolls of fabric and some swatches, along with 2 tailor's dummies draped in a pinstriped wool material.
"I've only just collected the suits from the Horn warehouse manager, but I should have all the alterations done by midweek and ready for delivery,"
he said, and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket before continuing.
"Let's see. Oh, Mr. Bradfield, I got you down for dark navy with silk lining, double-breasted and very good quality, a 40 chest, 34 waist, 36 inside leg. Is that right, Mr. Bradfield?"
Kath was puzzled, wondering exactly what Manny was on about, as Bradfield smiled and said he'd ordered a new suit, but that was not what he'd come about.
"My wife's at the back. She's working on the suits I've just brought in. I can fit yours now. Make sure it's just right."
Bradfield said he was sure the suit would be fine, and his wife might be able to help with their inquiries, though this just seemed to worry Manny even more, and he said she was a bit of a klutz. The 3 of them headed through a door with mottled glass panels, which led into the sewing and fitting room. It was larger than the shop front, with a tall window at the back that had brown paper plastered across it and metal security bars. Next to it there was a heavy metal door that was padlocked, which obviously led to the backyard of the premises. 2 big electric sewing machines dominated the room, and there were tables and more stacks of wool and linen samples. Mrs. Charles, a diminutive woman with a curved back, was sitting by an old-fashioned pedal-operated sewing machine. She peered over the rim of her half-moon glasses as they entered.
"What do they want?"
Manny gestured for her to get on with her work. Using a small pair of scissors, she was removing labels from a heap of suit jackets and tossing them into a bin.
"What is the matter, booby?"
she asked her husband. Bradfield reassured her.
"Nothing to concern or worry you, Mrs. Charles. We're just here to have a chat with Manny about some suits we want made up,"
he said, deciding it was best not to involve her for the time being. Manny told his wife to go and make herself a cup of coffee. She took off her glasses and had to clutch the end of the table to stand. She was badly hunched and shuffled her way into a small kitchen area and closed the door.
"OK, Manny, I'm wondering if you've seen anything suspicious happening around here recently."
His eyes and mouth widened.
"Like what, Mr. Bradfield?"
Bradfield asked if Manny had seen anyone watching or asking about any of the nearby banks, or heard any sounds that were out of the ordinary, like heavy machinery or digging, perhaps. Manny shook his head.
"Have any of the other shop owners mentioned anything unusual?" "I don't really have anything to do with them, Mr. Bradfield. I just get on with me business, and my customers are mostly regulars that book an appointment for fittings. Passing trade's very poor."
"Who runs the store on the corner?"
"A bunch of Indian schmucks. They sell electric tools and machinery, but we never talk."
Bradfield smiled. "Do you get on with anyone in the street, Manny?"
"The woman who owns the shoe shop's very nice, and bought a coat and matching skirt from me."
"What about the Greek guy who runs the cafe?"
"Silas? Yes, he's always pleasant and friendly."
"I take it he bought goods from you as well."
"No. Why would he wear a suit in a cafe? He always gives me a little discount, which is kind, considering he doesn't do much business, apart from the bank staff next door to him. You should try his Greek coffee, with a sweet honey and nut baklava. I love it, but the nuts always get stuck in my teeth."
"Have you heard any noises coming from the cafe at night? Drilling or stuff like that?"
"No, but I don't usually work here late at night. Me and the wife just wanted to get all the detectives' suits done."
Bradfield asked about the backyards belonging to the shop owners in the street, and Manny told him he rented his out to a carpenter. He was unsure about the others, but as far as he knew, most shop owners used them for their vans or storage. Mrs. Charles returned with her coffee in a chipped mug and sat at her sewing machine. She began altering the waist on a pair of suit trousers and twisted the cloth expertly, working at an unbelievable speed. "Do you have a cellar, Manny?" Bradfield asked. Kath waited upstairs with Mrs. Charles as Manny led Bradfield down the narrow stone stairs to a large cellar the size of the entire space of the floor above. Racks of wrapped material were stored amongst cardboard boxes and old sewing machines. The walls were red brick and in many areas worn and in need of repointing. They could hear the sound of Mrs. Charles on the sewing machine as it echoed through the floorboards. Bradfield couldn't see any reason to remain there, and asked Manny to have a chat with his wife and let him know if she could add anything of interest. Walking back into the sewing and fitting room, Bradfield saw Kath standing with her arms stretched out, and Mrs. Charles holding a measuring tape round her chest. "What are you doing, Morgan?"
"Well, now I'm working in the CID as an acting detective, sir. I thought I'd get a nice two-piece skirt suit for work."
"Do it in your own time, not on the job. We're done here." Kath thought this was rather ironic, as it was obvious he and a few other detectives were getting new tailored suits, but she said nothing. Manny unlocked the front door and was ushering them out when he tapped Bradfield's arm.
"There is something a bit odd. I mean, it might not mean anything, but we've all been given our marching orders by the council as they's going to knock this row of shops down. The leases are up in 6 months. Me and Mrs. Charles can't work from home as the house is small and not big enough for all the materials and sewing stuff. So we're looking for a new place to set up business."
"What's odd about that?" Bradfield asked.
"Well, the Greek cafe, they got notices up that he's doing refurbishing. So to me it's a waste of good money if the place is going to be pulled down. Understand what I mean?"
Bradfield made no comment about the information, but asked Manny for an empty suit bag to be padded out with paper and old useless cut-offs. A puzzled Manny did as he was asked, and Bradfield thanked him for his time. "We'd appreciate it if you kept quiet about our chat, Mr. Charles." Manny nodded. "Mazel tov, Mr. Bradfield. And Miss Morgan, my wife will have the lady suit ready for you in good time," he said, and closed the door. As Bradfield and Kath walked to the car, she said, "Do you not want to take a look at the cafe?" He put his arm around her shoulders. "If they got a lookout position somewhere round here, I don't want them getting suspicious. That's why I asked for an empty suit bag that looks full. We just move on, nice and casual." On the way back to the station, Kath sat in the passenger seat as Bradfield drove. It was almost midnight. She was really tired, and had been in bed suffering from an almighty hangover when they'd called her in. "There was something going on that I thought was rather odd," she said, yawning. He turned and frowned at her. "I know, so that's why we'll check out with the council in the morning about the lease, and see what we can get on this Silas geezer." "No, it wasn't about the lease. It was Mrs. Charles, cutting out labels from the suits and binning them. There was another stack of labels next to her with Manny Charles on them." He said nothing, as he was more concerned about the fact the cafe was next door to the bank. But he made a mental note to have a word with the detective who'd been taking the orders for the suits. He'd assumed it was just a few off-the-peg, cut-price Horn Brothers suits for some of the Hackney CID officers, and that Manny was altering them to size. But, judging by the amount of suits in the back room, he suspected half of East London's CID were being kitted out, and was curious as to why the labels needed to be changed. He sighed to himself, as he realised the last thing he needed was A10 breathing down his neck again over a load of hooky suits. David had watched the couple exit from the tailor's, confident he'd been right and they were customers, as the tall man was now carrying a suit bag. An hour later, Manny and his wife locked up their shop and drove off. David was shivering again with a cold. His back ached, and his leg was throbbing. It was going to be yet another long, freezing night. Chapter 24. "I let you out on the streets, and you go stirring up a hornet's nest, which results in Bradfield giving me another dressing down for not taking some nutter's call seriously," Harris barked at her. Jane had arrived for early turn the following morning, only to find once again she was posted to the front desk by a furious Sergeant Harris, who started shouting at her before she'd even removed her coat. She didn't bother to say anything back to him, and when he asked what was going on, she simply said DCI Bradfield had told her she wasn't to discuss it with anyone. This angered Harris more, but she was actually quite pleased that it did. "I don't know what this place is coming to. She's not got either the experience or know-how, and gets lucky with some banknotes, and the next minute she's been bloody promoted. I've 30 years hard graft under my belt that seems to mean F all to some people." "What are you talking about?" "WPC Kathleen Morgan. She's like a Cheshire cat now she's been made acting detective. She's always put it about and used her equipment to get what she wants. And as for her stinking perfume—" Jane let him rant on, and he didn't even seem to notice her walk off to deal with someone at the front counter. Just after 10 o'clock, Jane went for her break and popped into the incident room to find Kath. It was already a hive of activity, and there were numerous officers she hadn't seen at the station before. From the way they appeared, some with long hair and scruffy clothes, others smart but casual, and a couple in workman's clothes, she guessed they were probably surveillance officers. Jane noticed the index carousel was empty, and Kath was boxing everything to do with the now-solved Julianne Collins case. "Congratulations, Kath, on your well-deserved appointment as an acting detective. I am over the bloody moon. I couldn't believe it when the boss said it was in recognition of the Kenneth Boyle arrest and my work matching the banknotes, which cracked the Julianne murder case." She breathed on her nails and rubbed them on her jacket. "Well, I am jealous. I mean, it's going to be a long time for me to be even considered for the CID, as I got to complete my probation." Jane looked around at everyone. "What's going on?" Kath gestured to all the new officers. "They'd taken over the incident room for the John Bentley investigation, and Bradfield's called for everyone to attend the briefing. I heard him tell Gibbs he wants you in on it as well." "Are you sure?" Jane asked excitedly. "Yeah. Anyway, I hope they don't stick me in that stinking surveillance van. One time the buggers left me on my own while they went to the pub.
I was in it for 4 hours, sweating like a pig and bursting for a pee.
D.S. Gibbs walked in wearing his long black worn leather coat and black ankle boots. "Morgan, can you head up to the canteen and tell everyone on the team to come down in 5 minutes, as Bradfield wants to get the meeting underway sooner rather than later?" When Kath left, he took Jane to one side. "You may be right about Bentley being up to something." She blushed, and admitted that at one point she'd been terrified she might be wrong. "You may still be, but fair dues. You stuck to your guns, even under pressure from me," he said, smiling. She thanked him, and leaving the room, felt downhearted that he hadn't said anything about her being back on the team. Kath had obviously misheard. She walked past Bradfield's office and paused. "Where are you off to, Tennison?" She heard Bradfield shout from behind her, and stopped. "The canteen for F's," she said without turning, not wanting him to see the disappointment on her face. "Get me a coffee and a pack of bourbons while you're there." God, he's got a cheek, she thought to herself. "You got 3 minutes, so get a move on." Annoyed, she turned sharply and stood with her knuckles dug into her hips. "Well, I'm very sorry, but I'm busy on the front desk, yet again, and only have one pair of hands, so for once you'll have to get your own coffee and bourbons." He cocked his head to one side and knew instinctively why she was upset. "Hold on, Tennison. Hurry up with the coffee, because I want you on the investigation and in the office for the meeting. Didn't D.S. Gibbs tell you?" She suddenly wished the ground would swallow her up, and mumbled an apology for her petulant behaviour. "It's all right, this time. Besides, you look kind of cute when you're angry," he said, and looked at his watch. "You got 2 minutes now." Jane was up the stairs like a shot. Everyone was gathered. Jane stood at the back of the office, as all the chairs were occupied. Bradfield had given Kath big sheets of paper to stick on the wall, with street and building diagrams drawn on them, and notes neatly written in black felt tip. D.S. Gibbs had set up the reel-to-reel tape player in one corner of the room. Bradfield looked refreshed and energised, even though he'd had only about 3 hours' sleep. He handed out copies of Jane's report, detailing her visit to Ashley Brennan, and a transcription of the tape. He told D.S. Gibbs to start the tape, and they all remained still and silent as they listened to the recording. The tape finished, and Bradfield, perched on the edge of a desk, stood up and walked to the front of the room. "Right, listen up. Anything you have read, heard, or are told about this investigation stays within this team and these 4 walls. Do I make myself clear?" He looked round the room, staring everyone in the eye. "If as much as a peep gets out, then believe me, I will personally destroy the career of whoever's responsible." Jane had never seen him so serious, and by the expression on the faces of the others in the room, neither had they. "You've heard the tape and read Tennison's report, so I won't repeat what's in it. Clearly our suspects are using walkie-talkies, and we believe the man referred to as Brushstroke is John Bentley. He's a hard nut who's done time for a very nasty GBH as well as other serious crimes," he said, pinning up John's mugshot on a corkboard. "Word on the street is his old man's just come out the nick," a detective said. Bradfield nodded, pinned up another mugshot and tapped it with his finger. "Clifford Bentley has just finished an 8-stretch 4-armed robbery and was released from Pentonville a couple of days ago, but we don't know for certain yet if he's involved." "Pigs might fly if he isn't, Gov," an officer remarked, causing people to smile and nod in agreement. A surveillance officer stepped closer to get a better look at Clifford's photograph. "That's the guy we saw from the Obbo van staggering into the Pembridge estate just after midnight. Pissed as a fart he was." Bradfield asked if he was sure, and his partner in the Obbo van looked at the picture and confirmed it was Clifford Bentley. He realised that it might mean Clifford wasn't on the job, as he clearly wasn't working through the night. "Any idea yet who was in the van with Bentley last night, Gov?" the surveillance officer who followed the van asked. "Not 100%, but it could be this man Daniel Mitchum. Tough, nasty, ex-squaddy and local boy," Bradfield said, putting up a photo of the thuggish-looking Mitchum before continuing. "He was arrested for the same GBH as John Bentley. They did porridge together, and according to a snout are both close and drinking the Albion on Chatsworth Road." The 2 officers who'd been in the surveillance van were whispering to each other. "Something you'd like to share with the rest of us?" Gibbs asked. They looked at each other, wondering who should tell him, but Bradfield preempted them. "It's not Mitchum, is it?" "No, sir. Very similar build and age, but the man we saw had shoulder-length blonde hair, not dark, like Mitchum." "Pity, but that still doesn't rule him out, as we don't know exactly how many are involved." He continued, telling everyone that John Bentley was in possession of a decorator's van with copied index plates from the same type of van in Kingston. He then asked the surveillance officers who followed John Bentley yesterday evening to brief the team on what happened. The officer who'd written the surveillance log went through everything in fine detail and said that they were not sure if Bentley had sussed he was being tailed or they'd simply lost him. They'd returned to the Pembridge in the Obbo van and remained in situ to see if Bentley returned, but by 3 a.m. he hadn't, and they were told to stand down by Bradfield. Bradfield lit a cigarette. "From now on, the surveillance on John and Clifford Bentley will be round the clock, with 3 to 4 per vehicle and static points so you can take turns catching some kip during the night." He also informed them a team was already out watching the Bentley flat, and another out at Allard Street, where Daniel Mitchum lived with his wife and 2 kids in a terraced council house. Even though they had as yet no sighting of Mitchum, he had a close relationship with Bentley, so Bradfield was covering all possibilities. An officer asked if it was known where John Bentley's van was now, and Bradfield told him it was not in the vicinity of the Kingsmead or Pembridge, and could be in a rented garage or lock-up somewhere, but it was hoped surveillance would resolve the problem. "There is another man we believe to be involved, a Greek immigrant called Silas Manitos. Unfortunately, he has no criminal record, so we don't as yet have a picture of him, but we hope a surveillance team will soon." He walked over to the street drawing, taped to the wall, and indicated each building as he continued. "Manitos runs this cafe in Great Eastern Street, which is right next door to the Trustees' Savings Bank, and may be the possible target for a break-in via the basement of the cafe and into the bank vault. Right now we have no firm evidence, witnesses or informants who have seen or heard anything suspicious. Reality is, ladies and gents, I'm acting on a gut feeling due to circumstantial evidence over Silas's lease of the cafe. He's having refurbishment work done, but the premises are due to be knocked down soon. I strongly believe that the target is the TSB. However, it could be any bank, or even a jeweller's, anywhere in London." Everybody looked at each other, surprised how vast an area they could be looking at. But Bradfield reassured them that if he was right about John Bentley, then the surveillance team should not only help to identify the other members of the gang, but lead them to the premises to be robbed. D.S. Gibbs, sitting near to Bradfield, was uneasy. "We're going on a lot of assumption. We could have the wrong location," he said. "Yeah, I know I have to consider that, but these guys are obviously up to something, and we just have to step up the surveillance. I'm going to talk to the manager of our suspected target today. Morgan, you can come with me, but I don't want anything that gives away that we're onto them, as it'll make them back off, and then we'll have nothing." He then asked Jane to get back to Ashley Brennan and ask if he'd picked up any further conversations overnight. She said she'd call him straight after the meeting. Kath saw a mugshot of David Bentley in amongst the papers Bradfield had placed on the desk and picked it up. He looked very young, and from the arrest date on the photo she could see it was taken many years ago, but it was interesting that he had fair hair. "Excuse me, sir, but the bloke in the van with John Bentley, could it have been his younger brother David?" she suggested, handing him the picture. "I thought about that, Kath. In fact, I nicked him years ago, and this photo of him was taken in a hospital. He fell off a roof nicking lead, and the doctors said he'd be a cripple for life, and only be able to get around in a wheelchair, so I doubt he'd be able to serve any useful role in a bank job." Jane raised her hand, and Bradfield asked what she wanted. "I'm pretty sure I saw David a week or so ago. He was walking behind the wheelchair, sort of using it as a support. Some young lad upset him, and he reacted pretty quickly." "Is there anyone in that family you don't know, Tennison?" D.S. Gibbs remarked. Bradfield frowned at him, and then looked at Jane. "Come on. Pretty sure or sure?" "Well, he was with a woman who I know to be Renee Bentley, and he looks like an older version of his mugshot. His hair is much longer." Bradfield asked the surveillance officers if he looked similar to the man who was with John Bentley in the van, and they both said he did.
"So, if he can stand up, he could act as a lookout," Bradfield said, and paused to think for a second before looking at the surveillance officers. "I don't think Bentley sussed you tailing him. Where exactly was the car park he drove into?" "The multi-storey one in Great Eastern Street," the officer replied. "The one opposite the cafe and bank?" Bradfield asked. "Yes, sir. You'd get a 360 view from the very top, so I'd say it's the perfect spot for a lookout to see what's coming from every direction. John Bentley could have dropped his brother off on the top floor. You most likely couldn't find his van because it'd only take him 30 seconds or so to park up in the yard behind the cafe and close the gates." There was a buzz in the room as everyone realised Bradfield could be right. Kath mentioned that from the tape it sounded like a patrolling uniform officer had been spotted by the lookout when arresting a drunk. "Maybe it's worth trying to find out who it was, Gov." "Good thinking, Kath. Spence, check with uniform downstairs and with City of London Police, as their patch borders the area. If the officer's actions fit with the information Eagle relayed over the walkie-talkie, then there's even stronger evidence it's the right location." "We hope. There are other banks in that area with cafes nearby or next to them," Gibbs remarked. Bradfield gave him a disapproving look, and one of the detectives suggested a nighttime raid on the cafe to catch them in the act. Bradfield shook his head. "No, not at the moment. I want to keep up the surveillance and identify John Bentley's team. We don't know if they only go into the cafe on certain nights, so we need to sit, wait and watch first. By rushing it, we risk blowing the whole operation, and the Bentleys walking away scot-free." Gibbs sighed. "But if Bentley sussed the surveillance team, then they're already onto us. So a hit now might result in finding digging equipment, maps, the walkie-talkies, or other incriminating evidence before they get a chance to dispose of it." Bradfield ignored him and took out some papers from his file and pinned them to the corkboard. "This is a list of the teams I want you to work in, and it also details the street position each Obbo van and vehicle should take up. Obviously, I need to find surveillance premises in Great Eastern Street, but that's not going to be easy if the car park is Bentley's lookout point. Now, let's get out there, gather the evidence, and build a watertight case to get these bastards put away for a long time. Are there any questions?" The officers in the room looked at each other. He knew that there would be some that disagreed with his decisions, and others who agreed with D.S. Gibbs, but, as he expected, no one argued with him. Everyone gathered round the list to see who they were working with. Bradfield leant over to Gibbs. "I'd like a word with you in my office." "I'll just contact City of London Police first, and—" "Now, Spence," Bradfield said firmly, and picked up his folder. Gibbs followed Bradfield into his office, where he slammed the file down on the desk and turned sharply. "Why are you being so negative and challenging my authority, Spence? I'm not— You were questioning my decisions and pulling faces in the meeting, and I won't have it, especially not in front of junior officers," he shouted, and paced up and down the room. Gibbs could see he was really pissed off. "If it looked or sounded like that, then I apologise, but all I'm trying to do is point out you're working on assumptions with no hard evidence, and I'm worried you're making things fit because it suits your thoughts on the investigation." "Oh, do you really? Well, thank you for that, but I know what I'm doing. And one other thing. Lay off Jane Tennison about the Bentleys. You know as well as I do she's not in with any criminals or taking backhanders like some I could name in that CID office. If she hadn't met the mother by chance, then we wouldn't have had anything to go on." "You're being a bit overprotective." "What?" "Well, seems to me that maybe your judgment's a bit off, because you've got the hots for her. I mean, no offence." "I do take fucking offence, Spence. She's got the makings of a good copper. And don't forget she was prepared to back your corner when you smacked the shit out of Terry O'Dunsey. I fucking lied for you, so you owe me. And I expect you to back me up over this Bentley thing from now on. Find that PC their lookout saw with the drunk, and see if we can get a light aircraft or military copter to fly over the cafe today to get some aerial snaps of the rear yard." Jane changed into plain clothes before an officer drove her to the Pembridge estate. Having never been on surveillance before, she was quite excited, and knew she could learn a lot from the other officer, who was a surveillance specialist. She was dropped off around the corner from the Obbo van, which had been painted to look as though it was a wholesale fruit and veg delivery van.
She approached it, remembering what she'd been told to do. She scanned the vicinity to make sure it was all clear before standing by the rear offside wheel and knocking on the side of the van. 2 short taps, 3, then another 2. The officer inside opened one rear door, and she darted into the back. The sudden impact of the smell nearly made her sick. It was a mixture of stale sweat, beer, cigarettes, and urine. The interior of the old transit van was dimly lit by the square light inlet in the roof. Jane could see it was pretty basic. 2 rickety wooden benches with storage space under them ran along either side, and on top were the same thin, tatty-stained mattresses and blankets that prisoners used. At the far end, a little stool beside a small desk with a newspaper on it, a torch hanging on a nail from the side. Above it was a police radio, microphone, and headset, which he held to one ear as he leaned forward and peered through one of the spy holes. "Welcome to the Hackney Hilton, love. And next time don't come with your job handbag. Sticks out like a sore thumb that you're a plonk," he said, using the derogatory term she detested. He then rolled the newspaper into a ball and tossed it towards a cardboard box holding rubbish. Next to it were 2 old beer bottles, and he pointed to them, grinning. "Men's piss bottles. We got an empty milk carton somewhere for the ladies, though." Jane was mortified. "I'm D.C. Stanley, and believe me, I've been cooped up in a lot worse. I was joking about the milk carton. We nip out if there's no one about, or lift the flap in the floor there and pee on the road. As you can smell, some officers' aim isn't too good." "I couldn't see the spy holes from the outside." "Well, that's the idea, love. This one I'm at is part of an apple stalk, other side's a pear, back door's potatoes, and the air vent on the frame lets you see out the front. I thought it would all be a lot more high-tech." "This is the old Bill, love, not James Bond or MI5. I came straight here from a different overnight job, so I'm knackered and my neck's killing me. You can take over and eyeball the estate. If you see any of the targets, let me know, and I'll nip in the front and drive," he said, showing her the small sliding door to the front of the van. She sat on the stool and peered through the hole. It was very uncomfortable, as she had to crane her neck and keep her head up to see properly. Stanley lay down on the bench, dragged a blanket over himself, and closed his eyes. Jane knew there was no way she would be able to sit monitoring the estate in the same position for hours. She reached for her shoulder bag, took out her powder compact mirror, opened it, and held it by the spy hole. "If that worked, do you think I'd sit on that stool in the same position for hours?" Stanley said, and pulled the blanket over his head. Jane felt embarrassed and dropped the compact back in her bag. Clifford Bentley was nursing a hangover whilst having a bath, and John and David were still asleep. He hadn't returned home until after midnight, and had been very drunk. Rennie knew from experience he could be volatile and violent when he'd been drinking, so she'd pretended to be asleep as he fell into the bed beside her. No one, apart from her, had eaten any of the liver, peas and mash she'd cooked the previous evening and left out in a tin foil-covered serving dish. "What a waste," she said to herself as she tipped it into the rubbish bin. She heard David coughing loudly and went to listen outside his bedroom door, where it sounded even worse. She inched the door open. The curtains were closed, and he was gasping for breath, his chest rattling as he coughed. "You want me to bring you a cup of tea or hot toddy, dear?" "No, I'm okay," he said, sounding terrible. She could see he was sweating profusely and went over to feel his head. He was very hot, and she realized he was running a high temperature. He didn't seem to have the strength to argue as she fetched a bowl of cold water, rinsed out a cloth, and sat down on his bed, gently dabbing his forehead. She opened his bedside cabinet and took out a jar of Vicks Vapor Rub. After unbuttoning his pyjama top, she rubbed some into his chest. "You've got a terrible cold and chest infection. I've been warning you to rest, because I know you take after me. My asthma is shocking, and if I get a cold as well, then it always goes straight to me chest." David kept his eyes closed. He felt really ill, and didn't have the strength to ask her to leave him alone. She kept on rinsing the cloth in the water, and placing it across his brow. She jumped up when she heard Clifford's voice. "I didn't like the look of that congealed mess you left out last night, and I'm starving now. I'll have some bacon and eggs with fried bread and a mug of tea."
"Can't you see David's sick? Listen to him trying to get his breath. He's got a temperature, and I think we need to call the doctor out. God only knows what time he and John came home this morning."
Clifford stepped forward and nudged the bed with his foot.
"David, are you all right, son? What's the matter with you? Is she fussing over you too much?"
David barely managed to nod. He felt so weak. Then Clifford grabbed Reenie's arm tightly, ushering her out the room.
"Just leave him be and get me some breakfast,"
he said, pushing her into the kitchen and shutting the door before going to John's room. John was snoring and in a deep sleep, so Clifford shook the bed and waited for him to wake up.
"Listen, our David's sick."
John yawned.
"I know. He's in a really bad way this morning when we got back. Are you working tonight?"
John moaned and sat up.
"We've hit a couple of obstacles, and it's taken longer than I thought. Me, Danny and Silas are knackered. We've worked our bollocks off and need a night's break. Besides, there's no way David'll be up to it this evening." "What obstacles?" "We've reached more embedded iron bars. There was a brick wall behind them which we thought would take us into the vault area. Danny cut the bars with the oxy, and when we removed the bricks, we'd reached the vault's concrete base." "Sounds like it's all going well to me." "It was, until we discovered the concrete was reinforced with thick wire mesh." "So what you're telling me is the fucking job's going to take longer than planned?" "Yeah. We now got to focus on making the hole wide and deep enough to crawl through with the Kango drills and large wire cutters, so we can cut through the concrete and mesh."
Clifford kept his voice low.
"You should keep pressing on, John, but I can see you're knackered. I'll stand in for David tomorrow night if it's not better. You go get some more sleep."
Clifford shut the door and went to get his breakfast. Passing David's room, he could hear the rasping cough. He'd be a liability as a lookout, and it felt good to Clifford that he'd be taking over. Bradfield and Kath had a midday meeting with the portly and pompous bank manager of the TSB, Mr. Adrian Dunbar, who wore a pinstriped suit, red silk bow tie, and matching hankies sticking out of his breast pocket. He had a slight lisp, and was shocked when given the reason for the detective's visit. He said that no one who had come to the bank had been acting suspiciously, and there had been no reports of suspicious sounds of any kind, be it machinery or hammering. He was very confident, and was not in any way overly concerned.
"The vault is on a timer and can only be opened during banking hours. Just the assistant manager and I know the code, and if you get it wrong twice, it triggers the alarms. In addition, any attempt to cut through the steel vault will cause an inner vibration which will set the alarm off and cause an iron shutter to come down between the outer entry door and the vault itself, making it impossible to exit."
Bradfield and Kath were shown the vault area. The massive steel door with a big locking wheel in its centre was certainly impressive.
"As you can see, it's impenetrable. The vault is fireproof and airtight, and the air conditioning is turned on automatically when the door is correctly opened. Well, someone managed to break into the bank in Baker Street a couple of years ago, and it was a similar setup. I am aware of that, Detective, and so were the people who built the vault and installed the security for this bank, and I can assure you it is not a similar setup. Our vault is, as I said, impenetrable. This steel wall is 12 inches thick."
Dunbar slapped the palm of his hand against it.
"Well, I hear you loud and clear, Mr. Dunbar, but isn't there a possibility that even with all this high-level security, the robbers could be intending to come up beneath the vault?"
Mr. Dunbar laughed and dismissed the possibility, saying that when the rebuilding was commissioned, they'd laid thick wire-meshed concrete, and the steel floor was inches thick. Kath glanced at the disappointed Bradfield, as it really did appear they had the wrong bank. Even when asked about the contents secured in the vault, Mr. Dunbar was less than forthcoming, and said that over 400 customers used the facility due to the impressive security measures. His pomposity hardly flagged when he said that the bank took every precaution with regard to their customers' property, and the whole point of the vault was privacy. Each client had a key to their personal secure box, and the bank held a second key. Both keys were required to open the box. A logbook had to be signed and dated by the customer before permission was granted for them to remove and view the contents of their box in private. They would then take it out of the vault and into a small, secure room where they could view their valuables. Or, if they wished to simply place an item in a box, there was a table inside the vault to use. A member of staff was always present outside the room, and as the bank manager, Dunbar would try and deal with the customers personally. "Can you tell us what the deposit boxes contain?" Kath asked. "I don't know. They're private. But I imagine it more than likely money, jewellery, antiques, private letters and wills." "Could you show us inside the vault, please, Mr. Dunbar?" she asked. "I suppose so, but it is very irregular, and would you both please turn your backs while I press the code to disable the alarm?" Bradfield glanced at Kath tight-lipped. It was as if the odious little man didn't trust them. Dunbar pressed in his entry code to the vault and began to turn the wheel. There were sounds of heavy-duty clicking and beeping before he was able to ease the massive iron door open with the assistance of Bradfield. Kath was transfixed as she looked around the inside of the pristine, shiny vault. She'd never seen anything like it before, and could understand why Dunbar was rather arrogant about the security. In the enclosed vault, his voice echoed, and the shiny steel floor made their footsteps resound. There was row upon row of deposit boxes, whose locks and handles glinted in the bright overhead lights. Dunbar assumed a superior attitude, holding both arms aloft as he pointed to the array of precious locked items. There was a large steel safe built into the side, almost 2 feet in height and width, with a locking number dial on it. "Excuse me, sir, there appears to be another safe within the vault. What does that contain?" Dunbar explained the contents belonged to a member of the Saudi Arabian royal family who had paid for it to be built in for his personal belongings. Bradfield shook Mr. Dunbar's hand, thanking him for his time and patience. It seemed that they were mistaken about the TSB being the target, and he apologised for troubling him. Bradfield looked at Kath as they got in the car. "You reckon he's a woofter?" "Who?" Kath asked. "Dunbar. It's the red bow tie and hanky. They say woofters use hankies as a gay code, and he spoke like he had something stuck up his arse." "I wouldn't know," Kath replied, shaking her head. Jane ached all over. No one had entered or left the Bentley's flat, and sitting hunched up looking through a small hole for hours had given her a cricked neck and terrible headache. She sat back and stretched, as Stanley, who had snored for nearly 3 hours, stirred himself. She physically jumped when the rear door of the van was knocked on in the standard coded manner. Stanley scuttled to the double doors to look in a gap of the blacked-out window, then opened one door for Bradfield to jump inside. "Jesus Christ, Stanley! It stinks in here! Dear God! Don't you ever toss out your rotting food?" "Listen, I was in a static op last night and collected the van from the drug squad this morning, so it ain't all my mess. Nothing's moved all day, so we don't even know if the targets are in their flat. And I need a leak," he said, leaning over to lift up the hatch for the pee-hole. Bradfield put his foot on the hatch. "Not in here. It stinks enough. You can go and stretch your legs and get a bite to eat, Stanley, discreetly, as only an officer so highly trained and skilled as yourself can do." "Very funny, Gov," Stanley said, and pulled on a donkey jacket. "You and Tennison want anything?" he asked. Bradfield said he was only paying a flying visit, and Jane asked if she could have a cheese sandwich and a bottle of water. Stanley crouched at the back doors and waited for Jane and Bradfield to give the all-clear before jumping out. Bradfield sat on the bench close to Jane, who was still keeping observation on the Bentley's flat, unsure what to say or why he had come. He sat with his raincoat buttoned up and lit a cigarette. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "Nearly 3 hours. "I'd say punishment enough." "I'm sorry?" "Time spent in this dilapidated stinkhole van is punishment. And in case you're wondering, fuck all has happened at any of the observation points, and it's looking like we got the wrong bank." "You make it sound as if it's my fault." "We wouldn't be here if you hadn't put John Bentley in the frame. Ashley Brennan's heard nothing further on his poxy radio, and we have nothing suspicious occurring at Silas's cafe." "Maybe Bentley realised he was being tailed and called it off." "Even if he hadn't, they'd need a fucking atomic bomb to blast open the bank vault. According to the pompous prat of a bank manager,
It's completely impenetrable with a massive concrete and steel base and James Bond shutters to lock in any intruder."
She stared out from the peephole, trying hard not to show how distressed she was that he appeared to be blaming her. "I only met him once, but I still believe it was John Bentley's voice on the tape. If you want me to change my mind, or suggest it's been my fault, then—"
"Fault?" he snapped, interrupting her. "I'm here because I don't want you to take any flack. If we have the wrong bank, then that's down to me. But we both know something's going down, and I have a gut feeling—"
"That I'm right?"
"Not about that. My gut tells me that we're close, but time's running out. And if they are planning to rob a bank, we may have screwed up, because we've concentrated on Silas's cafe."
Jane turned to face him, watching as he sighed, rubbed his hair and shrugged his shoulders. "You must be exhausted," she said.
"Yeah. But I just wanted you to know that you might have to stand up for yourself when the chief super gets the update. They always want someone to blame, and this has cost more than a few quid getting in all the extra officers. But the reality is it's down to me and my decision. You acted in good faith. I've acted on impulse."
She turned back to the peephole, trying to think of the right thing to say.
"When Stanley gets back, tell him to give it until 6 p.m. and get another team to take over from you."
He moved along the bench, so he was behind her, and placed his hand on her shoulder. It was not in any way premeditated, but she felt her body lean back against him. He gently moved his hand to stroke her hair.
"You've got a lovely shaped head."
She laughed, turned and looked at him. "Thank you."
"What's so funny?"
"Well, you sort of pay the oddest compliments, and sometimes I'm not sure how to take them. You said I have nice teeth, but you always seem to be critical of me. Snapping that elastic band for me to tie my hair back, take your hat off, put it back on. You confuse me."
"Ah, well, all you need to know is that—"
He hesitated. "Know what?"
"That I've wanted to do this."
He tilted her chin up, leaned forward and kissed her. It was such a sweet, gentle kiss, and Jane was completely taken aback.
"So now you know that my compliments were heartfelt. I have no notion how you feel, and I may be making a total arse of myself. So you don't have to say anything."
She wanted to put her arms around him. She had an overwhelming desire to hold him tightly and tilt her head up for him to kiss her again, but she felt nervous. So she covered her embarrassment by peering through her peephole, pressing her flushed face against the cold sides of the van. "Wait! Rennie Bentley's coming out of her flat." Bradfield leaned closer to her, and Jane moved her head to one side so that he could look.
"She's a wily old lady, and reared a nasty son of a bitch in John, never mind being married to one as well. But I doubt she's going to be handling a sledgehammer and helping break into a bank."
Her face almost touched his as she suggested that she should get out and follow.
"You can do, but keep your distance, as she might recognise you. I'll wait for Stanley to return."
Jane snatched her coat, grabbed her bag, and Bradfield eased open the van doors to let her out. As she stepped out into the fresh air, she had to catch her breath. She felt nervous, and her heart was pounding. She could hardly believe what had just happened. She calmed herself down, but couldn't keep the smile off her face. Chapter 25. Rennie walked slowly as she made her way along Chatsworth Road, which was lined with shops and market stalls displaying a colourful array of fresh fruit, vegetables, bread and cakes. The sound of traders shouting out the price of their wares in Cockney accents filled the busy street. Jane was able to follow Rennie at a safe distance, and use some stall browsing as cover whenever Rennie stopped to look at something. Eventually Rennie went into an Indian shop. Hesitant, Jane looked through the window from the street. She could see Rennie walking between tall aisles of tinned food towards the post office counter at the far end of the shop. Jane decided to go in, and seeing the stack of baskets by the door, she picked one up. She moved quickly to stand behind one of the shelves, and was able to watch Rennie from a round convex mirror placed high in the corner of the shop. Working behind the post office grill was an Indian man wearing a black turban. Rennie waited while he served another woman. Jane moved a bit closer.
"Good afternoon, Mrs. Bentley,"
the Indian man said as Reenie approached the counter.
"Can I ask you something, Mr. Singh?"
Reenie spoke loudly, bending towards the grill and sliding him her pension book.
"You certainly can."
"Me son said some £5 notes won't be legal come September and I can't use them. Is that right?"
Jane saw Mr. Singh smile, but was unable to hear his response, as a woman and 2 noisy children demanding sweets were now standing beside her. She moved closer to listen, but Mr. Singh was counting out Reenie's pension money, which he then handed over, and she placed it in her handbag.
"Do you have any travel magazines for Florida? That's in America?"
Reenie asked Mr. Singh. He said he wasn't sure, as his wife dealt with all the magazines, but there might be something on the racks by the door. If not, a travel agent's would be the best place. Jane had to turn her back as Reenie walked towards her. Reenie then went to the magazine rack and spent 5 minutes looking through it before going to the till, where she asked Mrs. Singh for some cough medicine and aspirins, as well as some cigarettes and a packet of Maltesers. Reenie paid, then left the shop. Jane could see Mrs. Singh looking at her suspiciously, as if she was a shoplifter, so she bought a large bar of chocolate before hurrying out. Reenie went back to the estate, and as Jane returned to the surveillance van, she saw Stanley and approached him. "What's happening? Are you following someone?" "No, but if I was, you'd probably have just blown my cover by carrying your police bag." "I'm sorry, I forgot what we were doing," an embarrassed Jane replied. "Think of it as a lesson learned. We've been relieved for the day. 2 other officers have taken over for the next shift. Sorry, but I left your cheese sandwich and drink in the van." Jane smiled. "It's okay, I'm not hungry." "How'd the tale on Reenie Bentley go?" "Nothing unusual. She just did a bit of shopping," Jane replied. But inwardly she was puzzled by what she'd overheard. She wondered if there was any connection regarding the £5 notes and the request for a travel magazine for Florida. Having got the bus back to the station, Jane was finishing typing up her surveillance report when Kath walked in.
"Well, there's nothing going on at any of the surveillance points. Chief Super's just been in, and according to Gibbs, he gave Bradfield a real pasting about the cost of the operation. Between you and me, 'cause I saw the TSB vault, there is a big possibility we've been focusing on the wrong effing bank."
"But it doesn't make sense. It's right next to a cafe." She gestured to the pinned-up mugshots. "And the Bentleys are obviously up to something."
"Bradfield's got a couple of guys checking out other banks and jewellers in close proximity to cafes, but it might not even be connected to the Bentleys. The taped calls could be coming from God knows who or where."
Jane sighed. "I'm sure it was John Bentley's voice." But in reality, she was now beginning to doubt herself.
"Well, I believe you, but don't get your knickers in a twist about it. As it is, we can nick him for ringing a van with false plates, no insurance, and probably a forged tax disc."
"But we don't even know where he keeps the van yet, and they're just minor offences, really."
"All part of the game, Jane. You win some, you lose some."
Jane sighed and went back to typing her report as Kath leaned over her shoulder to read it.
"That's interesting. Ma Bentley inquiring about illegal fivers and travelled to the States. I wouldn't mind getting some sun in Florida, but chance would be a fine thing."
Jane was about to add that travel to the US was expensive and not something she thought any of the Bentleys could afford, when suddenly Kath burst out laughing. D.S. Gibbs was there in full uniform, his police helmet under his arm.
"Evening all,"
Kath said, squatting down, then standing up with her hands behind her back. Jane wondered if he'd been sent back to uniform due to the Odunsi assault incident. Gibbs shook his finger.
"Haw, haw, very funny, Morgan. Bradfield wants me to visit Silas's cafe dressed like a plod on the pretext that Manny Charles's shop got broken into, and I'm making local inquiries. This bloody helmet's too small," he said, and put it on.
Kath laughed again.
"You might get a free massacre and sticky cake, Spence. Do you want someone to go with you? Because my uniform's downstairs." "Bradfield's already lined up Sergeant Happy Harris to go with me. You two completed your reports yet?" he asked, and they both said yes.
He told them to book off duty and turned to leave the room, causing the helmet to fall from his head. Bloody thing! As he bent down to pick it up, Kath goosed him, and he shot up.
"Very funny, Morgan.
Keep your hands to yourself.
You should tell some of the blokes at the station to do the same. I've been touched up more times than you've had hot dinners.
Returning to the section house, Jane was eager to have a bath after being hunched up for hours in the stinking surveillance van. She hadn't seen Bradfield at the station and was concerned about his dressing down by the chief. She also wondered how she was going to react when she saw him after what had occurred between them. Just thinking about it made her smile. As she passed the sergeant's office, she noticed the door was open. He got up and approached her with a stern look on his face. She was beginning to wonder if he and Sergeant Harris came from the same mould.
Your mother has rung 3 times this afternoon. She's upset you haven't made contact to let her know how you've settled in. I was in 2 minds whether to tell her about your indiscretion on the men's floor.
You didn't, did you? Jane asked.
No, she sounded worried enough as it was. Neither I nor the wardens are an answer service. We only take urgent family calls to residents. So kindly inform your mother of the rules, he said, returning to his office and closing the door.
Deciding she'd better call home straight away, Jane went to the payphone at the end of the corridor opposite the lifts. She dialed her parents' number, and hearing the answer beeps, pushed in a few 2p coins.
About time, Jane. Daddy and I have been worried sick. We appreciate you must be busy, but you promised to call and you haven't, so we've been really anxious.
How did you get this number?
I called the station and they put me through to the incident room. That lovely Mr. Bradfield answered the phone and said you'd been in an oboe van all day and had gone off duty. What were you doing in a van?
Jane felt embarrassed, wondering what Bradfield must have made of the call. It's an oboe van, Mum, short for observation, and they don't appreciate personal calls to the station or here.
Are you coming home for Sunday lunch?
I'm not sure if I'm clear this weekend, as I'm still on attachment to the CID.
Well, surely you're allowed a weekend off. Pam will be here. They had a terrible time in the Lake District. It poured with rain and that MGB broke down, so they had to hire another car.
Oh, I'm sorry. Uncle Brian should cover their costs.
Well, they weren't paying for the car. Turns out it was his wedding present to them. But he had to get a truck to go and pick it up. The rear suspension thingy went.
Mum, I'm going to have to go as I've got a lot of studying to do for CTC.
Will you try and come for lunch on Sunday? We miss you.
I miss you too, and I'll let you know. Is Dad okay?
Oh, he's fine. He worries about you, and we haven't seen you for so long.
It's only been a few days, Mum, and I've been really busy.
What have you been doing?
Jane sighed. There was no way she could go into any kind of description of what she'd been involved in, and was thankful when the pip-pip-pip started. Got to go now. I'll call about lunch.
Bye-bye, and make sure you do, or I'll have to phone you again.
The call was cut off, and as Jane replaced the receiver, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Hi, it's me, Sarah Redhead. Can I borrow some 10p's from you? I'm totally out of change and have to call my brother urgently. Jane gave her 5 10p's and 8 2p's from her purse. Thanks, June. Probably won't need all this, and I'll pay you back as soon as. Maybe have a drink in the pub later? Yes, maybe, Jane replied, but had no intention of going. She looked at her watch. It was 8 p.m., and last orders in the canteen were at 7:30. She was so tired she couldn't even be bothered to pop out to get a takeaway, and replacing her purse in her bag, saw the bar of chocolate she'd purchased when following Rennie Bentley. Opening it, she broke off a large chunk and began to eat it as she got the lift to the women's floor. What had started out as a positive day had now become a worrying one. She knew that if she was wrong about John Bentley, there could be repercussions for Bradfield. It mattered to Jane that she was right, not just for her sake, but Bradfield's as well, as she realized how much she cared for him. Gibbs got into plod mode. He was almost in step as he walked side by side with the much taller and wider Harris. They were heading along Great Eastern Street just before 8 p.m, and the area was quiet, with few pedestrians or vehicles.
"Can't wait to hear what Silas has to say for himself," Gibbs said. "Do you know what he looks like, as there may be a few bubbles in there?"
Harris asked as they reached the cafe. Spencer smiled, knowing bubble and squeak was Cockney rhyming slang for Greek. He said he had a full description of Silas from Manny Charles, and shaded his eyes to peer into the darkened cafe between the posters. "There's a light on at the back, so somebody's probably in," he remarked, and banged on the door. It was a minute or two before the interior light came on. Silas slowly inched open the door. He'd seen them from an upstairs window, and his heart was pounding. "Yes, officers. How can I help you? You want the tea or coffee, perhaps?" "No, thanks. Can we come in, Mr. Gibbs started to ask, and deliberately paused to let him answer. "Manatos. Silas Manatos," he replied nervously as he stepped back to let them through. Gibbs noticed the serving counter was covered in dust, yet the coffee machine was clean, as were the cups and saucers stacked beside it. "How's business?" he asked. "Not so good, ever since council tore down the old housing across the road to build that multi-story car park. I lose much trade, but I get by and have some regulars still, early morning, but afternoons, quiet." Spencer nodded and jerked his hand towards the door. "Saw the refurbishing notice on the window. You hoping a new look might help bring a few more punters in?" "I was gonna make area to eat downstairs, then open evenings as well to serve nice real Greek meze food. I start work and someone tell council. They tell me stop, 'cause I have no right to do that, even though I lease the place." "Sorry to hear that," Gibbs said. "The builder I hired to do work, no happy. I say stop, and he keep pestering me for money for all materials he bought. I think he is, how you say, cowboy, right?" Harris stood looking around, and then removed his helmet. "You live here, Mr. Manatos?" "Yes, upstairs." "Alone?" "My wife and kids already returned to Greece as business poor. I gonna go over permanent soon, as the council agrees how much I'm gonna get for what's left on my lease. Did they send you to tell me I gotta leave?" Gibbs gave him a reassuring smile. "No, we're here 'cause there was a break-in at the tailor's shop. They tried the hardware store as well, but ran off when we arrived." "This happened tonight?" Silas asked, looking surprised. "Yeah, looks like kids nicking petty cash from the till. They got in and out via the back way. Did you hear anything?" "No, I hear nothing." "It looks like they climbed over the adjoining walls. You mind if we check your yard?" Harris asked. "Sure. Let me get the keys. But I'm telling you, I don't hear or see nothing." Sweating, Silas made a show of searching around the counter, and then brought out a set of keys on a large ring. "Door is at back, I show you." Harris and Gibbs followed him. "Mind if I use your toilet?" Gibbs asked, and Silas told him it was in the corner of the eating area. Gibbs stepped out of view. Hearing them go into the yard, he nipped behind the serving counter and opened the door which, as he'd guessed, led down to a basement. He pulled out the torch he'd brought with him, shone it on the steep stairs, and slowly made his way down. The cellar smelt damp, and as he shone the torch round, he could see the far wall was lined with freshly painted plasterboard. In one corner there were 2 ladders, some stacked tables and chairs, and on the floor were pots of paint, paintbrushes, and a couple of old buckets. A white dust sheet caught Gibbs's attention. Lifting it back slowly, he saw 2 differently sized gas tanks on a metal trolley with pressure gauges and rubber tubes attached to them. In the yard, Harris flicked on his police-issue torch. Shining it at Silas's face, he noticed the Greek man was sweating more profusely than before. Looking around, Harris saw there were stacks of bricks piled up on one side of the yard, and several sacks filled with soil were propped up against the wall. "That lot belong to the builders, do they?" he asked Silas. Yes. I also ask them to build raised areas with small brick wall and fill with soil, so I can grow my own herbs and spices for meze. Now that, all a waste of time as well," he said, wiping his forehead with his shirt sleeve. "I doubt they would have come over your wall," Spencer said, joining them. He then pointed to the building to the left of the cafe and shone his torch on it. "I see next door have built an extension in their yard. They competition for you?" "Nah. He's part of new bank that opened a few years ago.
They build reinforced extension for vault area. Terrible noise and filth for months."
Gibbs grinned.
"The kids will be having a crack at that next."
Silas let out what was clearly a nervous and fake laugh as he led them back into the cafe serving area. Gibbs and Harris thanked Silas for his time as he let them out and locked the door behind them. They walked back to the Panda car parked round the corner and got in. As he drove them back to the station, Harris told Gibbs about the bricks and soil in the yard and the spice and herb stories Silas came out with. Gibbs smiled.
"They ain't painting and decorating down there. All the brushes are dry, and I saw remnants of soil in the buckets. Also, there were 2 gas tanks down there."
"What sort of gas?"
"One was an oxygen tank, and the other something called acetylene, whatever that is."
Harris whistled.
"You mix the 2 together in a blowtorch so you can cut through metal."
"As all painters need to," Gibbs exclaimed cynically, and did a drum roll on the dashboard. "What do you reckon to Silas, then?" Harris asked. Spencer loosened his tie, unbuttoned the uniform jacket, and sat back.
"The Greek's a detective's delight. He had a rehearsed answer for everything, sweated like a pig, and was shitting himself."
It was almost 9 p.m., and Jane was in her pyjamas, about to go to bed after a long hot bath. She was just brushing her teeth when there was a knock on her door. "Hey there, it's Sarah again. I've got the money I owe you." Jane was surprised Sarah hadn't said her surname as usual. She held out her hand as Sarah plonked a bag full of 1p and 2p pieces into it, apologising and saying she'd had to raid her penny jar. "Also, your DCI is in the quiet room and needs to speak to you again, but the old buzzard's patrolling as usual, so if you do go down, I put some clothes on." Jane dressed quickly and gave herself a quick spray of Miss Dior perfume before hurrying downstairs. But Bradfield was not in the quiet room, so she tried the TV lounges and the snooker room with no luck. She was just heading along the ground-floor corridor to walk over to the pub when she heard him call, "Jane?" from behind her. "Sarah Redhead said you were in the quiet room. Has something happened?"
"I was, but I popped to the gents. There's nothing new to tell you about the case. I just wanted your company, and to talk."
There was an embarrassing silence, as neither of them seemed to know what to say. Bradfield had obviously showered and changed and was now wearing jeans and a T-shirt. "Would you like a drink in the pub?" She hesitated, and then he leaned towards her and took her hand. "This was a bad idea, sorry. You go back to your room and I'll see you in the morning." She gripped his hand tightly. He lifted it to his lips and kissed her fingers. "Do you want to risk coming to my room?" She nodded. He released her hand and looked up and down the corridor. "I'm on floor 2, number 20. Use the stairs. I'll go up in the lift and check the coast's clear." She watched him get in the lift, waited a minute, and then, with her heart thudding in her chest, hurried up the first flight of stairs. Turning to head up the next flight, she panicked as she heard a flurry of footsteps. The petite blonde girl she'd seen at the Harker lecture and in the bathroom walked through the swing doors from the men's landing, put a comical finger to her lips, and giggled. Jane looked down the landing and saw Bradfield at the far end, waving for her to come forward, so she ran the entire way and followed him to his room. He opened the door quickly, ushered her inside, and as she turned to face him, he embraced her in his arms and kissed her passionately. He lifted her up, gently laid her down on his single bed, and positioned himself beside her, gently brushing her hair from her face. "I didn't think you'd come. You smell lovely." She gave a soft laugh. "I'm scared stiff, especially as the crabby section house sergeant's on the prowl." Bradfield was very gentle, kissing her tenderly before he pulled off his T-shirt and then unbuttoned her blouse. She'd been in such a hurry to get dressed, she hadn't put a bra on, and he sighed, staring at her breasts, before he bent down to kiss each nipple. Aroused, she pulled his head closer, moaning with pleasure. He looked up and grinned. "Shh." He put his hand over her lips. "You are so lovely. Have you any idea how much I've wanted to hold you?" He kept on kissing her, and Jane felt as if she was flying. Then he took off her jeans, undressed himself, and lay naked next to her.
He remained so quiet and so loving that she gave herself to him, whispering that she loved kissing his cheeks, his eyes, and his mouth. Jane was not completely sexually naive. She'd been involved with a boy from college and had a short relationship with one of the class instructors at training college, but she'd never felt this way, or been so adored and cared for so tenderly. It had just been plain sex before, but this was different. After making love to her once, he became rougher and more sexually explicit, whispering what he wanted her to do and how he wanted her to touch him. She found his sexual confidence encouraging, and it made her lose all her inhibitions so that she enjoyed the sex and was satisfied in a way she'd never believed possible. 2 hours later, Jane watched as Bradfield opened the door and took a look up and down the corridor. "Okay, it's all clear. Good night." He tilted her chin up and kissed her as she eased past him and hurried towards the stairs to go to her room. She just passed through the double doors when Gibbs stepped out of the lift and headed along the corridor and rapped on Bradfield's door. Bradfield opened it fast with a beaming smile, thinking it was Jane, but seeing Gibbs, he reacted quickly to cover himself. "Christ, you woke me up," he yawned. "I just finished typing up my report. You want to go for a drink? The pub's still open, and I want to give you an update." "Yeah, sure. Let me get my trousers on." Bradfield closed the door. He didn't want to let Gibbs in case he smelt Jane's perfume. Unaware of how close she'd been to being discovered by Gibbs, Jane flung herself onto her bed. She felt happier and more contented than she could remember. As they sat at a table drinking their pints, Spencer explained to Bradfield what had taken place at the Greek cafe. "Although no one was working in the basement and no van was there, I'm dead certain we've got the right cafe and bank, Len. The guy Silas was sweating and talking non-stop, making this and that excuse about having builders in, then having to give up on a rebuild in the cellar. The vault of the fucking bank is literally adjacent to his backyard wall. He's that close. There were loose bricks and soil bags in the yard. I reckon the bricks are from a hole they've made through a wall in the cellar, and the plasterboard's used to conceal it when they ain't working. The soil must have come from digging a hole under the vault. I'm bloody sure of it." Bradfield could feel his guts churning. "What about tools in the basement?" Spencer shrugged and said he didn't see any spades or pickaxes, but they could be in the tunnel, or they were hiding them upstairs. He hadn't wanted to spook Silas by asking to look up there. However, he was excited about what he'd seen in the basement. "Although it looked like it was being done up, there was a gas cutting rig hidden under a dust sheet. It's an extreme heat cutting torch, and no way does a basic renovation need something like that. I checked it out. It can cut through metal and steel, and it's a real dangerous equipment if you don't know what you're doing." "Fuck me," Bradfield said, draining his pint. Gibbs picked up their empty glasses to get a refill, but Bradfield stood up. "No, I want to get some shut-eye as it's going to be all systems go tomorrow. They're definitely not through into the vault yet, and for some reason they've been having a rest day." "Do you think they sussed the surveillance and called it off?" "No, otherwise Silas would have got rid of the gas tanks. Was he suspicious of you and Harris?" "Nervous, yes, but I reckon he believed me about the break-in. Besides, you primed Manny Charles to say it was true if he was asked. Silas hasn't got a pot to piss in, and he needs the money, so I don't even think he'll tell Bentley we paid a visit as he was shitting himself." Bradfield patted Gibbs's shoulder. "Good work, Spence. You get off home for some shut-eye. We beef up the surveillance from tomorrow, 24 hours non-stop for as long as it takes, if necessary." "It was a good night, boss, huh?" Spencer said. Bradfield smiled. "You have no idea just how good it was." Chapter 26. Detective Chief Superintendent Sean Metcalf arrived at Hackney at 8 a.m. in a dour mood. Bradfield was in his office going over the reports and surveillance logs, and the entire team was on tenterhooks. The DCS wanted a full update of the situation before agreeing to any further course of action. Bradfield went over everything calmly and succinctly, detailing all the new information and evidence. The DCS remained tight-lipped and listened with his head slightly lowered, making it difficult to gauge whether or not he was going to sanction Operation Hawk. Metcalf looked over all the reports himself to make sure Bradfield was not exaggerating his case. Eventually he pulled at his nose, sniffed, and slowly laid down the papers before getting up and pacing around the room deep in thought, leaving Bradfield still wondering what his decision would be. He stood by the window, looking down onto the street below, and eventually turned to face Bradfield. "You've got a green light, Len, but on one condition. I don't want individual arrests made for a conspiracy to rob the bank. I don't want a cock-up like that Lloyd's Bank job where they never got the ringleader. I want those bastards caught on the job, inside, shovels in hand, while their lookouts in position as well. You nick them all together, and the case is strong. Plus, one or two of them might turn Queen's evidence against each other, especially the Greek, as he seems likely to talk." "Thank you, sir. It was always my intention to get them all banged to rights on the plot, and I'm very grateful you agree," Bradfield said as he stood up and shook Metcalfe's hand. "You haul in whatever extra manpower you need. Do whatever is necessary. But don't jump the gun, as this will be a big press plus for the Met, if you succeed." Bradfield had to take deep breaths to control his excitement. This could be a major step forward in his career, and he was not about to mess it up. "I've still got surveillance on all the suspected team, so if there is any movement to or from their individual addresses, we'll be on it right away." "Good. I know your station's CID people are helping out with the surveillance, but wherever possible, get it done by the unit from the yard. They're much more experienced and blend in with the surroundings more easily." As soon as Metcalfe had left the station, Bradfield was eager to sort out suitable observation points in Great Eastern Street, and then hold a briefing for Operation Hawk. The incident room was buzzing, and Jane was disappointed when Sergeant Harris came in and said that due to abstractions he was now 2 officers short on early turn, and he needed Jane to go out in uniform and direct traffic by the Eastway underpass tunnel, where a major RTA had occurred and a driver had been killed, then come back and man the front desk. Kath, overhearing and seeing Jane's crestfallen face, went up to Harris and asked to have a word. "Sarge, if it wasn't for WPC Tennison, we would never have identified the targets for this operation. It's the biggest robbery case we've ever worked on at this station, so she deserves to be part of Operation Hawk. Besides, why can't you ask for an officer from another nick to assist?" "I make the decisions about staffing, not you, Morgan." "Actually, DCI Bradfield does when it comes to a CID operation, so maybe you should ask him," Kath said, gesturing to the door as she saw him enter the room. "Ask me what?" Bradfield said, putting the reports back in the desk tray. Harris started to explain his position, but Bradfield didn't even let him finish. "DCS Metcalfe has authorized Operation Hawk and stated I can have whoever I want on my team." Harris was annoyed. "I assisted DS Gibbs at the cafe last night. Tennison is a uniform officer, not a detective, and as such, I need her to cover the front desk." Bradfield glared at him. "WPC Tennison is part of my investigation, whether you like it or not. I signed off your overtime last night out of the CID budget, and gave you 4 hours extra as compensation. But if you like, I can soon put a pen through it." A disgruntled Harris had no option but to back off. Bradfield gave a smile and wink to Jane before returning to his office. "Thank you, Kath," Jane said quietly. "Forget it. Harris obviously helped out last night, not just for the overtime. I reckon he thought he could use it to get you off the team and back in uniform to spite you. He's a sly bastard who plays Mr. Nice with ulterior motives, so watch him like a hawk." They both laughed at the pun. Kath said she had to go to a meeting with the lady who owned the shoe shop next to Silas's cafe. "Isn't that a bit risky? Silas might see you and suspect you're police." "No flies on me, darling. I arranged to meet her at her flat above her other shop in St. John's Wood. Catch you later." Hebe Ide's flat was above her boutique shoe shop in St. John's Wood High Street. It was small but elegant, with very expensively priced shoes, way out of Kath's price range, in the window display. The shop's exterior and interior were very different from those of Hebe's other shop, next to Silas's cafe in Shoreditch. Hebe Ide was a very well-endowed woman in her 40s, with heavy makeup and bleached blonde hair worn in a chignon. She was smoking and wearing a floral satin-padded housecoat when she opened the door. Kath showed her warrant card, introduced herself, and was led up a narrow staircase. Following behind Hebe, she couldn't help but notice her very shapely legs, but didn't much like the gold mule slippers she wore. The hall was lined with model-like pictures of Hebe, and Kath thought she looked rather like a cross between Diana Dawes and the 1960s songstress Jana. As they passed the photographs, Hebe stopped and tapped one with her red varnished fingernail. "I used to be in show business. In fact, I was named after a character in an opera. Do you know Gilbert and Sullivan's HMS Pinafore?" "Yes," Kath replied. She'd heard of it, but never been to the opera in her life. "In the opera, Hebe is the first cousin of Sir Joseph Porter, First Lord of the Admiralty, and my surname, Ide, originates from a village of the same name in Devonshire." "How interesting. They're lovely pictures. I was just thinking how much you remind me of Jana," Kath said, trying to get the subject onto something she knew. "I met her a few times. She did the lot, modelling, acting and singing. Climb Up the Wall was her best song for me. She was so sexy, and wore fantastic gowns that floated out at the back like a mermaid's tail, all sequined and so tight it was a wonder she could breathe, let alone sing." Hebe led Kath into a chic drawing-room with thick piled carpet and a velvet settee with matching chairs. More photographs of Hebe adorned the walls. The fireplace was Art Deco with a mantelpiece above, laden with silver-framed pictures of Hebe. "I gave up show business when I got married, but I still miss it, especially since my Arnie passed away. The shoe shops were his, been in his family for years, and now I run the business. No children, other than my little Poochie Poo," Hebe said, stubbing out her cigarette before picking up a tiny white fluffy poodle from the settee and kissing it. At first Kath hadn't noticed the dog, which was now licking Hebe's face repeatedly. It hadn't moved an inch or made a sound when they'd entered the room, and Kath, thinking it was a cushion, had almost sat on it. "So, how can Poochie and I help you?" Hebe asked, once again kissing the dog, who responded with more licks to her face. "I'm here concerning your shop in Great Eastern Street, and bloody council have decided to demolish the whole row for development. I use it mostly for storage now, as I have a Sunday stall at Petticoat Lane Market. The cheaper shoes sell like hotcakes there, but I don't know where I'm going to store all the stock when Hackney Council kicks me out. I've got a small green van I park up in the yard there, but I can't keep the shoes in it because some little buggers will only break in and steal the lot." She put the dog down, got up, pulled a cigarette from a small silver case, and lit it. Kath was about to speak, but Hebe was off again. "I'm not doing good business. There's no real passing trade since they demolished the houses and built that monstrosity of a car park. It's so bloody tall it blocks the sunlight into the shop, and now the place smells damp and looks dowdy. Who knows, maybe it'll be a blessing in disguise when they close me down." She sighed and took a long drag of her cigarette. Kath had been briefed by Gibbs about what she should say, but it was almost impossible to get a word in edgeways. "The car park's part of the reason I'm here," she said. "Have the other shopkeepers complained to you about it as well? I rarely see or speak to them now. I only open up on odd days and pop in early Sunday morning to get stock. Arnie and me lived in the flat above the Shoreditch shop when we first got married. Horrible place. The smell of the curries from next door used to come through and stink our shop out." "I thought it was a hardware shop next door," Kath remarked. "It is, but the home cooking of the Packies stank. Not to mention the smell from the Fat Greek's cafe as well. Anyway, after Arnie passed away, I rented the flat out until recently. The tenants were more trouble than they were worth, always complaining that this or that didn't work. We bought this place and opened the shop downstairs. It's much more upmarket round here. I shouldn't say it, but the truth is I sell the same shoes for a much higher price, and no one who buys a pair bats an eyelid." Kath leaned forwards. "Please, Mrs. Ide, I don't wish to appear rude, but I have to get back to the station soon." "Oh, you should have said. Anyway, how can I help you?" "Well, a high number of quality cars have been stolen from the multi-storey car park recently, and we think it's a professional gang who steal to order, change the plates and sell the vehicles on." "I thought there was an attendant in a kiosk during the day." Kath had to think quickly and lied. "We think he's part of the gang.
If you're agreeable, we'd like to put a surveillance team in the upstairs of your shop for a few days, as it's directly opposite the car park. Hopefully that way we can catch them all." "Oh, I see. Will you need me there?" "No, not at all. Your property will be treated with respect and securely locked when the officers leave." Hebe inhaled, and then, deep in thought, perched on the arm of the chair by her poodle. "Yes, I'm agreeable. I'm hardly there and the shop's not worth opening, really, and I guess my van'll be safe while you lot are there," she said, removing a set of keys from her handbag and handing them to Kath, who thanked her. "Can I ask you something?" "Of course you can," Kath replied. "Well, obviously with the police using the shop, I can't open, so I wondered if there'll be any form of compensation for loss of my earnings." Kath was flummoxed and didn't know what to say, but she replied that she'd ask her DCI. Whilst Kath was visiting Hebe Ide, D.S. Gibbs and another detective were at the multi-storey car park, hoping to find out what sort of view it gave, and if there were any signs that someone had been camping out up there at night. During the day there was a so-called security guard manning the exit. He wasn't very helpful, and said that as it was a Saturday hardly anyone used the car park, so it was only open 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. He grumbled that it was a waste of time him being there, but as he got time and a half pay, it was worth it. Once the guard had stopped complaining, Gibbs and D.C. Hudson, posing as business executives, asked if company cars could be left overnight. He said that it was up to them, but as there was no security on duty, anyone could come and go from the car park during the night. He moaned about winos and junkies using the ground-floor stairwell to sleep in, and told them the stench of urine was overpowering. He didn't bother showing the officers around, claiming he had arthritis and couldn't walk up the slopes or stairwell, and the lift was out of action. Hudson drove the unmarked police car from floor to floor. When they reached the top, they were in two minds about getting out, as the wind was howling and it was freezing cold. Gibbs pulled rank, so young D.C. Hudson begrudgingly got out of the car and had a good look round before returning. "You find anything interesting?" Gibbs asked, as Hudson got back in the car. "You get a fantastic view of all the surrounding streets and shops, right across Shoreditch and the city as well. I could even see St. Paul's and the post office tower. Wish I brought my camera." "I meant anything interesting to the investigation, you dope, Hudson." Hudson opened his hand. "Over there, the bit where you can see the cafe clearly, I found these discarded cannabis roaches, and the faintest trace of what looked like wheelchair marks in the grit. There's some discarded chocolate bar wrappers, and an empty tin of shandy bass as well." Gibbs sighed. "Bloody well go and get 'em then. They may give us some fingerprints." Hudson pulled up his duffel coat collar, climbed out of the car again, and did as he was asked. Leaving their vehicle in the car park, while they went to look for a suitable observation point to monitor the front of the cafe, Gibbs and Hudson walked casually along the road on the opposite side, and stopped by an old 2-storey block of terraced flats. They were council-owned, run down, and the lower floor was boarded up with a notice stating that the building was soon to be demolished. They went round the back via an alleyway, and headed up the rear concrete staircase that led to the top-floor corridor. The top-floor flats were all boarded up, except one, which was still obviously occupied, as outside there were a couple of well-cared-for pot plants, and a small washing line with some cotton knee-length ladies' knickers hanging from them. The net curtains were clean, and even the front door looked freshly painted. Ignoring Hudson's suggestion that they remove the boarding from an empty flat, Gibbs shook his head and knocked on the door. "You've a lot to learn, son. They're old ladies' knickers on the line. Using her place will be warm, with plenty of tea, coffee and biscuits, while we watch the cafe." The door was inched open, and, as Gibbs had guessed, an elderly lady in her 80s was standing in front of them, holding a mop. "I've been living here 30 years, and I told you 100 times I ain't bloody leaving. Now piss off!" she shouted, and pushed the wet mop into Gibbs's chest. "She obviously thinks we're council officials," Hudson said with a smile. Gibbs produced his warrant card and introduced himself. The old lady put down the mop, apologised and invited them in, asking if they'd like a cup of tea and a biscuit.
Gibbs smiled smugly at Hudson. Jane was taking the names, warrant numbers, ranks and departments of all the new officers arriving at the incident room, when a tall, gaunt man in a black raincoat walked in carrying a large black box with a handle. Jane thought he looked rather lost, and asked for his details for the team list. He told her he was clerical staff from Hounslow, and had come for a meeting with his brother-in-law, D.S. Spencer Gibbs. As Jane wrote down his details, she explained that D.S. Gibbs was out on inquiries, but should be back soon, and told him that he could wait in the office or the canteen. He said the office would be fine, plonked his large box on the floor, and sat down as D.S. Gibbs walked in carrying a tape recorder from the property store.
"Frank, how you doing? Thanks for coming over," Gibbs said.
Frank stood up, said hello, and they shook hands.
"Have you got the equipment?"
Frank nodded, and pointed to the black box.
"Yeah, it's heavy, and I'm still an amateur when it comes to using it, but I'll see what I can do for you."
"The governor's in his office and looking forward to meeting you," Gibbs said, and Frank followed him to Bradfield's office with his equipment. After being introduced to Frank, Bradfield cleared a space on his desk for Frank to set up his Citizens Band radio. Gibbs put the tape recorder down next to the radio and also handed Frank a copy of Ashley Brennan's notes, which listed the times and frequencies of the suspect conversations. Frank was twiddling with a dial when he looked up nervously at Bradfield.
"I know it's illegal, but I only bought it for a bit of fun off a Yank I know, to listen to airport control at Heathrow, as I'm into planes."
"Don't worry about it, Frank. No one's going to prosecute you as you're doing us a favour," Bradfield said, in an effort to reassure him. Frank nervously twiddled away with the frequency control, but all he was picking up was hissing static, and he kept on repeating that he was just an amateur and would do his best, but it might take a while for him to link the wavelengths.
"You might have been better getting that Ashley chap to help you," Frank said.
"He's too much of a geek, and he said he'd lost contact. He rambles on in radio jargon. But if you need to call him for some advice, then—" Suddenly the radio began to whistle, and the sound of a voice saying "over" could be heard.
"Oh, hang on. Looks like I've got something," Frank said excitedly.
"Bloody hell, don't tell me Bentley's in the cafe right now," Gibbs remarked. Bradfield waved his hand, indicating for them to be quiet, and leant over Frank to get closer to the CB so that he could listen.
284 from Golf Hotel receiving, over, they heard over the CB.
"Is that their call sign?" Frank asked, and Gibbs said the voice sounded familiar. They then heard another voice reply.
"Yes, 284 receiving, over. Can you return to the station to man the front desk as bloody Bradfield won't release Tennison? Over."
"That's fucking Harris talking to a PC," Bradfield exclaimed.
"You've tuned into the station radio frequency, Frank," a deflated Gibbs told him.
Bradfield was not pleased, and took Gibbs to one side. "We should get the bloke who picked up the radio transmissions on the Lloyd's job. He seemed to know what he was doing." "Give him time. He's just nervous." "We haven't got it, Spence. If he doesn't get a result in the next few hours, we'll have to bring in someone else."
"Where are you going to get 'em from? This equipment is illegal."
"Pull your finger out," Gibbs said, as he patted Frank's shoulder. Bradfield straightened his tie and ran his fingers through his hair. Spencer, taking care of the gov, asked if he had his fags and matches, and he nodded as they left for the office meeting. Bradfield, followed by Gibbs, walked into the room where the haze of cigarette smoke now hung like a blue cloud. Those who were sitting stood up, and as one officer started to applaud, everyone joined in. Jane watched in awe as Bradfield laughed and said the applause was a bit premeditated, and they would all get a lot more than a few hand claps if they got the result they were after. He stood at the front of the room with Gibbs and placed a notebook and file down on the table in front of him, then pointed to the mugshots of the Bentleys and Daniel Mitchell. "You'll all be pleased to know that DCS Metcalf fully supports Operation Hawk and has given me the green light to proceed." There was a cheer, and Jane could see the excitement on people's faces, as well as feel the buzz of anticipation as Bradfield paused briefly before continuing. "Sadly, there has been no movement today, to or from any of the suspects' premises. However, that doesn't mean they're onto us. To the contrary, after D.S. Gibbs's uniform stint last night,
I'm certain that the TSB is the target bank to be robbed via a tunnel from Silas Manitos's cafe." He asked Gibbs to give them a rundown on what he'd uncovered when visiting the cafe under the guise of a decoy burglary at Manny Charles's tailor shop. "Are we still on for the cut-price suits?" an officer asked jokingly, causing a ripple of laughter around the room. Gibbs smiled. "I'll pay for the lot if we get a result on this job." Bradfield held his hand up to indicate he wanted to get back to the serious matters. "We know the suspects weren't at the cafe last night, but there could be all kinds of reasons for that. It's unlikely they'll work during daylight hours or try to break into the bank vault while it's open. So fingers crossed there'll be some action tonight. We now have 2 good observation points in Great Eastern Street, which gives us an excellent view of the cafe and the bank, and the cream of the crop from Scotland Yard's surveillance unit." He nodded at the scruffily dressed officers in jeans and tatty coats leaning against the back wall. He continued, "They will be doing the tails and manning those points along with myself, D.S. Gibbs, and a selected few of you. As soon as this meeting is over, the new observation points will be manned." Jane listened, impressed by Bradfield's calmness and clarity as he outlined exactly which teams were to be in place and where. "Will we be taking them out tonight, Gov?" a detective asked. "Only if we can be sure the targets are actually inside the bank, and that is a decision the DCS supports. I appreciate we won't know for sure from the ops, but we can see the backyard of the cafe from the rear of the shoe shop. So, once they start loading the van with bags or sacks of their spoils, we take them out then if need be. Given the amount of safety deposit boxes in the vault, it'll take more than one run to load the spoils into their van. When that goes down, the arrest team need to be on their guard. Make no bones about it, John Bentley and Danny Mitcham are nasty pieces of work and would take great delight in giving a copper a good kicking. Clifford Bentley may be old, but I can assure you he still knows how to take care of himself in a stand-up fight." "Truncheons won't be much use to us then, Gov?" an officer said. Bradfield gave a cynical smile. "Off the record, should any of you come by a spare pickaxe handle that just happened to be lying nearby, then defend yourself as you see fit." "The handles are already sorted." Gibbs leant over and whispered to him. Bradfield told them that the DI in charge of the yard surveillance unit had already given him the teams his officers were to work in, and which observation point or vehicle they would be in. "We will work on the yard's team radio frequency, and I don't want to hear anyone else but them or me making communication. They'll be using coded communication, so if our suspects are monitoring police radios, they won't have a clue what's being spoken about." DC Hudson asked how he would know what was being said, and Bradfield explained that his CID officers would be paired up to work with the surveillance officers who would explain things, and when it came to making arrests, the surveillance officers would not be involved in order to protect their identities. He told his hackney and other local CID officers that after the meeting DS Gibbs would read out who was working with who and at which location. "Any questions so far?" Bradfield asked. They came thick and fast, and he had to keep instructing them to ask their questions in an orderly fashion. A surveillance officer raised his hand, and Bradfield pointed to him. "Do we have any intel that suggests the suspects might be armed?" There was a sudden hush, and there were a few worried looks. It was something that no one had as yet considered, even Bradfield, but he wasn't going to admit it. "Good question. There's no intel about that, but my gut feeling is that they won't be armed. This appears to be a tunnelling job as opposed to a by-the-front-door armed bank robbery, and real guns aren't the Bentley style. I know that may not reassure all of you, so I will instruct Duty Sergeant Harris to issue firearms from the safe to those of you who are authorised to use them. Let me be straight, that using firearms is a last resort, and they're only to be used if any of the suspects pulls a gun. The last thing I want is a gunfight at the corral, bullets flying around, and an own goal where one of us gets shot by a colleague." A scruffily dressed undercover officer, who had long greasy hair and facial stubble, stuck up his hand. He was wearing woolen gloves with the fingers cut off, the wool in places unravelling as he'd been pulling off strands throughout the meeting. "How are we going about monitoring the suspect's walkie-talkie communications?" We have an expert on board, provided by DS Gibbs, who has equipment to monitor other radios in the vicinity. How does it work, Gov? He asked.
Bradfield turned to Gibbs with a cheeky grin.
I think you're best placed to answer any questions.
Well, it's to do with, amps, frequencies, megahertz, etc.
All a bit complicated, really, so I won't bore you with the details,
Gibbs said, and looked at Bradfield as if to say, "Don't you dare ask me to elaborate further." Another officer put his hand up.
I assume the bank must have an alarm. Surely, if they try to get into the vault, it'll go off. If they attempt to open the vault door from the outside, out of banking hours, all hell will break loose, with more bells ringing than a monastery. However, my bet is they have a good bellman on their team. The TSB manager thinks the bank's impenetrable, but the thing is, if the alarms are down, it's not. For any of you not familiar with the term bellman, it's a villain's term for someone who's an expert electrician, especially when it comes to alarm systems. They know how to cut, bypass and disarm them without triggering the system. That's why I think the former Army engineer and electrician Danny Mitchum is on the Bentley's team. He also trained with a bomb disposal unit for 2 years.
Bradfield gestured towards the mugshot of Mitchum, adding that he'd been discharged from the Army for stealing electrical equipment and seriously assaulting the military policeman who tried to arrest him. He did not add that as yet they had no clarification that he was actually connected, and it was simply his gut feeling.
You think they'll be using explosives? I doubt it. It's a very confined space and too dangerous. Explosives were used by the gang that did the bank robbery 2 years ago, and the dust nearly choked them all.
There were murmurs and nods of agreement about Mitchum as the same undercover officer asked the next question.
Did the DCS give any indication of how long Operation Hawk's to run? It's going to be for as long as it takes. Shit! That could be weeks, months even. My granny's knitted gloves will be shredded. We stay on this, and we wait. But my bet is they'll be in the vault any day now.
Again murmurs erupted, and Bradfield had to quieten them down. This time Kath put her hand up.
It might be nothing, but WPC Tennison's report from yesterday afternoon says she heard Renee Bentley ask the postmaster when some old £5 notes would no longer be legal tender.
Gibbs shrugged. It's September this year, and it's the ones issued between 1963 and 1971. They were the first issue with Queen Elizabeth's head on. What's strange about that?
I don't see Renee as someone who'd have a lot of old fivers stashed away for a rainy day, but a bank would. And she might just be asking about the fivers on behalf of her old man and sons. I mean, you don't want to turn a bank over and have a few grand of fivers that'll soon be worthless.
Bradfield hadn't read Jane's report, and he knew Kath had raised a valid point. He gave a cold glance towards Jane, wondering why she hadn't told him. She blushed and looked away.
Thank you, Kath. Good point. But it can only be resolved by interviewing Renee, and I can't very well do that before arresting the rest of her family, can I?
She also wanted to know about travel brochures for the US. Strange, when you think she's probably never been further than Southend.
Yet again Bradfield was caught off guard.
Yes, Kath. As I said, it will all be noted down for the interviews. Right, let's move on. DS Gibbs will read out your teams and surveillance positions, as well as call signs and vehicle allocations. Take note of who's with who and their call signs. Don't try and be smart by putting it to memory, because when the action starts, you'll forget. I want you out there on the plot by 4:30 at the latest. Do your job well, and don't let me down.
It was a further half hour before the meeting finished. Everyone filed out to go up to the canteen for takeaway refreshments before Operation Hawk got into full stride. Jane was about to leave with Kath when Bradfield gestured towards her.
Tennison, see me in my office.
She started to put her chair back against the wall.
Leave the fucking chair, he growled, and stormed off.
She followed him into his office, wondering if he was worked up over her surveillance report. Entering the room, she saw DS Gibbs's brother-in-law Frank wearing headphones and twiddling the CB radio knobs. Bradfield was blunt,
and told him to take himself and his equipment to the incident room to play with. As soon as Frank closed the door, Bradfield turned to face Jane and stood right in front of her. "Why the fuck didn't you tell me Bentley's mother was asking about soon-to-be illegal fivers?" "I did a full report for you yesterday, before I went back to the section house." "If they know there's a load of worthless fivers in the bank, then someone with inside knowledge must have tipped the Bentleys off. I doubt it's the bank manager, but it could be an employee. So if Dunbar goes spouting off to the rest of the staff about my visit, and the Bentleys get to hear about it, then Operation Hawk is fucked." "I'm sorry, I didn't think—" "No, you didn't. My career's on the line here, and you don't seem to care. I'd left my report in the filing tray, and you took them all this morning to read, so You think I had time to check everything before the DCS arrived? Anyone with an ounce of common sense would have told me personally. Why didn't you tell me last night when we were together in my room?" She was so shocked by what he'd just said that she didn't know what to say, other than mutter that she was sorry, as she fought hard to hold back the tears. "You're off surveillance, so stay in the incident room. Man the radio and make sure everything is indexed and filed correctly. Now, get out of my office," he snapped furiously. As she turned to open the door, he reached out and caught her arm. "Sorry, I sounded off at you. I sometimes forget you're still a probationer with a lot to learn. Just forget about it this time, but don't ever let it happen again." She walked out, closing the door quietly behind her and feeling devastated. Not so much about being grounded, but by the way in which he'd spoken to her. It hurt, and she felt as if she'd let him down. Jane was physically shaking and felt faint as she went downstairs to the ladies' locker room. It was hard to understand Bradfield's outburst after what had happened between them in his room the previous night. She chastised herself for being so oversensitive and crying. She knew she'd made a big mistake, and one that she would never forget. But she'd learned a lesson, albeit the hard way. Leaning over the metal sink, she turned on the tap and splashed cold water over her face. As she patted it dry with a paper towel, Kath banged in and flung her arms around her. "Oh, listen, I am so sorry if I landed you in it with Bradfield at the meeting. I didn't mean to, and if he gave you a bollocking, I'll have a chat with him." "Are you all right?" she said, seeing the sad look on Jane's face. "I'm fine. He was actually quite good about it." "Oh, cross, that's a relief, because he's working under such pressure. I thought he might have torn a strip off you about Renée Bentley." "I'll get over it, Kath. Don't worry about me." Kath smiled. "Good for you, girl, but you're my friend, so I do worry. If anything's ever bothering or upsetting you, then I'm here for you. Okay?" Jane smiled and nodded. Kath looked in the mirror, fluffed up her hair, and then turned to Jane. "I've not been attached to anything so big, and it's more exciting than a murder inquiry for me. How about all those undercover guys? I've got the hots for one of them. It's a massive operation, and the Gov will get a big promotion if we pull it off. Mind you, if it all goes tits up, he could be back in uniform directing traffic." She gave Jane a hug and sashayed to the door with her hands on her hips. Kath sang and saw that Jane looked confused. "Climb Up the Wall. It's a song by Yana. I have to say, that Hebe-eyed was a piece of work. But I reckon she'll give me a good discount on a lovely pair of slingbacks." She started singing again as she walked out of the locker room. Jane was at a loss as to who Yana was, but Kath's excitement and enthusiasm were contagious. She hesitated briefly before taking a deep breath and heading back up to the incident room. It was strangely quiet, as by now everyone on the team had left the station to take up their observation positions. Frank was hunched over a desk at the far end of the room, still wearing headphones and twiddling knobs, and it almost made her laugh. He suddenly sat bolt upright and asked her to get Gibbs and Bradfield. She didn't want to go anywhere near the DCI at present, so said that they'd probably left the station. He frantically began turning various knobs and dials, and Jane asked if there was anything she could do to help. He took off his headphones and threw them down on the table. "Thought I had something there for a second, but it was just static, I think. God, I wish I knew more about how these things work. I really need to use the bathroom. Would you mind just keeping a listening ear for a minute or two?" "Oh, fine, I don't mind at all. Jane replied, and he left the room. She sat in his very warm seat and put the headphones on. All she could hear was static crackles, and curiously, twisting one of the dials, she was stunned as Janis Joplin began to sing her favourite song, "Take Another Little Piece of My Heart Now, Baby." Wanting to get rid of the music, she turned the dial a bit more and heard the sound of a rasping cough, and a male voice trying to say something in between coughs, but she couldn't make out what he was saying. Jane looked at the tape-recording deck that was connected to the machine, but didn't know how to turn it on. She listened as the man, coughing, cleared his throat of phlegm and spoke in a croaky voice.
"You hold this button down to talk like this, then when you're finished, say over and release it to listen to the reply."
The coughing became worse, and then there was a click, and nothing but radio static. She turned in a panic as Frank reappeared and lifted one side of the headphones from her ear. "I just heard a man's voice. Sounded like he had a bad cold, and it was hard to make out what he was saying, but I think he was telling someone how to use a two-way radio."
"Did you record it?"
Frank asked. "I didn't know how to work the thing," she replied in a worried voice, and passed back the headphones. Frank twisted the dials back and forth, and one of the sound indicator arrows began to swing from left to right.
"Nope, just got static. Maybe something or nothing. So best we keep it between us, as I left my post and it wasn't recorded."
Uneasily, Jane agreed. To appease David, who was acting like a petulant child, John had told him to show their dad how to work the walkie-talkie, little realizing they'd been overheard. With a temperature of 102 and a fever so bad he couldn't get out of bed, there was no way David could be lookout that night. Clifford joined John in the kitchen, and they sat down to enjoy a Savoy and chip tea.
"You going to be okay? Did he show you how to use it?" John asked. "Yeah, he's not a brain teaser, and to be honest, the way he is tonight he'd be a liability up on that car park roof. He can hardly sit up, let alone stand. He's that fucking sick you'd hear him coughing a mile away."
John put his arm around his father and hugged him tightly.
"Well, he is and always was a liability. I've got to be honest, I'm glad you're looking after our backs. So eat up, and we'll get moving in half an hour."
The doorbell rang, and both men froze, wondering who it was. It rang again, and they heard Renee saying she was coming, followed by the sound of the front door opening. John inched the kitchen door open, and saw Renee ushering in the local GP. He turned to his dad with gritted teeth.
"Jesus Christ, she's only got the fucking doctor in," he whispered, and closed the door before continuing. "I'm telling you, Dad, she's a bigger liability than bloody David. I done a drawing, working out how deep and at what angle we had to dig the tunnel, and slung it in me bedroom bin when I'd finished with it. She must have taken it out to have a look, as I found it on the kitchen table. Don't worry, son. She's that thick she won't have a clue what your drawing means."
Clifford then opened the door and went to David's room.
"Is he all right, Doc?"
he asked. John could hear the doctor saying that it wasn't pneumonia, but a severe bronchial infection, and David should stay in bed for a couple of days. He wrote out a prescription for some antibiotics, and Renee thanked him for coming before showing him out.
"I'm going out to get David's prescription,"
she said, taking her coat down from the hall stand. Clifford shrugged, indifferent, as she picked up her purse.
"Do you want me to get something in for your tea?" "No, we've had ours, and we're going out to a club," Clifford said. "But David's in no fit state to go drinking. You heard what the doc said, didn't you?" "I meant me and John, you dozy mare. So don't wait up."
Renee buttoned up her coat and stared at him accusingly before leaving. David lay in bed feeling as if his body was on fire. His chest was hurting, as well as his leg and his back, and the headache he had was unbearable. He was annoyed that he wasn't taking any further part in the robbery for at least 2 days, but the reality was he knew he was too ill to sit in the cold car park for another night. John walked in and took the walkie-talkie from David's bedside drawer. He looked at the profusely sweating face of his brother. "We're off now. You get plenty of rest, and take them antibiotics when Mum's back. We told her we're off to a club. Okay?"
I'm sorry, John, but will I lose any of my cut because I can't go with you?
Course not, you stupid bugger. Family always share, right?
It was 6:30 when Clifford and John left the flat and headed out of the estate to get the van from the lockup, unaware that their movements were being monitored and a fleet of surveillance vehicles would be on their tail. Chapter 27. Everything was going smoothly as the surveillance vehicles followed at a distance behind John and Clifford Bentley, who were now in the Rung van, travelling in the direction of Great Eastern Street. Undercover officers were on the number 55 bus, tailing Danny Mitchum, who, like the Bentleys, clearly hadn't got a clue what was going on around him. Bradfield's hunch about the bellman had been spot on. Op 3, at the shoe shop, relayed in code that John and Clifford had just pulled up at the rear of the cafe, and Silas had come out to open the gates, which he'd unlocked earlier in anticipation of their arrival. 5 minutes later, Danny Mitchum was seen by officers from Op 4, which was the flat belonging to the elderly woman in the derelict building opposite. Mitchum was strolling casually down Great Eastern Street, and stopping in front of the cafe, he had a quick look around before knocking on the door. As soon as Silas opened it, he slipped inside. Bradfield was still in his office catching up on paperwork, but finding it hard to concentrate as the anticipation of the night ahead ran through his body like adrenaline. He was able to monitor the situation by listening to one of the surveillance radios he had with him, and D.S. Gibbs was keeping in contact from Op 3 by telephone. It was his intention to go to one of the observation points in Great Eastern Street later in the evening. Gibbs was concerned that the multi-storey car park might not be the lookout point for the gang, as John Bentley hadn't driven in to drop anyone off. Nor had they seen anyone enter with a vehicle to drive up to the top floor, or, for that matter, even go up on foot. He was about to phone DCI Bradfield when Clifford Bentley was seen exiting the cafe from the rear. He walked up the alley, across the main road, and towards the car park.
"Fuck off, you stinking bastard," Clifford said, as he kicked the legs of the drunken tramp lying on some cardboard boxes by the stairwell to the upper floors.
Groaning, the tramp watched Clifford climb up the stairs out of sight, before putting his mittened left hand up to his mouth and pressing the transmit button concealed on his wrist, which operated the hidden radio sewn into his coat. "All units from Foxtrot 1. Target 2, on foot. Travelling up Charlie Papa, with comms device."
"OK, received by Silver,"
D.S. Gibbs replied, as he watched from the front window of the shoe shop. He could see Clifford climbing up the stairwell, and looking through the binoculars that he was carrying a walkie-talkie. A couple of minutes later, Clifford had reached the top floor and was surveying the area. Gibbs breathed a sigh of relief. He rang Bradfield from the secure line they'd installed in the shoe shop and updated him. "Good job, Spence. I heard it on the surveillance radio, but didn't have a code book in front of me, so was having to guess some of what was said. What's it like in the shoe shop?" "Bit of a shithole compared to the old lady's flat, but of course that's where you decided you'd like to watch from for some reason," Spence said cynically. "My rank comes with privileges, Spence, so I'll get first pickings. Any sounds coming from the cafe basement yet?" "No. An officer's down there with a listening device. Well, a big stethoscope, really. So, if and when there is any sound, we should pick it up. What's happening about the bank manager? You still going to speak with him at his home tonight?" "No. He might become over-anxious and start shooting his mouth off to the staff. Or worse, make an appearance at the bank late at night to check it over. How's your brother-in-law getting on?" "I put Frank in the old lady's place, so he'll be with you. He's got the CB and everything else set up." "Still twiddling with his knob, is he?" Bradfield asked, and laughed. "He made out he was like the radio genius Marconi to me at a family get-together. Be handy if he did pick up some chatter between the Bentleys. But either way, we've got everything in hand down here. Backup vehicles with armed officers are parked up well away to cut off every possible escape route, and someone at each op is carrying a revolver as well. Strange that David Bentley isn't with them, though." "I think I might have cracked that one. Tennison's report said Reaney bought aspirin and cough mixture. Then there was the doctor visiting the flat earlier, and it must be bloody cold up on that roof all night. I reckon David's on a sickie and had to drop out, so the old man has stepped in, which is great for us. He'll never see the light of day again, as his sentence will ensure he dies in prison." "You're a heartless soul at times, Len." "Thank you, Spence. I'll be down there a bit later, hopefully,
but I need to catch up on this paperwork so that I won't be too snowed under when we nick 'em all."
Jane had finished the indexing and was sitting alone in the office. She was unsure how long she was supposed to work for, or even if someone was going to relieve her so she could at least get some refreshments. Having listened to all the radio interaction between the surveillance officers, she was really upset that she was cooped up inside. Even being in a tatty, stinking oboe van would be more exciting than this. She heard someone enter the room. "Are you here to relieve me?" she asked. As she turned round, she realised it was Bradfield.
"Why, you bored?"
he asked, dropping a bunch of files on her desk.
"This lot needs indexing as well,"
he said bluntly. "I thought you might have been Kath. I haven't had a meal break all day."
"Go on then, take half an hour. I've got a radio in my office as well, so I'll keep a listening ear on things. I'll ring Gibbs and tell him to send an officer back to relieve you for the night at 10.
Jane thanked him, and as she left the room he asked her to bring him a coffee and a ham sandwich when she'd finished her ref's break. When she returned, he was sitting at his desk with his feet up, and his raincoat bundled up to act as a cushion for his head. She placed the mug down on his desk and said that she was more than willing to stay on if he felt she would be useful. He lowered his legs and twisted his head from side to side.
"To be honest, I think they're at least 2 nights short of getting into the vault. But the good thing is we're all in position and up and rolling. Tomorrow night will be more interesting, but right now we need to play the waiting game. If you think it'll be an experience, then by all means stay on. If not, I'd go and get some shut-eye so you're fresh for tomorrow."
She nodded and then hesitated. "So you think they'll go into the bank tomorrow or the next night?" He sighed, leaning back in his chair.
"Well, only because it's the weekend, and with the TSB closed they can work both day and night. The overtime bill for this operation is astronomical, so the sooner they break in and we get 'em nicked, the easier it'll be on the Commissioner's pocket."
He grabbed the mug of coffee and grinned, raising it up as a thank you. Jane hesitated. "My mother, remember you met her when you came to my parents' flat? She wondered if one Sunday you might like to come over for lunch." He cocked his head to one side.
"Well, that's very kind of her, and maybe at some time that could be on the cards. Right now it's a bit difficult, but pass on my thanks for the invitation, though."
She nodded, feeling foolish. "Well, I'll stay on for a while, and if you need another cup of coffee or anything, just shout." He sipped his coffee, and she hovered for a moment.
"Jane, about what happened between us. You still all right about it?"
She blushed and nodded. He held out his hand. "Come here. Come on." His desk phone began to ring, but he ignored it. Jane took his hand and he drew her closer. Her heart pounded as he reached up and touched her face, and she leaned close for him to kiss her.
"Gold from silver. Pick up phone. Urgent,"
Gibbs said over the radio. Bradfield released her, grabbed the phone, and with a look of dread on his face, gestured for her to leave as he took the call from the shoe shop.
"Don't tell me they're into the vault already, Spence." "No, it's still all quiet. But there is a slight problem. Hebe Hyde, the woman who owns the shoe shop, has turned up and is filling her van in the yard with shoes."
"Well, let her get on with it. In fact, help her if need be, so you can get rid of her quicker."
"We can see Silas in his yard looking up and down the alleyway. He must have heard something and be wondering what's going on. The thing is, Kath Morgan asked her if we could use the shoe shop to watch the car park for a team nicking classy motors." "Sort it, Spence, and quick. If Silas speaks to her, then it could be game and career over for us. I'm on my way down there now. I'll use the back street entrance and go to Op 4 at the old lady's."
Hebe tottered back and forth into the shop, carrying out shoe boxes and piling them into the back of her green Morris Marina van. She was wearing a gold lame miniskirt, high-wedge sandals, and a lacy blouse showing off her cleavage. She'd gone in through the front door and then unlocked the back to load the van. Gibbs went down to speak with her in the hall.
"I'm sorry about this, love, but I got a last-minute offer for a Sunday market stall in Kensal Green. Normally I do Petticoat Lane, but there's more money to be made at Kensal Green. It's an early start in the morning, so I thought I'd just pack up the van and drive it home tonight."
To get rid of her as fast as possible, Gibbs told Hudson, who was working alongside him, to stack the boxes by the back door for her to load them, but not to go into the yard in case Silas saw him. Surprisingly, Hebe was quite professional, checking the sizes before piling them in a neat and orderly way into the back of the van. Silas had by now gone upstairs to his flat and was looking out of the back bedroom window. He could see Hebe loading her van, and thinking that John and Danny were about to start work with the electric drill, he rushed down to the cellar and told them to stay quiet and not move. John said his dad had already been on the walkie-talkie and told them there was a woman entering the shoe shop.
"Is that bloody Hebe woman? She owns it, and thinks she's a Yana look-alike, always singing her song, 'Climb Up the Wall.' She makes me go up the wall sometimes. Anyway, I just check out what she's doing."
Silas peered round the shoe shop rear gate, which Hebe had already unlocked because she'd be leaving once she'd loaded the shoes. She was bending into the van, her skirt riding up her bottom and revealing her lacy knickers. D.C. Hudson was about to put some more boxes by the back door when he heard Silas's voice and ducked out of sight.
"Hello there, Hebe darling. How you keeping? I hear sound in your yard, so thought it best I check it out as there been some break-ins lately."
"Hey, Silas, love, long time no see. The shop's okay, I'm just loading up for market day tomorrow, and then I've got a hot date at a club with a nice young man."
"You no change, Hebe. How's business?" "Mine, not so good."
"Same for me, darling. To be honest, I'll be glad to see the back end of this shithole, and some of these shoes I'm going to be selling at less than cost. Oh, you don't need a nice pair of loafers, do you? They're real suede and nice stitching."
"No, Ta. You need any help packing?"
Gibbs was upstairs and could hear everything. His heart was pounding as he prayed that she didn't say she already had some help.
"Nah, I'm virtually done, and these cork-soled sandals don't weigh nothing. Thanks for asking, though."
"Okay. You have good night, Hebe."
She lit a cigarette, laughed, and said she was intending to do just that, as Silas returned to his cafe. Gibbs watched from upstairs as Silas closed his yard gates and went inside. It had been a narrow escape. He went downstairs and told Hudson it was all clear.
"Excuse me,"
she whispered to Gibbs as she stepped inside the shop. "You want to tell me who you're really watching out for? A gang of car thieves or the fat Greek?"
"What makes you ask that?"
"It's just I noticed you got people at the front and back of the upstairs, and Silas was being nosy, not friendly. That's why I didn't say someone was already helping me load the van."
Gibbs told her she was right, but he couldn't go into details and asked her to keep it to herself. She said that she was the soul of discretion, and besides, she hated the fat, leery Greek. Gibbs went upstairs. It was a further 10 minutes before Hebe finished her cigarette and loaded the rest of the shoes into the van, assisted by Hudson, who was still stacking them by the door.
"I'm going now,"
she said, and gave him a come-hither glance. She winked at him.
"Maybe we can have a drink sometime."
"I'm always very busy," Hudson said nervously.
"What size shoes are you?"
she asked, looking down. He gulped, unsure what she was actually looking at.
"I've got big feet."
She ran her hand through her bleached blonde hair, gave him a sensual smile, and looked down again.
"So I see. Well, you know what they say. Big feet, big—"
"Hands," he replied quickly, knowing what she actually meant.
"Big hands are useful as well, sweetheart. Anyway, best I get off. You go and help yourself to a pair of shoes in the basement, as a thanks for helping me load up the van."
It was a relief when she left, and he was able to go back upstairs.
"Sounded and looked like the blonde bombshell had the hots for you," Gibbs said, taking the mickey.
"She scared me, Sarge. I wouldn't know how to handle a woman like her."
"She'd eat you up and spit you out, son, but you'd learn a lesson or two at the same time."
One of the officers, who'd been listening in the shoe-shop cellar, suddenly came running upstairs. "Sounds like they started drilling. You can hear it through the walls, even without the listening device." As Gibbs reached the shop floor, he could hear a dull rumbling sound, which increased in intensity and volume as he ran down the basement stairs. The drilling noise echoed around the room as bits of sand and stones on the floor bounced up and down like ping-pong balls under the heavy vibration. Gibbs felt something landing in his hair, and looking up saw that loose plaster was crumbling off the ceiling. The officer with the listening device looked anxiously at D.S. Gibbs.
I hope this place doesn't collapse on my bloody head. Course it won't, son. But if it does, be sure and let me know.
Gibbs hot-footed it back upstairs. Rennie had given David a large dose of medicine, and he was feeling a little better. His temperature had gone down, and he managed to eat a slice of toast and some chicken soup. She'd left him to sleep while she watched Coronation Street, then checked again to see how he was. Edging quietly into the room, Rennie stood by his bed and looked down at his handsome face. She felt such overwhelming love for her youngest son, and she couldn't bear the thought of ever being parted from him. She fetched a hard-back chair and placed it beside the bed. He had lovely soft hands with slender fingers, and she wanted to reach out and hold them, like she'd done when he was a little boy afraid of the dark. He opened his eyes and blinked. "What are you doing?" he asked quietly.
"Checking you're okay, son. I need to talk to you about something, and with your dad and brother out, this is my best opportunity."
"What do you want to talk about?"
"They think I'm like wallpaper, with no thoughts or feelings. But after years of what they've put me through, they've wrung the life out of me. Well, your dad has more than John, but he scares me as well sometimes. Cliff's knocked me around for years, but you get sort of used to being abused, because fighting back or arguing only makes it worse. Eventually you learn to keep out the way and say nothing, especially if you want a quiet life. I used to tell myself I stayed because of you two boys, but the truth was, I never had the guts to get out. The only time I ever felt really safe was when he was in prison."
"Why are you telling me this, Mum?" She sighed, patted her knees and straightened her apron.
"Oh, David, I ain't stupid, love. The years of turning a blind eye and pretending not to know what's going on made for an easy life. But truth is, I always knew."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
"Yes, you do, David. And I know you and John have been up to something illegal. And your dad's involved too, now he's out. I don't know what it is, but I'm begging you to stay out of it. Don't get involved, son, for your own good."
David said nothing, but couldn't look his mother in the eye. She shook her head.
"There's no point in denying it, because I know. I've seen all the signs, seen them too many times not to know. And now I'm too old to walk away. But you can."
He turned his back to her.
"That's a joke. Me walking away."
She got up and leaned over him.
"I got money saved, David. Money I've kept hidden for years. I'm giving it all to you because I want you out of here. I want you free of them once and for all."
"Thanks, Ma, but a few quid won't help me. And you got it wrong. We're not doing anything, I swear to you." Her face twisted.
"Don't lie to me!"
she shouted, and kicked the chair over. He'd never seen this side of her, and he watched with alarm as she took deep breaths, afraid she was bringing on another asthma attack.
"It's not a few quid, David. It's my life savings."
She walked out of his room to her bedroom, got her hatbox from the top shelf of the wardrobe, and threw it down onto the bed. Removing the lid, she tossed out the tissue paper, the gloves, and her precious hat she'd only worn once. As she stuffed the money into a brown paper bag, the doorbell rang. She froze. It rang again, and she started to gasp for breath as her chest tightened in fear it was the police. She took some puffs of her inhaler, and using the wall to keep steady, moved slowly from the bedroom to the front door, clutching the bag of money.
"Rennie, lovey, are you in? Rennie?"
Nancy Phillips shouted. Recognizing Nancy's voice, Rennie felt slightly less anxious, but she was still breathing heavily. She opened the door.
"Hello, love. Sorry to knock so late, but I'm burying my grandson tomorrow." "Tomorrow? But it's Sunday, isn't it?" "Yes, but the coroner released Eddie's body yesterday, and then it's a bank holiday on Monday, and I was worried about keeping his body in the lounge for viewing for nearly 5 days, you know, what with the smell. Anyway, the vicar's been very kind and said he'd hold the funeral service on Sunday for me. I'm having a few drinks after. I'm asking all the people I know from off the estate, 'cause poor Eddie didn't know nobody but junkies and no good louts. Everyone's chipping in, and I thought you might like to, what with having 2 boys yourself. Just give me a minute, Nancy, she panted, and eased the door half shut. Opening the paper bag, she took out a £5 note, drew a few deep breaths to keep steady, and opened the door again. Here you are, love. I'll be there to pay my respects. Oh, that's ever so generous of you, Renee. Everyone's been so kind. She shut the door as David appeared in the hall. He looked worried. She glared at him. You look like you're about to wet yourself, David. You still saying you're up to nothing? Poor Nancy's burying her grandson. He was just 19 years old, and there's lots more poor kids like him on this estate. I should have given her this money. At least she'd make good use of it. She gasped for breath, held up the bag, and waved it at David, who was holding onto the doorframe to stand upright. You need to lie down, Ma. Makes 2 of us. She shoved the paper bag into his chest. You take this. Go to Florida. Get away before it's too late and the coppers come knocking for real. He opened the bag and looked inside, then stared at his mother as she gasped and heaved for breath. Jesus Christ, Ma! Where'd you get all this cash from? Cleaning fucking offices, washing down floors, taking in ironing, and saving from my pension. Take it. Take it all, David. She went to lie down on her bed and began to cry. He came into the room using his stick, and seeing her weeping made him feel close to tears. Florida's just a dream, Mum. I didn't really mean it. She plucked a tissue out of the box on her bedside table and blew her nose. Yes, you did, son. I could tell by your voice when you told me that's where you wanted to go. There's enough there for more than a plane ticket. She never mentioned what she'd found under his mattress, and that she knew he had a passport. He slowly edged to her bedside and sat beside her. He gently stroked her lined, pale face, and then bent to kiss her soft, worn cheek. She gave him a warm smile, followed by a lovely, girlish, cheeky grin, and leaned closer. There was some cash your dad hid in the airing cupboard behind the boiler. I told him the cops took it when they came to arrest him the last time, so he thinks they nicked it and shared it amongst themselves. But I've been hiding it in my hatbox for all the years he was banged up. She asked David to get her hat, which was lying on the floor. She sat up, and he gently put it on her head and adjusted it. He stood back and smiled, as the wide brim and the flower in the headband made her look ridiculous. I'll wear this for the funeral tomorrow, she said, finally smiling back. I love you, Ma. Love you with all my broken heart. Chapter 28. Beneath the cafe, Danny, John and Silas were taking it in turns to use the Kango Model G electric hammer drill to dig through the thick clay soil. They were now under the vault and starting work on the concrete base. It was hard, and progress had been slow, as only one person at a time could use a shovel in the claustrophobic tunnel. They were all exhausted and covered in dirt and dust. Although they tied handkerchiefs over their mouths and noses, the dust from the concrete still got through and made them cough and sneeze. By now they'd made a wider, deeper space under the vault and could just about kneel down or lie on their backs to drill the concrete and cut the embedded wire mesh with a bolt cutter. Although the Kango only weighed 14 pounds, the awkward angles they were forced to hold it at made it feel much heavier. After filling a rubble bag with concrete, they had no choice but to wriggle backwards, dragging the heavy bag as they went. The oxyacetylene torch would have cut through the mesh quickly, but it was awkward to pull through the tunnel, and the heat from the flames would make it feel like a sauna. John and Danny were doing the brunt of the work, as Silas was so unfit and overweight he couldn't keep up with them, and kept moaning that he didn't feel well and needed to lie down for a bit. John had commented to Danny, out of Silas's earshot, that the fat git would be doing them all a favour if he dropped dead from a heart attack, and then they'd each get a bigger cut of the money and goods in the deposit boxes. John was having a break for some water when he thought he heard something coming from the radio. It had been difficult to hear due to the racket of the machinery. Danny emerged from the tunnel
and pulled the handkerchief from his face as John pressed the speak button on the walkie-talkie.
"Are you calling us, Dad? Is everything okay?"
"No, it's not. I'm fucking freezing up here. How much longer before you're in?"
Clifford asked, finishing the hip flask of brandy he'd brought with him.
"We're working hard, but it won't be tonight."
"Then down tools and come and get me."
"We're taking a break, but we're not ready to leave yet. Give us another hour or so."
"Shit. Don't do anything. Don't make an effing sound. Someone's just pulled up in a van outside the tailor shop,"
Clifford said tensely, at the same time annoyed that he was stuck out in the cold. Bradfield, stationed at Op floor, was asleep in the armchair, and the old lady had gone to bed when Frank picked up some conversation on his CB radio. He gently shook Bradfield's shoulder, and he woke with a start.
"What you got?" "Bit crackly in places, but I heard the tailing clearly and it's on tape."
Frank was about to rewind the tape and play it, but Bradfield told him not to in case they started a conversation on the walkie-talkie again, and he missed recording it.
"It's okay. I've written it down in shorthand," said Frank. "John Bentley, Target 1, said it won't be tonight, so I assume he was talking to Clifford, Target 2. They still aren't into the vault."
"Was that it?" Bradfield asked, alert now.
"No. Target 2 said there's someone in a van pulling up outside the tailor's shop."
"It'll be fucking Manny!" Bradfield exclaimed, and hurried over to the front window. He could see Manny under the streetlight unloading suits from the van and taking them into the shop. Shit! How long's he been there? He turned to the surveillance officer who'd earlier played the part of the tramp and was now watching what was happening from the window.
"Just arrived, sir. I was waiting to see what you did before I disturbed you, but Frank got you first."
Frank had removed the headphones, so the CB was now on loudspeaker for Bradfield to hear what the suspects were saying. He recognized John Bentley's voice.
"Tell us what's happening, Dad." "The driver's alone and gone into the shop. Is it the shoe shop woman? Is she back again?"
John was wondering if Hebe had returned because she was suspicious.
"No, it's a little geezer, gone into the tailor's shop."
Bradfield was pulling his hair out, wondering what the hell Manny was doing there so late at night. He watched him return to the van for a third time and carry another armful of plastic-covered garments into the shop. When he closed the van's back doors, Bradfield thought he was going to leave, but he went into the shop, shutting the door behind him. Bradfield phoned Gibbs. Seeing the light flashing on the silent phone they'd installed in the shoe shop, Gibbs answered it, and Bradfield updated him on Manny Charles's movements.
"What are you going to do?" Gibbs asked.
"There's nothing I can do. If I send anyone over to the front of the shop, then Clifford will see them from the rooftop and get suspicious. We'll just have to sit it out like our targets are. So make sure you don't make a sound in your op."
Bradfield sat down in the armchair again and shut his eyes, but he couldn't sleep. It was the frustration and the underlying fear that the whole job would go wrong and they'd have no result for all their efforts. It was nearly 2 a.m. by the time Manny Charles eventually turned off the lights and locked up his premises.
"The tailor's come out of the shop, Gov,"
Frank said, and Bradfield got up and went over to the window. As Bradfield stood back and watched Manny drive off in his van, he heard Clifford and John's voices over the radio.
"The coast is clear now, but can we pack up soon, as my bollocks are almost frozen?" "OK, I'll pick you up in 30.
Bradfield knew it would still be at least half an hour before John and Danny were on the move, as they'd have to replace the plasterboard to conceal the hole in the wall and tidy up. Unaware he was being watched, Silas stood in the yard hosing his and Danny's boots down. John drove out from the alley and then across the main road to the car park where he pulled up outside, and Clifford, who was already waiting, jumped in. Bradfield told the mobile surveillance units to keep well back, as there would be little traffic on the road. He reckoned the targets would be returning to their home addresses anyway, where the other officers waiting in observation vans would pick them up again. It seemed that Danny Mitchum was still at the cafe, and as there was no drilling sound, Bradfield assumed he was sleeping there. Once John Bentley was well away from the area, and all the lights were out in the cafe, Bradfield gave a coded signal over the radio that everyone in Ops 3 and 4 could stand down. He instructed them to meet him in half an hour in the canteen at City Road, the nearest local police station, for a quick debrief. Those watching the suspects' home addresses were to remain in situ and take it in turns to get some sleep. Returned to Hackney Station after the debrief, Bradfield and Spencer went to the incident room. "At least we know they're coming back later. They must be close to getting into the vault. And when they do, we pounce," Gibbs said, yawning. "I hope so, because these all-nighters do my head in." Bradfield went over to the board with the array of mugshots and tapped the photograph of David Bentley. "I hope we get him as well. Maybe they'll use him tomorrow. Be nice to bang up all the Bentleys at the same time." "What about Renée, their mother?" "Arrest her as well if she's involved," he said. Tapping the mugshot of Clifford Bentley, he continued. "He didn't wait long, only out the nick a few minutes and going to be back for the rest of his natural any time soon." "Let's hope it doesn't all turn to rat shit," Gibbs said, yawning again. Bradfield glared at him. "Why are you being negative again? If everyone does their job properly, nothing will go wrong, and we'll catch them red-handed on the plot. That's what the DCS wants, and that's what he's going to get, right?" "Right, but I was just playing devil's advocate, because what if they come back and it doesn't go down for some reason?" Bradfield lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and inhaled deeply. "We just wait. Besides, it's a bank holiday weekend, so it gives them an extra day to work. I bet they're planning to get it done before everything opens again on Tuesday." "Come on, Lan. How long can Operation Hawk go on for? I mean, we don't actually know how close they are to the vault. What if it's another week? You then run a greater risk of them sussing out our surveillance unit. And if that happens, they'll fuck off out the country, leaving us with egg on our faces. Why not take them out when they go back tomorrow night, while they're in the tunnel?" Bradfield inhaled again, letting the smoke drift from his nose. "No, I want them with the goods in their greedy little mitts. It's my career on the line here, Spence, not yours. And if this goes belly up, I won't have one." They were interrupted by a deep, groggy voice. Kath's head popped up from behind a desk in the far corner where she'd been trying to sleep, using her coat as a makeshift blanket. "Good to hear you're both sounding so confident. You've got a cracking team working for you, Gov, and every single one of us are behind you 100%. Gibbs laughed. "You've only been in the CID 2 minutes, so what do you know about how everyone feels?" "The Gov's right, Spence. You are negative. But I'm not. I got you Julianne Collins's killer, so I deserve to be at the bank when you open the vault to Nick Bentley's gang. And if you try and move me aside, I swear I won't go away quietly." Spencer ignored her, and said he was going to see if there was an empty cell so he could try to get a few hours' kip. Bradfield smiled at Kath. "I like your positive attitude," he said, as he stubbed out his cigarette. "You mind if I say something personal, Gov?" "When have you ever held back, Kath?" "Well, you can go off like a rocket sometimes if anyone gets too personal." He cocked his head to one side. "Come on, spit it out." "OK, here goes. It's about Jane Tennison and the stuff in her report about Renée and the fivers she forgot to tell you about. She's been working long hours, feeling tired, and it was a genuine mistake." "We're all tired, Kath." He was starting to sound irritable. "Yes, I know, but she's really keen and hates to let anyone down. It's not bollocking she needs, but encouragement. She's young, eager to learn, and yes, sometimes a bit over-enthusiastic." "Thank you, Kath, point taken. Now, if you don't mind, I'm knackered." "I'm sorry, but I've known you for a long time, and I know you can be a charmer when you want to be. It's pretty obvious she's got the hots for you." Kath paused. Bradfield shrugged and avoided making eye contact with her. "You can tell from the way she looks at you. You've always been a heartbreaker, and I doubt she's ever met anyone like you. So please just behave, because I like her." He gave her his lopsided smile and stuck another cigarette in his mouth. "You also smoke too much." "Mind your business, Kath, and don't push your luck. Not if you want to be present when we make the arrests. Now get out, go and get some kip." Kath said goodnight and made a zipping motion across her mouth before leaving the room. Bradfield sighed. He did smoke too much, and knew he'd already crossed the line with Jane, but he'd been unable to stop himself. He decided once the arrests had been made, he'd send Jane back to uniform shifts and make it clear there would be no Sunday lunches at her mother's. Jane arrived at the station just before 6 a.m. and went to the ladies' locker room to get changed. She'd found it hard to sleep during the night. Every time she closed her eyes, she couldn't help picturing Bradfield's handsome face, with his unruly curly hair and brilliant blue eyes. She kept wondering what would have happened in his office if they hadn't been interrupted by the call from Gibbs on the radio. Putting on her jacket, she looked at herself in the mirror. The murder inquiry had been fascinating, and often emotionally draining, but the adrenaline rush she felt being privy to Operation Hawk was even stronger. Before working with Bradfield, Jane hadn't considered becoming a detective, but for her, Bradfield epitomized what being a good detective was all about: compassion where needed, and the ability to instantly change approach where necessary, always keeping in mind the forensics and fine details of an investigation, no matter what it might be. Being a detective and dealing with serious crime was more stressful than uniform work, but Jane thought it beat working with Harris on the front desk any day. Jane looked in the mirror and adjusted her bow tie. She touched her face as she recalled the way Bradfield had pulled her close and touched her cheek as he was about to kiss her. She was suddenly awoken from her thoughts by the sound of Kath's voice. "That's the last time I sleep with Spencer Gibbs. I hardly got any kip at all." "You slept with D.S. Gibbs?" Jane asked, looking rather stunned. "He didn't even have the decency to let me use the bed. I had to kip on a mattress with a blanket on the floor. At first, he started singing rock songs and keeping a drum beat on his thighs. Then when he did fall asleep like a log, he snored like a foghorn." "Was it your place or his?" Jane asked, somewhat confused. "We shared an empty cell to grab a few hours' kit before going back on duty," Kath explained as she started to undress to have a shower. "I'm so excited about Operation Hawk I couldn't sleep, so I decided to come in early. Is Bradfield back?" Kath hesitated and nodded her head. "Yeah, he's crashed out in his office. You know how obsessive he is." "I'll see if he wants a coffee and some breakfast," Jane said with a smile. Kath saw through Jane's smile, but felt apprehensive. "Don't go disturbing him. He was so tired and moody earlier, he'll bite your head off." "Oh, right. I won't," Jane said, looking rather dejected. Kath knew she'd promised Bradfield to keep her mouth zipped, but out of concern she felt she had to say something. "Listen, Jane, don't think I'm poking my nose in, but is there anything going on between you two?" Jane flushed, leaned closer and whispered, "Please don't tell anyone, but we spent the night together." Although she didn't show it, Kath was stunned and needed time to think about what she should say to Jane. "Don't worry, I won't. Right now I need a shower to freshen up, so I'll see you later, darling," she said as she wrapped a towel round her and walked across the room to the showers, muttering to herself, "Shit, shit, shit." She stopped as she heard Jane singing Janis Joplin. Chapter 29. Rennie had pretended to be asleep when she'd heard Clifford enter the bedroom. He got into bed beside her and was snoring loudly as soon as his head hit the pillow. She'd heard the bath-water running, and then the banging of John's bedroom door closing. She turned over onto her side and clasped her hands beneath her chin. Hanging on the wardrobe door was her best dress, and on the dressing table was the hat that she'd only ever worn once. It was a Sunday morning, and she'd usually have a lie-in, but she just couldn't get back to sleep, so she decided to make herself a cup of tea. Slowly easing herself out of bed so as not to wake Clifford, she put on her old dressing gown, picked up her slippers, and crept out, closing the door silently behind her. She put the kettle on the stove and popped 2 slices of bread into the toaster. There was no margarine left, so she took out a bowl of dripping from the fridge and spread it onto her toast. She sat down and started to write out a shopping list, licking the lead of the pencil as she decided what she needed. She'd still got some leftover stew, so they could have that for their dinner, but she was out of potatoes. The kettle boiled, and she looked at the filthy clothes left by the washing machine. John's jeans and T-shirts were covered in grey, powdery dust, and his boots were caked in soil beside them. She put the clothes in a plastic bag, picked up the boots, and placed them back down on an old newspaper. She decided to take them to the laundrette later, but it would have to wait until after the funeral of Nancy Phillips's grandson. She went into the bathroom to wash her hair. Half an hour later, Renée went into the kitchen, where a bleary-eyed John was sitting in his dressing gown reading an old paper. He was exhausted, and every muscle in his body ached from being cooped up in the cramped tunnel lifting the Kango drill. He had poured himself a mug of tea from the teapot, but it was tepid, and he piled in the sugar, stirring it hard. He looked up and saw his mum with her hair still wrapped in a towel. She hardly spoke to John as she fried bacon and eggs, made a fresh pot of tea, and set the table around him as he slurped the dregs from his mug. "How's David?" he asked.
"Not well. He's still got bronchitis, and by the looks of it a high temperature. I'm worried stiff about him, and in two minds to call the doc again."
"Just keep giving him the medicine," John grunted, and poured a fresh mug of tea. She finished the fry-up, and put 2 platefuls of food with thick wedges of fried bread on the kitchen table, along with a bottle of HP sauce. Clifford walked in, and sat opposite his son. Picking up the HP sauce, he slapped the bottom twice, and a large splodge fell onto his plate. He ate with his mouth open, making a terrible chewing sound. Some egg yolk dribbled down the side of his mouth, which he wiped away with the back of his hand.
"Nothing beats a fry-up," Clifford spluttered, his mouth full.
"Go dry your hair, Ma," John said, and as Renée left the kitchen, he got up and kicked the door closed behind her. Despite being pleased when Clifford had said he'd take over from David, John felt his father hadn't done a very good job as lookout. His dad had stunk of brandy when he picked him up, and John was afraid of him falling asleep on the job because of the booze. "Mum says David's still pretty bad, so I can't risk taking him as lookout. You'll just have to fill in again, Dad. But lay off the brandy this time." "Bollocks to that. It's freezing up there at night, and the brandy's the only way to keep warm. In fact, get Danny or Silas to be lookout, and I'll help out in the cafe." It was something John had considered, but the last thing he wanted was his father looking over his shoulder all the time and nagging him. "Your guts are too big for the hole we dug, and Silas has to be at the cafe as owner, in case anyone comes calling. Danny's younger and fitter, plus he's kosher with the electrics, and will check for any alarm system we might have overlooked. If we start earlier today, I reckon we'll be in the vault by late evening." "Are you sure of that? Seems a bit quick after where you left off this morning." John was certain they would break through into the vault, and because the area was quiet at the weekend, they would have more opportunity to use the Kango drill without being overheard. He knew that once the job was done, the break-in would not be discovered by the manager until the bank opened for business on Tuesday morning, after the Monday bank holiday. "I told Silas and Danny I want to work during the day as it's a Sunday. All the shops round there are closed, and there's very little foot or vehicle traffic." Clifford looked surprised as he gulped down a mouthful without chewing it properly. "I'll stand out like a spare prick at a wedding in daylight." "No, you won't. Only if you stand up all the time. Did you not notice the gaps in the wall for the rainwater to drain away? Just look through them till it gets dark." "Fucking brilliant. And what about daytime security, or anyone who comes up to the top floor to park?" "Don't worry about it. According to Silas, because that patch borders the city, all the local businesses are closed at weekends, so it means there's nobody to use the car park and no attendant on duty in the pay kiosk. If anyone did drive in, there's loads of room on the ground floor, so why go all the way to the top?" "I was thinking that now I'm the lookout, as well as one of the persons who put the job up, I deserve a slightly bigger cut than I'm getting, don't I?" "You're a greedy old sod, Dad. OK, I'll slip a bit extra on the side for you." "Shake on that, son," he said, putting out his hand. "But don't say anything to the others, or they'll start kicking off," John said, shaking his father's hand. Clifford laughed, coughed up some phlegm, and pulling a dirty handkerchief from his pocket, spat into it. "If we finish the job by early Monday morning, there'll be plenty of time to stash the stolen goods. I've already rented another lock-up nearby in Dalston to count out the proceeds." "Good thinking, son. The filth will be crawling all over the place." "I know, and Silas is likely to be the first person the police will be looking for. I'll give him his cut of the cash so he can make his getaway and fly out to Greece." Clifford smiled.
Make sure he's loaded with the dodgy fathers.
John laughed. There's a secluded area in nearby woodland where I'll bury our cut of money for a few days while the heat dies down, but I'm not sure yet what to do with any jewellery we find.
Don't worry, I know a good fence who can take it off our hands. What are you going to do with the van, son?
Take it to some wasteland and set light to it, along with anything else that might lead the police to any of us. Clifford patted John's back. Good lad. Looks like you thought of everything. Well, I was taught well, wasn't I, Dad? John pushed his chair back and checked the time. OK, we go in half an hour at just after 11. Clifford nodded and poured himself another mug of tea.
I'll be ready, son. Just finish me breakfast, and then put some long johns on under me jeans and shirt, and a couple of jumpers on top as well.
John left the room to speak with his mum. Clifford took the opportunity to quietly fill his hip flask with the remains of the bottle of brandy, sticking the flask into the inside pocket of his donkey jacket, which was hanging in the hallway. Renée had changed into her dress and was in the lounge drying and brushing her hair in front of the electric fire when John walked in. He told her that he and his dad were off down the bookies for a flutter, and then the pub. She asked when they'd be back, and he said he didn't know, and she wasn't to wait up.
"What do you want for tea? There's some stew left over," she said, as she sprayed lacquer on her hair, making it stiff.
John replied that they'd get something from the chippy, and as he turned to leave he stopped and looked at his mother.
"What you all dolled up for?"
She pulled on her white gloves and put on her hat, looking at John in the mirror as she adjusted it.
"Ma Phillips is burying her grandson today. Half the estate's going, and everyone's given money for flowers and beverages."
"On a Sunday? You are fucking having me on. Besides, he was a pitiful waste of space. And what have I told you about not going out the flat?" John shouted. Clifford heard them talking and walked in with his donkey jacket slung over his shoulder. "Leave it out, son. It's always good to show respect." Clifford turned to Renée. "But don't you go on the lash or blabbering with your bingo mates. You come straight back home. Right?"
"I heard you the first time, Clifford. It's sunny out, so what do you want your big heavy coat for?"
"Because, you nosy cow, we might be doing some night fishing for carp on the Lee tonight. Me mate Chaz has invited me and John along." She laughed and took another look at herself in the mirror. She'd even put a bit of lipstick on. She wanted to see how David was doing before she left for the funeral, so she went out across the hallway and popped her head around his bedroom door.
"How you feeling, son?"
"Not so good, Ma. I'll try and get up later."
"I won't be gone long, love."
"You look real nice, Ma. That's a very pretty dress and hat you're wearing." He gave a sad smile and blew her a kiss as she said she'd see him later, and closed the bedroom door. After a minute, John looked in on David, who was lying with the eiderdown pulled up to his chin. John spoke quietly and told him their dad was going to be filling in for him again. "I'm sorry to let you down, John, but I'm still feeling really rough." "Yeah, well, it's sorted. But he's going to take your cut off the wedge for the 2 nights, he said, and moved a little closer before continuing. "I reckon we'll get through to the vault by midnight and have the divvy out done by morning. Come Tuesday, the whole of the Met will be turning over London looking for who done the bank, so I'm going to torch the van and bury our cut in the woods till things die down." David looked worried. "They won't catch us, will they, John?" "No bloody way. They haven't got a clue what's going on, or they'd have nicked us by now. By this time tomorrow, we'll be fucking rich." As David smiled and coughed, he saw his dad standing behind John. "Froze me bollocks off last night. It's the wind that whistles round the effing place. It's no wonder you come down with a bad cold, son." "Sorry, Dad, and thanks for taking over from me." Hearing the front door close, and realizing they'd all gone, David eased himself to a sitting position on the bed, and tried to get to his feet. He had to sit back down again, as he felt so sick, but it was his nerves, more than still feeling ill. D.C. Stanley had switched from Op 1, and was now down at the far end of the estate, with a colleague watching the garage where John Bentley's van was parked. He was distracted by a call over the radio.
Oscar Papa 5 from 1, receiving. Over.
Yeah, go ahead, over, Stanley replied.
Eyeball on targets 1 and 2, leaving premises with female occupant, all on foot towards you.
Stanley looked up the road, and in the distance could see John, Clifford and Rennie coming from the estate and heading in his direction. He turned to his colleague.
It looks like they're taking Rennie with them now. Maybe she's going to be lookout, his colleague said.
Well, she doesn't look dressed for it, Stanley replied, and heard the sound of a number of vehicles passing the observation van. Holy shit! I don't believe this. He turned to his mate and gestured for him to look through the peephole. His colleague crouched down and peered through. It's a funeral cortege, and they're parking up in front of the garages. If the Bentleys are going to a funeral, they can't be working on the bank job during the day. Or tonight. Round here there's usually a big piss-up afterwards. Clifford and John don't look dressed for a funeral, his colleague remarked. Shit! I don't know whether to inform Bradfield or wait and see what happens, Stanley added, rubbing his head. Floral tributes adorned the sides and front of the old gleaming hearse. Written in carnations almost 10 inches high were the words, Grandson Eddie, and more flowers were lying on top of the coffin. There were 2 more Daimler funeral cars parked behind the hearse. The drivers, wearing black suits and ties, stepped out of the vehicles for a quick smoke and to stretch their legs whilst they chatted with a funeral director who was wearing a black top hat and carrying a long black traditional undertaker's stick. John and Clifford followed behind Rennie, thinking she was going to Nancy Phillips's flat, which was near the garages, and therefore wouldn't see them getting in the van. They both froze on the spot when they reached the point where they could see clearly along the row of garages. Jesus Christ! This is a fucking joke. How the hell are we going to get the van out? John whispered in disbelief through gritted teeth. Can't we get them to move? Clifford whispered back, sweating profusely as he had so many clothes on. Oh, yeah, that's very bright, Dad. They all watch us driving out in a van with false logos and copied number plates. That's just what we need. We got no option but to bloody wait. Rennie turned and saw them both whispering. I thought you 2 were going fishing. We were, darling. But Dad thought we should pay our respects to Ma Phillips and her grandson, John said lamely, unable to think of a better excuse. You've changed your tune. The lad was a waste of space not 5 minutes ago, Rennie said, knowing they were up to something. John and Clifford had no way of contacting Silas, as he didn't have a phone in the cafe, and it was too far for a walkie-talkie to work. All they could do was stand and watch impatiently as mourners began to gather around the waiting funeral cars. Nancy Phillips, dressed in a black lace dress with matching black hat, directed who should go into which car. It all suddenly became too much for her, and she broke down in floods of tears. Rennie put an arm round Nancy to comfort her, and she asked if Rennie would accompany her in the Daimler behind the hearse. It was something of a relief for John and Clifford when Rennie agreed, and said she'd see them at the church. Jane was in the incident room with Kath, who decided to say nothing to her about Bradfield until Operation Hawk was over. Bradfield was in his office, but had lifted the mood by supplying bacon and egg rolls as well as teas and coffees. D.S. Gibbs was briefing the detectives who formed the outside arrest teams. He told them that for now it was a waiting game, but it was more than likely that the arrest would be made tonight, and they would be called into position when the time was right. DCI Bradfield will be making the arrests inside the vault with a couple of you as backup. Team 1 will take out Clifford Bentley on the car park rooftop. It's likely he'll try and sling the walkie-talkie over the top. So if anyone has a good pair of hands, stand down at the bottom and try and catch it before it breaks into hundreds of pieces. They all smiled. One of the officers said he played a bit of cricket and would be the catcher. Teams 2 and 3 will cover the back alley in case any of the suspects try and do a runner. The Greek's a fat bastard, so he should be easy to nab. But Danny Mitchum is likely to be quick on his toes, and so's John Bentley. You have Bradfield's authority to use any force required to take them out should they resist arrest, but do not draw a firearm unless absolutely necessary, Gibbs said, and placed a map on the wall before continuing. These are the positions you'll take up when DCI Bradfield tells you to, and you will only move from them as and when he gives the order. Is that clear? They all nodded, and Jane could see the excitement on their faces.
Even though she was not part of the arrest team, she could feel the buzz. Kath had a forlorn look on her face as she raised her hand in the air, and Gibbs nodded at her. "I assumed I'd be on the arrest team." "Why's that, Morgan?" "Well, I did a good job on the Collins murder and—" Gibbs smiled. "Course you did, Kath. And that's why DCI Bradfield's taking you with him as part of his arrest team." Kath's face lit up. Others in the room were happy for her, but one or two had envious looks on their faces. Gibbs had just finished when D.C. Stanley radioed in about the funeral. 2 detectives laughed and made derogatory comments about Eddie and his gran, which upset Kath. "Grandma Phillips must have spent all her savings on her Eddie's funeral. It's always the way round here. Live a rotten life but get buried in style. I've seen processions with horse-drawn hearses and bands, all for a 2-bit criminal. Maybe it's cathartic tears for a wretched existence, but that kid didn't deserve to die so young, and he was all she had to live for." Gibbs went to Bradfield's office, and he could see from the look on Spence's face that it wasn't good news. He explained to him that it seemed the Bentleys, apart from David, were going to Eddie Phillips's funeral, which meant they wouldn't be going near the bank, especially if there was the usual piss-up afterwards. "Christ, that's all I need. I've got a team of officers costing a fortune in overtime, and tomorrow the bank holiday will be double pay for them all. A shed load of money, and they could end sitting with their thumbs up their backsides watching nothing for God knows how long. There's still Silas and Danny at the cafe. They might start work on their own, and then the Bentleys join them later." "You don't know that for certain, and if they do start work and get in the vault without the Bentleys, what then?" Bradfield snapped, infuriated by the situation. "Do you want a surveillance unit to tail the Bentleys to the funeral?" "Yes, but tell them to keep their distance behind the procession." The funeral procession turned left out of the garages onto the street and moved off slowly, led by the funeral director who was walking in front of the hearse. The 2 Daimlers and the mourners in their own cars followed on behind. Stanley and his colleague watched as the cortege travelled along the side of the estate. Bradfield went to the incident room and listened to the radio with Gibbs. They heard Stanley telling the surveillance vehicles that the procession was on the move and the targets had got into someone's car to accompany it. On hearing this, Bradfield contacted the 2 ops down at the bank and asked if there was any movement in the cafe or any walkie-talkie transmissions, but they both responded with a negative, causing him to slam the phone down. "Listen, Gov, should we maybe save a few quid in overtime and stand everyone down for today?" Gibbs asked. Bradfield, deep in thought, said nothing. "What are you going to tell DCS Metcalf?" Gibbs asked. "Nothing. He'll be that livid over the waste of manpower and money, he might pull the plug on us, and I'm not going to let that happen, not when I'm this close," he said, holding his thumb and index finger an inch apart. "So what's the next step?" Gibbs asked. Jane and Kath could see Bradfield's increasing frustration, and the 2 male detectives present left the room fearing he was about to go ballistic. "If I knew, I'd be taking it, Spence. So stop asking stupid questions. Get down to the op at the old lady's and await my orders." "Are you not going there?" Bradfield glared at him, but before he could answer, D.C. Stanley's voice came over the radio again. "Victor 1 to Gold, over." "Yeah, go ahead," Bradfield said. There was silence in the room as they waited for an update. Stanley sounded subdued. "We can't see the 2 male targets anywhere. Looks like we lost 'em." Bradfield was fuming and slammed his hand down on the table. "How can you bloody well lose them in a funeral procession that's travelling at a snail's pace?" "I dunno, Gov, but somehow we did." The office phone rang, and Bradfield nodded to Gibbs to answer it as he spoke with Stanley on the radio. "Well, you better find them again, and fast." He threw the radio mic onto the desk and noticed Gibbs waving a hand trying to get his attention. "What now?" he asked in a raised voice. "It's the officers at the old lady's. John Bentley just dropped his dad off at the multi-story." Bradfield slumped down in a chair, shook his head, and looked at Gibbs, wondering what the hell was going on. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry, Spence. This bloody case will be the death of me." "You referring to your health or career, Gov?" "Piss off." The officers in the shoe shop confirmed that an angry-looking Silas and Danny had opened the yard gates and let the van in. Knowing all three targets were inside the cafe, Bradfield actually managed a smile. "Looks like it's game on again, Spence. I can feel it in my gut that we're going to nail those bastards tonight, so let's get down there." "I take it I'm back in the shitty shoe shop?" Gibbs asked. "It's too risky for you to go in with Clifford watching from the car park. You're in the old ladies with me, as we can use the back staircase." "Should I come with you, Gov?" Kath asked. "Not just now. Stay here with the arrest teams and you can help Tennison with the indexing. I've got to pop back here later this afternoon to deal with something, so I'll take you with me when I go back down to the op." Jane loved watching Bradfield smile and laugh. She was glad to see he was once again on a high, but at the same time she felt sad that he hadn't even said a word or really looked at her since she came on duty. However, she knew how busy and distracted he was, and tried not to let it bother her. Kath noticed the way Jane was looking at Bradfield with smitten eyes, but said nothing. She decided to have another word with Bradfield when he picked her up later. Silas was in a real temper, prodding John in the chest with his stubby finger. "Me and Danny are pissed off. You are fucking late, and we've been working our bollocks off. Listen, we come out of the flats, and there's only a bloody hearse parked right in front of the garage. We couldn't believe it. Cars lined up for the mourners. We just had to wait until it all moved off before we could get into the van." Silas's mood changed, and he laughed. "We'd better get down to work." John crawled into the tunnel and took over from Danny. He'd just started the drilling when Clifford made contact. "Hey, stop working, everyone. He says there's some kids out the front kicking an effing can around. Shit." Silas waved his hand for them to keep quiet as he went up to the ground floor. He opened the cafe door and stepped out. "Oi! You two will get a thrashing if you don't move off. You're disturbing the peace and quiet. Move it! Piss off!" They didn't need a second warning, and were off up the road like a pair of whippets. He then went upstairs to his flat to use the toilet, and was sitting reading an old newspaper when he thought he heard the toilet from the shoe shop flat flushing. He finished his business, did up his trousers, and stood leaning against the wall, listening. Hudson, who just used the toilet, was heading down the stairs when his concerned partner looked at him and whispered, "What in the hell were you doing? Bradfield said not to flush the toilets when the targets were in the cafe. I could bloody hear it in the basement." "Well, what do you want me to do? Leave a floater, for Christ's sake?" Silas went back down to the cellar. John and Danny were sitting with dust-caked handkerchiefs round their mouths, and John was wearing swimming goggles pushed up over his eyebrows. "Listen, I'm worried as I think I hear a toilet flush next door when I was on the crapper." "Shit, that Hebe woman's not come back, has she?" Danny wondered. "Me dad ain't seen nothing, or he'd have said," John remarked. "Her Morris is not in her yard, as I check already. Hold off everything while I go take a look and see what's happening." "See if that bloody Taylor's van's still there as well," John said. "He pain in arse. He honest, hard-working Jew, but sometimes don't take a day of rest. Not even the Jewish Sabbath," Silas remarked, raising his hands in the air. "Get some fish and chips, will you, Silas? I'm starving," Danny said. But John said they couldn't afford to waste time eating. Danny turned angrily to John. "Listen, you were late because of that fucking funeral, and I've been down here and I'm starving. And I ain't going to eat any of that sweet shit Silas got, never mind his stinking cans of tuna." Silas cracked his knuckles. "Don't you go calling my food shit. Them tins are good quality." John sighed. "Hey, the pair of you, just calm down and go and get us some fish and chips, Silas." No sooner had a tense Bradfield arrived at the surveillance flat, when yet again Manny Charles turned up at the tailor shop in his Austin van, this time accompanied by his wife. The couple began to bring out plastic-covered clothing items to stack inside the parked van. Two women were walking together and stopped to look through the shoe shop window, and it seemed an age before they moved off. All these incidents were relayed by Clifford, each time causing work to cease in the cafe basement. Bradfield was pacing up and down the old lady's living room, cursing under his breath as she shuffled behind, desperately trying to hand him 2 buttered scones on a plate. Gibbs took the plate from her and said Mr. Bradfield wasn't hungry, but he was, and wouldn't let them go to waste. Bradfield watched Silas leave the cafe, worried that he might have seen or heard Manny Charles arrive and was going over to speak to him. If Manny mentioned anything about his and Kath Morgan's visit the other night, it could result in everything going wrong. If they did a runner, he didn't even have arrest teams in place yet. He thought about calling them at the station to take up positions nearby, but decided to wait. The officers in the shoe shop were warned Silas was on the move. Bradfield watched anxiously as Silas went to the shoe shop window and, pausing briefly, looked in whilst shading his eyes with his hands. Silas moved on, and Bradfield could feel his blood pressure rising as he got nearer the tailor's shop. It nearly exploded when Manny and his wife walked out and stopped to have a chat with Silas. Thankfully, it appeared to be a brief hello before they got into the van and drove off. The sound of Clifford's voice came over the radio, asking where Silas was going, and Danny told him it was to check out the shoe shop and get fish and chips. Clifford said that the tailor had pissed off, and he hadn't seen anything at the shoe shop, and told them there was no time for food. Silas went into a phone box, picked up the phone book and started to flick through the pages. He then dialed a number and held the door open with his other hand as it was so hot inside. In the shoe shop, the officers heard Hebe's phone ringing. It wasn't the one they'd installed for the observation, so they knew not to pick it up and simply let it ring, which it did for almost a minute. Silas left the phone box, content that Hebe was not there, and he must have been mistaken about the toilet flushing. He continued down the street and turned left, entering a fish and chip cum kebab shop. The undercover officer tailing him went in behind him and pretended to be looking up at the prices on the illuminated menu positioned above the fryers. Silas ordered a large doner with chili sauce and 2 portions of fish and chips. He chatted with his fellow countryman in Greek as he prepared the order. Silas was so engrossed he didn't even glance towards the undercover officer. He asked for salt and vinegar on the fish and chips, and watched the food being wrapped in paper and placed into a plastic bag. He paid at a till at the end of the counter, whilst the undercover officer ordered sausage and chips. It was coming up to 5:30 when Frank, who was twiddling the dials on the CB radio, indicated that he'd picked up something. Bradfield rushed over and pulled the headphone jack out so he could listen on the loudspeaker. Clifford said a woman walking a dog was passing, and asked how much longer they would be. John said that due to the number of stoppages they'd been forced to make, it would be an hour or 2 after midnight at the earliest. Bradfield was no longer frustrated at having to play the waiting game, and he was glad to hear from the shoe shop that Silas had returned and the drilling had started again. He took Gibbs to one side and spoke quietly. "I'm popping out for a bit, and I'll be back a little later with Kath Morgan." "What's the secrecy for?" "If you let me finish, I'll tell you. I'm going to get the bank manager, Dunbar, and bring him to the op so he can hear what's going on for himself." "Is that a wise move?" Gibbs frowned. "I need him to open the vault when they get in. I'm also concerned there may be someone at the bank giving the Bentleys inside information. And if it's Dunbar, the look on his face and reactions on the plot here may well give him away." Unseen by Clifford, Bradfield left the op via the staircase at the rear of the building and got into an unmarked car waiting in a side street. Gibbs, Frank, and the other officers positioned in the flat remained, monitoring the radio action and the cafe. Bradfield returned to the station and bumped into Kath on the landing as she was returning from the canteen. "Tell Tennison I want to see her in my office," he said bluntly. "Why? What's she done wrong now?" "Nothing. Just go and tell her," he said, and walked off. But a suspicious Kath followed. "She's my friend, not to mention an innocent, naive probationer, and some of the team are beginning to notice the infatuated way she looks at you. She doesn't take her eyes off you, and I've seen your little flirty glances to her. They'll start making jokes about it, the smutty bastards." "Leave it out, Morgan. It's my problem to resolve, not yours. Now do as I asked, and tell Tennison to come to my office." Kath wished she could have said that she knew more, but not wanting to betray Jane's trust, she kept her mouth shut and went to find her. Jane knocked on Bradfield's door before going in, anxiously wondering if she was going to be on the arrest team. "Kath said you wanted to see me." He drew her by her hand into the room and closed the door. "Listen, I want to have a chat with you. Right now, I have to be really on the ball, and I need to iron a few things out with you." She smiled and kept hold of his hand. "You know what went down the other night? It shouldn't have happened. And I think you should know that as much as I'd like it to continue, it has to stop," he said, and released her hand. "Like I said, I have to be totally focused right now, and you're a distraction, so I've made a decision. We agree that it was something that shouldn't have happened, and as you've done more than 8 hours today, you can book off duty and have a few days off." "I don't understand. I thought you liked me, and I want to stay on and see this case through." "I do like you, Jane, but you really need to get some rest. You look exhausted. Why not get away from the section house? Maybe pop home and spend some time with your family?" "I would like to remain at the station, at least for tonight, please," she said quietly, hardly able to take on board what he was saying. "I have just given you an order. You're officially off duty, so go home, and no arguments, all right?" Her deep breaths made him feel really guilty, and he couldn't resist gently touching her cheek. "Come on, it's for your own good. I'm sorry, but it's not going to go any further between us, and I should never have allowed it to get this far." She pursed her lips, trying desperately not to burst into tears. She swallowed and waited as he opened the door to usher her out. No one but Kath noticed a forlorn-looking Jane picking up her handbag and leaving the incident room. Her heart went out to her, and she followed Jane down to the ladies' locker room. "Are you all right, Jane, love?" "I'm fine, thank you. I've been told I'm off the investigation, and to take some time out." Kath couldn't help herself as she put her arms around Jane and hugged her. She suspected this was Bradfield's way of stopping Jane getting too infatuated with him. "He's only looking out for you as a probationer, Jane. The long hours are taking their toll on the experienced guys, so God knows what effect they must be having on you." Jane nodded, but was close to tears. She just couldn't understand how he could have been so dismissive about their night together. She couldn't look Kath in the eyes for fear she could tell that it was not about being sent home, but how hurt and humiliated she felt by Bradfield's rejection. Kath lifted Jane's head up, looked at her, and sighed. "Come on now, sweetheart. Don't let him get to you." "Has it been that obvious, Kath?" Kath cocked her head to one side. "That you're tired, hurt, or infatuated with him? Listen, darling, this case is a big deal for Bradfield. He can't afford to lose concentration or do anything wrong as his career's on the line. And maybe I should have warned you this morning when you told me." Jane didn't want to hear any more and hurried out through the station yard. She didn't want anyone to see she was so close to crying. She couldn't even bear to get on the bus, so decided to walk back to the section house feeling flushed with embarrassment. Had everyone known? Did they all realize how she felt about Bradfield? She walked fast, feeling even more humiliated, fearing she'd been the brunt of jokes or snide remarks. The more she thought about it, the faster she walked, until she was almost running flat out. Chapter 30. It had been a lovely service, thought Rennie as she walked out of the church and saw Nancy talking with 2 women she recognised but hadn't seen or spoken to for many years. Rennie smiled and nodded. "That was a right good send-off for your Eddie. The vicar said some kind words, and the hymns were a lovely choice." Rennie leaned forward, kissed Nancy on the cheek, and then hugged her. "You ain't going, is ya?" Nancy asked. "I'd best get back home as my David's not well. His leg's been playing up badly of late, and I'm having no excuses, Rennie Bentley. David's a big boy now and can look after himself, so you're coming to the wake, and that's that. Besides, the Crane sisters are here, come up from Southend for the day. They was just saying they ain't seen you in years, so we all need a good chinwag and knees up." Before Rennie could say no, the Crane sisters linked arms with her and pulled her along, asking how she was doing. The Star and Garter in Cambridge Heath Road had a large rear yard with tables and was decorated with a beautiful array of late spring flowers in pots and hanging baskets. But the snug, where the upright piano was positioned, was where they all congregated. The landlord greeted them with a sherry on the house. Laid out on tables were sausage rolls, sandwiches and bowls of jellied eels, prawns and cockles. On the bar counter there was a pint glass with a bit of paper stuck to it saying, Eddie, R.I.P. Nancy shoved the remainder of the money she'd collected into it to pay for the booze, and others who hadn't seen her before the funeral dropped in pound notes. Rennie spotted the piano. It had been too long, longer than she could remember since she'd last played one. She couldn't read a note of music, but was always able to play any tune by ear, and had been popular at Sunday lunchtimes in their local when she and Clifford were younger. Sunday was the only day they'd get out as a family for a booze-up. She'd sit and play a medley of songs while everyone sang along, and her 2 young boys were content with a bag of crisps and a bottle of pop, whilst playing tag or hide-and-seek outside with the other kids. There were days when Rennie wasn't browbeaten, and the drudgery of her life didn't wear her to the bone. Back then she, Clifford and the boys, were a happy family. Rennie knew that Clifford and John would be upset she'd gone to the pub, having told her to go straight home after the burial. But stuff 'em, she thought, looking forward to a sing-along and a knees-up. Back at the section house, Jane couldn't shrug off her feelings of bewilderment and humiliation. She began to chide herself for being so unprofessional, and knew if she hadn't been so besotted with Bradfield, she'd still be at the station working in the incident room. Just thinking about it made her feel worse. She didn't want to sit in her room moping about and feeling sorry for herself. She put on some makeup and brushed her hair, then decided to go over to the Warburton Arms to see who was about for a drink. To her surprise, the pub was not that crowded for a Sunday night before a bank holiday, although it was only just after 7 o'clock. She made her way to the bar and sat on one of the stools. "White wine and a couple of ice cubes, please, Ron." She nearly fell off her stool when someone gave her a hug from behind. "Hi, it's me, Sarah Redhead. I'm only here for a quick G&T as I'm on night shift at 10. Tonight will no doubt be like a Saturday, as it's a public holiday tomorrow. Saturdays are always busy, what with all the punch-ups, and you can guarantee there'll be some drunks falling over and cracking their skulls open." Sarah perched on the stool next to Jane, who for the first time was actually pleased to have her as company. She was incredibly loud-voiced, and launched into a bizarre story about a corpse with a glass eye which had fallen out and dropped down the drain in the mortuary. "You won't believe what they popped into his eye socket as a temporary replacement." Jane shrugged. "A marble?" "No, that's too small. It was a table tennis ball they cut in half, and they used some felt tips to draw an eye in the middle." She shrieked with laughter. Jane cringed. "Did it work?" "Well, yes and no. It was okay until the grieving widow turned up to identify the body and couldn't understand why the false eye had changed colour. She had a closer look and fainted. Well, the upshot was—" She looked over Jane's shoulder, spun around on her stool and shouted, "Julian! Julian!" Jane recognised Dr. Harker immediately as the forensic scientist whose lecture she'd attended. She blushed, remembering Lawrence teasing her about how she'd known about fibre transfer. "Hello, it's Sarah Redhead, and this is Janet Tennison. Janet, this is Julian Harker." "We've met. How are you, Jane?" he said intentionally to embarrass Sarah, but Sarah didn't flinch. "Let me get you a drink, Julian. Is that a pint of lager?" "Yes, thanks." "And another white plonk for Jane, and G&T for me, but I'd appreciate a slice of lemon this time. On my slate, if you'd be so kind, Ron." Ron told her to help herself to the lemon while he poured the pint. Julian gave Jane a small smile and raised an eyebrow as Sarah leaned over the bar to pick up a small saucer of lemon slices. He drew up a stool to sit beside her as Ron placed their drinks on the counter. "You have been such a stranger, Julian, and sadly I'm on night duty, so I can't stay too long," Sarah told him. "Well, that's a shame," he said limply. Jane listened as Sarah talked to Julian as if she wasn't there. Sarah told him how impressed she'd been by his lecture, and couldn't wait to get details of when and where he was next speaking so that she could attend. He was rather quiet, and said he was due to go to the United States to lecture and attend forensic seminars on research and future technology. He was very polite, as Sarah rambled on about a television documentary she'd seen featuring new forensic tests to detect gunshot residue. It could link a suspect to a crime scene, and even show how close the suspect was to the gun. Harker obviously found it as tedious as Jane, as he kept looking at her with an apologetic smile on his face. At last Sarah finished her second G&T and got off her stool. Putting an arm around each of them, she said she would have to love them and leave them as she was off to shower and change into her uniform. There was a rather awkward pause, and then Julian tapped Jane's arm. "I remember you were going to be a bridesmaid. Isn't that right?" "Yes, at my sister's wedding." "Well, being so young and attractive, I doubt you'll be always the bridesmaid, as the saying goes." He gave a soft laugh. She suddenly wanted to leave and slipped off her stool. "It was nice to see you again, Dr. Harker." "Oh, leaving me already? Why not stay and have another drink?" "I'm on nights as well," she lied. "Perhaps we could have dinner one evening on your day off. I'm still in London for a couple of weeks yet." He peeled away some of the top layer of a beer mat and wrote his contact number on the white bit. "Call me when you have a free night." She said nothing as he handed her the beer mat. She didn't intend to go out with him, since she knew he was married, but she smiled and slipped the number into her pocket. Jane hurried across the road back to the section house, suddenly deciding to ring her parents. Her mother answered in a timid but posh voice.
"Mrs. Tennison speaking. How can I help you?"
"Mummy, it's me, Jane."
"Oh, my good heavens, I was just thinking of you. Your father and I thought you might have come home for Sunday lunch, but we didn't hear from you, and I wanted to ring."
"I've been really busy, Mum."
"You sound a bit down, darling,"
she commented, her voice reverting to its normal tone. "I'm fine. I've got a couple of days off, so I was thinking about coming home." The joy in her mother's voice made her feel tearful.
"I'm so excited. Pam and her husband will be here for lunch tomorrow, as it's a bank holiday. Oh, it'll be just lovely with all the family together. I miss you. Daddy misses you."
"I'll see you later tonight, then. I'll get the bus and tube home, so should be with you in a couple of hours."
"Oh, that is good news. I'll make up your bed right now."
"Thanks, Mum. See you later." Jane went to her room to get her light denim jacket. She had clothes and nightwear at home, so didn't need to carry anything but her handbag. She waited at the bus stop outside the section house. It was by now 7:45, and she realized she'd not even thought about what was happening at the station. She gritted her teeth, trying not to think about Bradfield, but couldn't help wondering how the observation on the cafe and bank were going. The red double-decker bus clattered to a halt at the stop, and Jane showed the conductor her warrant card as she climbed on and made her way up the stairs to sit at the back, as usual. It was very warm. A few windows were open, but there were only 2 passengers on the top deck. Jane felt depressed, staring through the window as the bus stopped and collected a few more passengers while some got off. They were just pulling in at the next stop when there was a resounding clash of gears, and looking down from the window, Jane saw an elderly woman picking up some groceries that had fallen out of her bag. She closed her eyes, remembering how she'd helped Renee Bentley pick up her groceries, and then assisted her back to the flat on the Pembridge estate, where she'd had the confrontation with her son John. Jane took a deep breath and felt hurt again, thinking that if she hadn't recognized John Bentley's voice, Operation Hawk might never have taken place. She was startled from her thoughts, and almost fell from her seat when the bus suddenly jolted forwards and stopped. She pressed her hands hard on the back of the seat in front of her as the gears shuddered and the bus lurched forwards and stopped again. Jane looked down from the window as the bus conductor got off and went to speak to the driver. There were a few shouts and yells from passengers below, and one man was swearing profusely. The conductor got back on the bus and spoke in a loud voice so people upstairs could hear. "We got engine trouble, so you're all going to have to wait for the next bus. Can you come down from upstairs? And everybody off, please." Jane made her way downstairs and onto the pavement, where the passengers and people already waiting moaned. The conductor remained on the bus and lit a cigarette, while the driver went to find the nearest call box to ring for a replacement. Jane heard an upset passenger ask when the next 253 bus would be along, and the conductor said about half an hour or more, as they were short of drivers. They were almost directly across the road from the Star and Garter pub, and Jane could see it had a nice railed rear yard, and quite a few people were sitting at the outdoor tables drinking and chatting, kids running around playing games. The double doors to the pub were open, and from the noise filtering out to the street, it sounded quite lively, with a piano playing and people singing Roll Out the Barrel. Jane thought her mother would start to worry if she didn't arrive within 2 hours, so decided she'd check and see if the pub had a payphone that she could use. The old-fashioned pub had a big circular counter and was filled with drinkers leaning up against it. The partition leading to the snug bar was crowded, and the bellow of Knees Up Mother Brown now began to ring out with the occasional wrong note played on the piano. Jane found a payphone and put in a quick call to her mother, who wondered what all the noise was. Jane explained where she was and what had happened with the bus, and her mum thanked her for the call. She then had to edge along the bar before she could find a gap between drinkers to signal to a sweating barman that she wanted to order a drink. She began to feel embarrassed and out of place, as the mostly male drinkers were overweight, pot-bellied men. Some of them were in short-sleeved shirts, and a few wore vests, exposing their hairy chests gleaming with sweat. There was a round of applause and cheers as the song ended, and then thudding out from the piano came a few chords before they started to sing The Lambeth Walk. Jane was eventually served, and ordered a glass of lemonade. After paying for it, she thought she'd have a quick look in the snug where people were still singing at the tops of their voices. Jane was surprised to see the pianist was Irene Bentley, but didn't recognise the woman standing next to her conducting everyone in the sing-along. It was obvious they had both had a good drink, and Reenie's straw hat was lopsided, and the flower in the band was flopping up and down as she banged the piano keys. The woman next to her had one hand on the piano top to steady herself, and her words were slurred. In fact, almost everyone in the snug appeared to be rather drunk, as they leaned against each other and swayed to the thumping keys on the old piano. Jane noticed the pint glass on the bar counter with Eddie R.I.P., and with a jolt of recognition realised it was the wake for Eddie Phillips. She wondered if the woman with Reenie at the piano was his grandmother Nancy. She had not intended moving further into the snug bar, but found herself pushed forwards by two men singing loudly and trying to get through the crowd with a round of drinks. The song ended to loud shouts of, "A big hand for Nancy and Reenie!" and applause filled the room as Reenie staggered to her feet, took a bow, and Nancy hugged her. She saw Reenie look in her direction, so gave a nod hello, but Reenie didn't respond, and whispered to Nancy. A young, thuggish-looking man replaced Reenie at the piano, and began to sing the popular song, A White Sports Coat and a Pink Carnation. Jane thought Reenie hadn't recognised her, and had just turned to leave, when she heard a scream, and the singing and piano playing came to an abrupt halt. Turning round, Jane saw Nancy pointing towards her. Her face was sweating and red as she elbowed her way towards Jane, and before she knew it, the irate woman had made a grab for her shirt and knocked the lemonade glass out of her hand.
"You've got a fucking nerve coming here and spying on us. My grandson's dead 'cause you bastards give him a beating."
The room was silent, and people looked at each other wondering what was going on.
"She's a bloody copper!"
Nancy hollered as loud as she could. Jane could see everyone was looking at her, and terrified, she tried to push her way through the men behind her and out of the snug, but they didn't move. Ma Phillips made another lunge, grabbed Jane's shoulder, spun her round and spat in her face. Everyone began crowing and screaming, and even though the pianist started playing and singing another verse, they all began herding around Jane. It was Reenie who grabbed Nancy and pulled her away from Jane.
"That's enough, the lot of you. Leave her alone, Nancy. She's uniform, not CID filth, and nothing to do with Eddie's death."
Unsteady as she was on her feet, Reenie stepped forward and positioned herself between Nancy and Jane.
"I know this girl, and she's all right. Leave it to me. I'll see her out. Go on, get back to your singing."
Nancy glared at Jane. Reenie raised her arm to hold Nancy back and spoke calmly.
"We're here to show respect to your grandson Eddie. He'd be turning in his grave if you got nicked for belting a copper at his wake."
Rennie waved her hands for everyone to back off, hooked her arm through Jane's, and moved towards the exit to the backyard of the pub. Jane helped her keep her balance. Once in the rear yard, Jane helped Rennie sit down by a bench table covered in dirty glasses. She took a tissue out from her bag and wiped Nancy's spit off her face. Rennie looked at her and shrugged.
"It was my fault Nancy kicked off. I recognised you first and said you were a copper. I didn't get a chance to finish telling her you'd help me out before she erupted. But to be honest, love, you shouldn't have come here."
"I'm sorry, but the bus broke down and—"
"Whatever the reason, I don't want to hear it. You did me a good turn, and I figured I owed you one."
"I really appreciate what you did in there." Rennie started to try and stand up, but stumbled back onto the seat. Jane hesitated, but couldn't stop herself. "So, how's your family? I heard your husband was released recently." Rennie looked up with a squinting half-smile on her face.
"If John and Clifford could see me now, they'd not be best pleased. But family's family, no matter what I got notions about, but—"
She tried to straighten her hat.
"My David's the only decent one. I take care of him because the other two are no good bastards."
Holding onto the table, she pulled herself to her feet and started to return to the snug, but stopped and glared at a woman at an adjacent table. She had long, dyed blonde hair, and was wearing a silver lame dress.
"You slag!"
Rennie shouted. Jane couldn't believe it. 1 minute Rennie was fine, and the next she was screeching in a rage. Unbeknownst to Jane, this was the woman Clifford had been having an affair with for years. Rennie lurched across the table, picked up a half-finished pint, and threw it over the woman, who jumped up and started screaming whilst clutching her soaking wet hair. Jane watched aghast as Rennie threw a punch that missed, before toppling forward, knocking the woman to the ground. Shouts and catcalls erupted as the pair of them struggled and punched at each other, and people came out from the snug wondering what on earth the ruckus was about. Jane was trembling. She'd never seen two women fight in her entire life. She took the opportunity to get out fast and headed across the road to the bus stop. She took deep breaths to calm herself, and looking back across the road, saw two men pulling Rennie and the slag apart. The conductor was sitting on the platform smoking as another 253 bus pulled up behind the broken-down one.
"Right now, everyone all aboard. If you've kept your tickets, you can still use them," he said as he tossed his cigarette butt into the gutter.
Jane didn't bother to go upstairs this time, as it was only a few more stops before Bethnal Green tube station. She was still shaken, and only then realised she'd left her denim jacket in the pub, but there was no way she was going to go back to look for it. When the conductor approached, she showed her warrant card again, and he looked at her.
"Sorry about the delay, officer. I'm surprised you went in the Star and Garter. It's a real notorious hangout for East End villains. Lucky you weren't in uniform, or they'd have tossed you out head first."
He wasn't to know what had happened, but what he said made Jane feel even more upset. She wanted to be at home with her mum and dad more than she could ever remember. Bradfield and Kath went to the bank manager's house in Islington to tell him about what was happening and to ask him to accompany them to the observation point in the old lady's house. En route, Kath had tried to broach the subject of Jane and how distressed she was after her meeting with him. Bradfield had frowned disapprovingly and made it quite clear there was nothing going on and she should keep her nose out of his business. As far as he was concerned, the matter was over and done with. Tennison was on a few days' leave and would return to normal uniform duties on her return. "Fine. Whatever you say."
"Didn't mean to sound off at you, Kath, but I got a lot on my plate. She's a sweetheart, and I maybe need to make it clear I'm no good for her."
As hard as it was to bite her tongue and say nothing, Kath valued being present at the arrests in the bank vault too much to say anything further on the matter. Adrian Dunbar was perplexed and anxious as Bradfield told him that he was to accompany him to an observation address, where a team of officers were monitoring an ongoing break-in at the bank. He paced up and down his living room, shaking his head, and refused to accept what he was being told. Bradfield gave him a quick rundown on the events of the last couple of nights. Dunbar shook his head.
"It is simply not possible to gain access to the vault like that. The security system is of the highest calibre, And if they have got as far as you see, the alarm would have gone off by now. I think you are mistaken and overreacting, Chief Inspector. I'm not prepared to go into all the details here and now, but we believe the suspects have what is known as a bellman, who's an expert in bypassing even the most sophisticated alarm systems, Bradfield said, trying to keep his temper in check. Not the ones in my bank. Since the Baker Street robbery, it was designed to be impenetrable. Thick metal bars, concrete, steel mesh. Bradfield was really impatient. It's not your bank, and neither is what's stored in there. If you want the suspects to get away with it, then fine. Stay here and don't help us. But you might find yourself looking for a new job. Dunbar walked over to his phone and picked it up. But a suspicious Bradfield put his finger on the button to cut off the dial tone. I need to contact my head of security, Dunbar said aggressively. No, Mr. Dunbar. There may be someone in your bank who's given inside information to the suspects. So at present, only you can know what we're doing. He watched Dunbar's reaction closely. He did look nervous, but it was impossible to tell if he was involved or worried about his career. However, there was no way Bradfield was leaving the house without him, or letting him out of his sight, and within the next hour they were at the op, with a very subdued Dunbar listening in disbelief to the suspect's walkie-talkie conversation on Frank's CB radio. John Bentley pulled up his goggles and backed out of the tunnel section, which they'd now widened to make it easier and quicker to remove the debris from the vault's thick concrete base. He was covered in cement dust and sweating heavily. Danny and Silas could see he was livid as he grabbed the walkie-talkie from Silas, pressed the transmit button, and started to shout at his father. Yet again, you and your man inside got the fucking layout wrong. The floor also has a bloody thick sheet of steel plating, not just concrete. So I don't know what the hell we're going to do now. Are you hearing me? You wouldn't be in there on the verge of Aladdin's cave if it weren't for me, so shut the fuck up and get on with it. Danny told John to calm down as he dragged forwards the oxyacetylene cutting equipment, which was strapped to a two-wheeled, heavy-duty upright trolley. Listen, there's plenty of gas left in this thing, and it'll cut through steel just like it did the iron bars. John was sceptical. Plus, it was a very confined space to haul the connecting hoses and 2 tanks into, as they were bigger than a deep-sea diver's oxygen equipment. Danny said they could take turns in doing the cutting, as it would get very hot and would be physically draining. You've done all the cutting so far, Danny, and know how to use it. I don't want to risk it. You said that stuff's dangerous, if you don't know what you're doing. Jesus Christ, all right, just bloody calm down, I'll do it. Danny tested the pressure gauges on the 2 tanks, as it would be hard to do so once in the tunnel. He then put on a welding mask and thick leather gloves to protect him from the sparks and molten steel when he began the cutting. Danny sat in the tunnel facing John and Silas as they slowly lowered the trolley with the heavy cutting equipment onto the ground by the tunnel entrance. Danny gripped hold of the trolley handles and dug the heels of his boots into the soil, ready to heave it backwards and towards him. Right, when I say go, you push like mad, John, and I'll pull. Stand by. Ready. Go. John pushed the trolley, and Danny pulled with all his strength. It took 10 minutes of hard, exhausting effort to eventually get it into position to work on the steel. Danny turned on the oxyacetylene gas, held his lighter to the end of the cutting torch, and there was a loud whoomph as it ignited, and the flame burst out of the end, lighting up the tunnel. The flame startled John, who scuttled out backwards as quickly as he could. Jesus Christ! You hear that fucking thing go off? He nervously asked Silas. At an angle away from his face, Danny held the lit torch to the steel and watched as the metal slowly turned cherry red. Then, as he pressed the oxygen blast trigger, the reaction produced even greater heat, and the flame began to cut through the steel. "It's like a bloody big volcano eruption," Silas said, as he heard the rumbling sound from inside the tunnel, and watched the smoke filter out from the entrance hole. 10 minutes later, the noise from inside the tunnel abated, and they heard Danny call out. "Go see what he wants," John said to Silas, as he didn't want to go inside the tunnel again while Danny was using the cutting torch. A few seconds later, Silas reappeared from the tunnel and gestured with his finger and thumb. "He reckon he's not that thick, maybe a few inches, and a couple of hours to cut through. He also wants a big bottle of water, as like Inferno in there."
John excitedly slapped Silas on the back and picked up the walkie-talkie.
"We're back in business. The torch is slicing through the steel like butter, and will take about 2 hours. Then we're in." "Good," Clifford replied bluntly.
Bradfield had an excited grin and a told-you-so look on his face as he checked his watch and looked at Dunbar, who, having heard what John Bentley said to his father, was sitting with his head in his hands, feeling sorry for himself. If the suspects were breaking through into the vault that night, it would only be a matter of hours now before Operation Hawk went into overdrive. Bradfield called the incident room, and the arrest teams were relieved and excited by the news. He told them to go to the station yard at City Road Police Station and wait there until further instructions.
"Not long now, Mr. Dunbar," Bradfield said.
Dunbar looked up at him.
"I'm sorry I doubted you, but I just can't believe this is happening. I'll do whatever you need me to, and if anyone in the bank is involved, rest assured I'll help you find them."
"I'm sure you will, Mr. Dunbar," Bradfield replied, uncertain if his loyalty was to him or the suspects. Bradfield turned to D.S. Gibbs, who was standing beside him, and reiterated that it was imperative, as DCS Sean Metcalf had ordered, that the targets had to be inside the vault before he gave the go-ahead to move in and make the arrests. Gibbs was shaking, more than ever aware that it was going to be one hell of a night. When Jane arrived home, her mother was elated and fussed around her, saying she was sure she'd lost weight. Jane asked where her father was, and was told that he'd nipped to the off-licence to buy a few bottles of wine, a sparkling one for tonight, to celebrate Jane's homecoming, and a couple for lunch the following day. Her mother leaned forward and looked closely at her daughter's head. "What have you got in your hair?" she asked as she touched her fingers to it and looked at them. Jane stepped away from her and rubbed her fingers through the right side of her hair. She hadn't realised some of Nancy Phillips's spit had landed there and made her hair sticky. "It's nothing. I didn't wash the shampoo out properly." It was a lie, but there was no way she was going to tell her mother about the incident at the pub. Instead, she said she'd like to have a bath and change. In her bedroom, Jane kicked off her shoes and pulled off her jeans before sitting down on the freshly made bed. She felt exhausted and close to tears as the depression over Bradfield suddenly hit her again, but she forced herself to undress and put on her dressing gown. As she went into the hall, her father appeared and held his arms open to embrace her.
"How's my little girl? Your mother just told me you were home. Come here."
He had so rarely been physically affectionate, and she loved the feel of his arms around her.
"So, how are you?"
he asked, and stepped back to look at her.
"I'm fine, Dad. Just very tired."
"Well, you go and have a nice bath, and then you can tell us all about work." Lying in the foamy bathwater, she closed her eyes. How could she tell them about work, about being spat at by a woman full of hatred of the police? How could she explain about Operation Hawk and John Bentley, or, least of all, her infatuation with DCI Bradfield? The tears that had been close to the surface since she left the section house now streamed down her cheeks. She slowly slid her body further and further down into the hot water, until her hair floated around her head, and it felt as if she was drowning. The tap on the bathroom door, followed by her mother's voice, made her surface, and she was glad she had locked it. "We had sausages and mash for supper. Would you like me to heat a couple for you, with some baked beans, or a bit of salad, maybe?" "Sausage and salad, thanks, Mum. I've nearly finished washing my hair." "Well, don't be too long, dear. It's after 10, and we'll want to be up early to get everything ready for lunch tomorrow." Jane raised the wet flannel to her face and pressed it to her skin. She wondered again what was happening at the bank, and felt annoyed that she couldn't be there as part of the team. She sat up and pulled the bath plug out before wrapping a hand towel round her wet hair and drying her body with another. Then, wearing her dressing gown, she went into the living area where her father was sitting at the breakfast bar, eating some cheese and biscuits. He looked up at her with a gentle smile. "You should have called us. You know how worried your mother gets. What's this nonsense about you not being allowed to take personal calls at the police station or at the section house?" "I don't make the rules, Dad, but it was thoughtless of me.
I promise I will call more often from now on and keep you both updated, but sometimes I'm on late shifts until 10 p.m. or later if it's busy.
So, tell me how everything is.
She went to the worktop where her mother had left a plate of 2 sausages, a side salad, and slice of bread and butter. She spooned some mayonnaise onto the salad and poured a glass of water before sitting down beside him. Well, you know, Dad, being on probation, I'm not really involved in very much. There's a lot of typing up reports, indexing and filing at the moment. She ate hungrily as he finished his biscuits and cheese. He washed his plate, teacup and knife in the sink, and pointed at the pan of peeled potatoes and vegetables.
Your mum had me prepare them for tomorrow. It's your favourite. Roast lamb, mint sauce, and an apple turnover with custard for pudding.
She smiled and said it sounded delicious.
I'm thinking of trading in my old Rover for something smaller. Uncle Brian's looking for a good second-hand Mini for me. What do you think of them?
Well, I would say a Mini would be ideal, less petrol. But are you sure about using Uncle Brian? He gave a soft laugh and said that he was a trifle uneasy about it, but if he could get a good trade-in price, he would have a friend check it over. And if he didn't go for a Mini, he might get a Volkswagen Beetle. It felt good to be sitting at home at the breakfast bar she'd known for years and having a conversation that took her mind off work. It's good to be home, Dad. He finished drying his dishes and put them away with a smile.
She's got me well trained. Mind you, I hate cleaning greasy trays after a roast dinner. I'm glad you and Pam will be here tomorrow. It's nice to sit down together for a nice family lunch, and you and your sister can help clear and wash up, he said with a cheeky smile.
Jane laughed, and he patted her shoulder before he left the room, and she finished her sausage and salad. Mrs. Tennison appeared with her hair in rollers and wearing her familiar quilted dressing gown.
I'm going to have an early night to be ready and fresh for the morning. Pam will be over by midday with her husband. It would have been nice if that good-looking inspector was coming. Did you ask him about Sunday lunch sometime?
Yes, but he's a detective chief inspector and is much more senior than me. They don't tend to socialize with junior ranks outside of work.
Well, that's a pity. Is there anyone else you like, or are seeing? You can always invite them instead.
I'm not seeing anyone, Mum. I've been really busy. Shift work makes me restless, and it's difficult to get into the right sleep pattern. In fact, I was going to ask if you could give me one of your sleeping tablets. Mrs. Tennison hesitated and moved closer. You know, Daddy doesn't like me taking them. I only have half, just enough to get me off into a sound sleep. Otherwise I'd toss and turn all night. He thinks Mogadon is addictive, but I don't take it every night. Jane smiled and said she doubted her mother would become a junkie overnight. But then, seeing her reaction to the term, tried to make light of it. It's a police word for a drug addict.
I know that. I do worry about you and hope you don't get involved in any of those drug-related horror stories we read about every day.
Jane took her mother's hand. I've promised Dad that from now on I'll make a point of calling you more often.
Every night, if you can, dear.
Jane had just returned to her bedroom when her mother tapped on the door and passed her a tissue containing one of her sleeping tablets. She whispered to her not to tell her father, and then blew a kiss from the door.
Night-night, darling. See you in the morning.
Jane took the sleeping tablet with a sip of water from the glass on her bedside table. She turned off the small lamp and lay in the darkness, wanting and waiting for sleep. For a while she thought about Operation Hawk, and how everyone at the ops and arrest teams must be waiting anxiously for Bradfield's command to make the arrests. Although she'd felt that he'd misjudged her professionally, and she'd been humiliated and hurt, she now felt calmer and more positive. She was determined that when she returned to the station she wouldn't show her feelings, especially towards Bradfield. Chapter 31. It was 2:30 a.m. on Monday morning, and Bradfield was on tenterhooks listening to the suspect's conversation on Frank's CB. By now they were all clued in as to which of the men were talking.
"He's cut through. We're finally going in," John Bentley said excitedly to his dad over the walkie-talkie as he sat next to Silas in the cellar. "It's about bloody time. Still all clear out here? Don't take longer than necessary or get greedy, as we need to be well away before sunrise," Clifford's gravelly voice replied.
"I'll call back when we're nearly done and pick you up on the corner, okay?"
"Okay, yeah, received."
Clifford felt good, although there was something that was worrying him, but he said nothing to John as they were almost home and dry. Danny was first through the hole in the vault floor, which was just wide enough for him and John, but not Silas. Taking the gas tanks back out of the tunnel would have been tiring and time-consuming, so John pushed while Danny lifted the heavy tanks up into the vault, out of the way. Once John was in the vault, he stood next to Danny, and using the light from one of the ever-ready bicycle lights he'd rigged up to a sports headband, they looked round in awe at the large 24-foot square room lined with rows and rows of locked numbered drawers held in wall-to-ceiling cabinets.
"We need to find box 320 and open it first," John said.
"Why? Is it your lucky number or something?"
Danny asked suspiciously, which angered John, who snapped back.
"Yeah, 'cause there's at least 100,000 of used notes in it from a previous bank robbery. That's what kick-started this job in the first place."
Danny scanned the drawers, then pointed to his right.
"It's over there."
Silas was in the tunnel, and John called out to him.
"Hand me up a load of pillowcases and the holdall containing the gear we need."
Silas did as was asked, and John unzipped the holdall, removing the contents and placing them on the small table in the room. 2 club hammers, crowbars, flat-head chisels, and 4 bike torches to help light up the vault.
"Help yourself, Danny. Let's get cracking this lot open."
John slammed the forked end of a crowbar into the small gap at the top of deposit drawer 320, and whacked it hard twice with a club hammer to force it in. He then pushed the bar forwards and upwards, causing the drawer to make a popping sound as it broke away from the lock. He pulled it out, placed it on the table, then prized open the lid and saw that it was packed with £20, £10, £5 and £1 notes. Danny was looking over his shoulder, which annoyed him.
"What are you waiting for? Get on with it and start down the far end. Get the drawers out, open them up, take out what's valuable, and shove it in a pillowcase."
Danny went to the far end of the vault as John started to put the money into a pillowcase, making sure that the soon-to-be-worthless fivers were in a separate one. It was his intention to pass them off to Silas on the grounds they were more common than 10s and 20s, and therefore easier to use or pass on. His dad had wanted him to give them to Danny as well, but he'd been a long-time friend, and John knew he was not a man to cross, or you'd pay the price. They forced open one drawer after another, and the hammering sound of metal against metal echoed round the vault like a chorus of musical chime bells. John and Danny were screaming and shouting with delight as the contents spilled out of the drawers. Some were filled with valuable jewellery, others with silver cutlery and Georgian tea services, along with more trays filled with cash. They were working at a frenzied pace as they stuffed the pillowcases full with a treasure trove of looted goods. They then handed them to Silas, who looked inside and rubbed his hands together in delight. Danny raised his arm, and John stopped.
"I've got a tray filled with bags of what looks like heroin and cocaine," Danny said.
"Leave it," John replied.
"Why? It'll be worth a fortune on the streets, probably more than the cash we got so far." "I don't deal in shit like that. It ruins lives and kills young kids. So do as I say and leave it," John said, making it clear he meant every word.
Bradfield was on a high. He remained calm as he told the arrest teams to move out of City Road, but to stay in the back streets away from the bank and cafe until he gave the order for them to take up position to block off the possible escape routes. He also called the officers watching the Bentley's place and Danny Mitchum's flat and told them to come over and support the arrest teams. His mind was racing as he wondered if he had covered every eventuality, but he could think of nothing that could go wrong. He knew that Operation Hawk was on its way to being a huge success, and was now eager to arrest John Bentley and his team.
"Are you okay, Mr. Dunbar? It'll soon be over."
"I'm very nervous, Mr. Bradfield, and somewhat worried as they'll obviously have hammers in their hands."
"Don't worry. All I need you to do is open the vault as quietly as possible, and then step to one side and let me and my arrest team do our job."
Bradfield phoned the shoe shop to tell the officers there that the suspects were now in the bank vault. He spoke with D.C. Stanley, who said the officer in the shoe shop basement, using a listening device, could hear the sound of metal being hammered. Bradfield turned to Spencer Gibbs.
"We're going over to the bank in 15 minutes, Spence."
Why not go now if they're in the vault? I don't want to burst their bubble of joy quite yet. When I give the order, you get your team in the shoe shop to go out and cover the back alleyway in case any of them try to escape from the rear of the cafe. I've also got backup teams in unmarked cars at each end of the alleyway to block the route off in case they try to get out in the van. How are you getting into the bank? We're going in by the front door with Dunbar. We? Gibbs asked, having thought he was to cover the rear alleyway. I want you with me on the arrest, Spence. Kath and 4 other officers will be with us as backup, and if the suspects kick off, I'm carrying, he said, making reference to the revolver he had in a shoulder holster under his jacket. What about Cliff Bentley? He'll see us going in. He'll be taken care of. The 2 officers dressed like tramps will go to the top of the car park and take him out as we move in. And what if he raises the alarm before they get to him? Chance I have to take. But even then, where are the bastards going to run to? They won't try and escape empty-handed. We've got them, Spence. We've fucking got them like rats in a barrel, Bradfield said, and patted Spence's back. Clifford felt his teeth chattering with the cold as he looked down on the street below from his vantage point. Everything was quiet, and there was an eeriness about the stillness of the night that troubled him. He knew via the walkie-talkie that they'd broken into the vault, and soon they'd all be rich beyond their wildest dreams. He sat back against the wall and began to think about what had been worrying him earlier. It seemed strange that he'd not seen one single police patrol car or a uniformed officer pounding the beat all night. He'd seen a few patrol cars the previous night, and knew that when David had been lookout, a tramp had been arrested by a uniformed officer and a paddy wagon had turned up. Clifford began to wonder if uniformed patrols had been told to stay away from the area, or was it just pure coincidence? Inside the vault, John and Danny were still breaking open the deposit boxes. Silas was sweating heavily as he crawled to the cafe cellar with pillowcases of money and valuables. He then took these upstairs and placed them by the back door to be loaded into the van when they were all ready to leave. Although they were exhausted, the euphoria and exhilaration at what they were about to get away with was pumping the blood through their veins and keeping them going. Silas went back into the tunnel to collect more loot, and stood up so that his head was sticking up through the hole in the vault floor. "It is nearly 4 a.m., and the sun will rise in an hour or so." Danny looked at John. "We must have amassed a fortune so far. Maybe we should call it a night." John bent down to look at the heavy combination dial safe that was embedded into the wall and floor between the rows of deposit drawers. "We open this, it's got to have something of big value inside. I'd reckon a load of cash, or really expensive jewellery." Silas shook his head. "Oh, come on, John. It's not a good idea. I agree with Danny. We have plenty, and need to load up the van." "Use the torch to cut it open," John barked at Danny. "I'm happy with what we got, so let's just get out of here," Danny said impatiently. John was livid. "What's your fucking problem? I brought you in on this job, and I'm running the show, so do as I say." "You want what's in it? Then you do it," Danny shouted. "I fucking will," John said, and hauled the oxyacetylene rig over to the safe. He asked Danny to turn it on and light it for him, which against his better judgment he did. "You help Silas load the van, and come back for the last few sacks and whatever I find in here," John said. Still troubled by the lack of police patrols, Clifford started to walk round the car park. It was a near full moon, so he had a good view. He looked at all the buildings and windows overlooking the bank and cafe to see if there were any lights on, and noticed the derelict flats that were to one side and slightly set back from the car park. He could see that all except one flat, on the second floor, were boarded up, but there were no lights on the premises. Using his binoculars, he looked closely at the net curtain, and suddenly saw it move slightly, but there was no sign of anyone peering. It crossed his mind that it may just have been the draught, but the night was still, with little or no breeze. Through the binoculars, he saw 2 tramps come from the rear alleyway of the flats. He recognized one as the man he'd kicked, and knew from the way they moved at speed towards the car park they were not drunks. Fearing the worst, he pressed the walkie-talkie communication switch. "Get the fuck out of there now! The Rozzers are onto us!" he whispered frantically. Clifford moved around the wall of the car park,
and looked over to see one tramp hurriedly enter the building stairwell and the other run up the car ramp.
"They're in the car park, John. I've got to try and get out of here," he said quickly, and waited. "John! John, can you hear me? Get out now!" But still there was no reply. In the flat, Bradfield swore when he heard the transmission over the CB loudspeaker and realised that Clifford had somehow discovered that the police were watching. He was worried all hell would break loose now that he had lost the element of surprise. Bradfield radioed the officers in the car park. "Target on rooftop making escape. Cut him off and arrest now. Be warned, he is extremely dangerous and violent." "We've got to move in now, Spence. Are you ready to go?"
"I just spoke with Stanley at the shoe shop, and I don't think the suspects in the bank heard Clifford," Gibbs said. "How could they not hear them when we all did hear?" "Stanley said the Greet and Danny loaded some bags in the van a couple of minutes ago and went back inside. If they'd heard Clifford, they'd all be well on their toes by now," Gibbs replied. Frank raised his hand and waved it to attract Bradfield's attention. "Not now, Frank. I'm trying to think." For once, Frank wasn't prepared to shy away from speaking up. "I believe Spence is right." "How would you bloody well know?"
"Well, I don't know for certain, but it can only be one of two things."
"What are you talking about?" Bradfield asked in an angry tone.
"The batteries on the walkie-talkie have gone flat, or they've taken it into the vault where it won't work."
"Of course it will. We just heard Clifford on it."
"His works and sends transmissions. Problem is, they won't hear it in the vault because the signal can't penetrate the steel surrounds." Bradfield's anger abated in an instant, and he smiled, realising that in all their euphoria it had never crossed the suspects' minds that a walkie-talkie would be useless inside the vault. He was now almost certain that John, Silas and Danny were still totally unaware of what was happening outside the bank. Clifford ran down the ramps of 3 floors and finally found a parked car that he could hide behind in the hope the officers would run straight up to the top floor. His heart was pounding as he lay flat on his belly in the small gap between the front bumper of the car and the wall, so he could see the feet of anyone passing or looking around. He thought about the others and assumed they'd heard him and were now frantically trying to get away with the stolen goods and money. Hearing the sound of someone running up the ramp, Clifford held his breath as best he could. From under the car, he saw feet and heard a voice. "We're nearly at the top, Gov. No one's past us, so he's still up there, and his only way to escape is to jump." Clifford waited until he could no longer hear the officer's footsteps. He got up and took off his jacket. Holding it up against the driver's side window, he used his elbow to dampen the sound as he smashed it open. Once inside, he felt under the ignition barrel and ripped out the cables. Hot wiring a car was second nature to him. As Bradfield crossed the road with his team, he walked with a determined and confident stride. He radioed the officers sent to arrest Clifford and asked if they'd got him. One of them said they'd reached the top floor, but Bentley wasn't there and must have somehow got away. DC Stanley was listening and responded to the conversation. "Impossible. I've got an officer still monitoring the ramp exit and stairwell. They saw your two go up, but no one, I repeat, no one, has left the car park." Bradfield's adrenaline was pumping as he radioed the officers in the car park. "He's hiding somewhere, so find him. I'm going into the bank with my team now. All arrest units, take up positions now. Go, go, go!" He watched impatiently as a nervous Dunbar fumbled through various keys to open the front doors of the bank. He lit a cigarette to keep himself calm and told Dunbar to get a grip of himself. Once inside the bank, Dunbar deactivated the windows, doors and entry alarm system, and they all headed to the vault room at the back of the premises. Before they could get through to the vault, there was a set of iron-grilled doors, and Dunbar deactivated the alarm before opening them. Bradfield, Gibbs, Kath and 2 detectives stood at the vault door. Dunbar was shaking like a leaf as he whispered to Bradfield. "It's on a time lock, so the usual multi-digit code will be useless. I'll have to use the duress code, which will set off a secret alarm signal to Scotland Yard, alerting them to a forced entry condition." "That's not a problem. Just fucking open it," he whispered harshly. Dunbar began to press in the code, but he was shaking and worried about pressing the wrong buttons more than once, which would lock the whole system down, and no one would be able to get into the vault until it was reset by an expert. Bradfield pushed him aside. "Give me the numbers," he said impatiently. Dunbar told him the digits, and Bradfield entered them into the electronic keypad.
2 seconds later, they could hear the sound of clicks and whirs as the bolts began to slowly retract. Inside the vault, John was still using the cutting torch on the safe, and had one locking bolt to burn through before he could open it. Silas popped his head up and grabbed 2 more bulging pillowcases on the vault floor, next to the hole. "We loaded van, John. This is the last lot, so we need to radio your dad and get the fuck out of here." "Where's Danny?" "In tunnel behind me. Getting annoyed waiting," Silas said, and handed Danny the pillowcases, which he stuffed into a sports bag. "I've nearly cut through, so stay there and help me carry out what's in the safe, and then I'll call me Dad." Silas handed Danny another full pillowcase. As John leant over and turned the pressure up on the oxyacetylene tank, he noticed the vault door start to open. He knew in an instant what was happening, and looking at Silas shouted, "Someone's opening the fucking door! Get out, now!" Dunbar and Gibbs gripped the vault wheel tightly and started to walk backwards, heaving and pulling open the heavy door. Bradfield turned and looked at Kath, who was shaking from the adrenaline rush brought on by what they were about to do. He put his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Best feeling in the world, being a detective and nicking a villain on the plot." Looking into the vault, Bradfield and Kath saw John Bentley. The next few seconds seemed to occur in slow motion as Bentley's eyes widened in panic, and the torch flame gave off an eerie blue light that illuminated his stricken face. The explosion that followed was like a massive bomb going off. Terrifying screams could be heard as fractured bits of metal and steel became lethal projectiles. The vast fireball had only 2 ways to go: out of the vault, into the bank and down the tunnel, engulfing and burning everything in its path. The giant fireball travelled across the bank like a massive wave, and as it blew out the front windows, the explosion lit up the night sky. Bits of glass and metal debris glistened in the flames as they rained down onto the street. The officer listening in the basement of the shoe shop felt the building tremble as if there were an earthquake. As he ran to escape, bits of the basement ceiling began to crumble and collapse around him. The officers on the outside arrest teams and in the ops ran instinctively to the front of the bank, fearing for the safety of DCI Bradfield and the officers who were with him. Clifford had just pulled out from the car park in the stolen car. As he drove past the bank, the explosion and flying debris terrified him. He swerved across the road, mounted the pavement, and narrowly missed a lamp-post. Some of the glass from the bank windows flew in through the smashed window of the car and caused minor cuts to the right side of his face. As he drove off at speed, he didn't have a clue what had happened, and he hoped and prayed that John had escaped. Even if he'd been arrested, he knew his son wasn't a grass. Clifford reached into his jacket pocket and removed the walkie-talkie, thinking briefly about using it to try and make contact with his son. However, now suspecting the police had been listening in, he threw it out of the window and watched in the mirror as it broke into pieces on the street. Seconds before the explosion, Danny Mitchum had managed to get out of the tunnel. He was in the basement when the blast hit him from behind and knocked him flying across the room. He ended up on the floor at the foot of the basement stairs, dazed and wondering what had happened. He knew that the police were onto them, and they would have surrounded the back of the cafe. Looking round at the tunnel, he could see the brick wall and wooden supports they'd inserted had collapsed, and wondered if Silas and John were trapped under the soil and debris. He didn't have time to try and help them. Self-preservation and escape were his priority now. Seeing the holdall of money and jewellery at the top of the basement stairs, he grabbed it, as well as his donkey jacket, which was hanging on the door. Then he ran to the top floor of the building. He looked into the bedrooms and found a chair which he used to stand on. After pushing the loft hatch open, he threw the holdall up and pulled himself into the loft. Using his bare hands and feet, he ripped and kicked away some of the roof tiles and squeezed through the hole onto the roof of the cafe. He looked around and could see smoke billowing up from the bank. He couldn't believe the amount of glass and brick debris that covered the street below. Unseen, he ran across the rooftops to the end of the terraced buildings, where he shimmied down a cast-iron drainpipe to the ground. He could hear the distant scream of approaching sirens. Clifford dumped the car a mile from home behind some garages. He set light to it, so as to ensure no trace of his fingerprints could be found. He was in a state of hysteria as he wandered the streets, gasping and trying to calm down, whilst wondering what to do. He'd considered going on the run, but had no money, clothes, or other means to survive, and was too old and heavy now to break into houses. He thought about John, and wished he was with him. He knew the police had rumbled them, but wondered if they already knew who was involved, or if they'd been watching the flat as well. Clifford made his mind up. He was going to go home and front it out. If the police started calling, he'd say he was at a funeral wake with his wife, or shacked up with his mistress. He knew both of them would back him up, for fear of a slap. It was almost 6 a.m., and daylight, when an exhausted Clifford returned to his flat on the Pembridge. He went straight to John's room to see if he was there, but the reality was he knew he wouldn't be. He went into the bathroom, undressed and splashed cold water over his face. The small, jagged cuts were bleeding, and he kept on splashing cold water over them before dabbing them with a white styptic pencil. The aluminium sulfate stung, but he knew it would cause the blood vessels to contract, which would help to stop the bleeding. He then went to his bedroom where Renée was asleep, but lying fully clothed across the bed. The smell of alcohol coming from her permeated the room. He nudged her, but she just moaned, so he lifted her feet and repositioned her body to one side before getting into bed. As he lay next to her, he stared at the ceiling, and for the first time it entered his mind that John might still have been in the bank at the time of the explosion. His heart was pounding as he looked at Renée and wondered what on earth he was going to tell her and David. Danny Mitchum had the spare key for the lock-up garage John Bentley had rented. When he got there, he was shaking from the agonizing pain in his back. He thought maybe he'd damaged some vertebrae when the blast from the explosion hit him. It wasn't until he tried to remove his T-shirt, and it stuck to his back, that he realized he'd been badly burned by the fireball, which had also singed the hair on the back of his head. He winced in agony as he eased off his T-shirt, and his burnt skin peeled away. Looking over his shoulder, Danny could see the bright red weeping blisters on his skin. He knew he needed the wound tended at a hospital, but he couldn't risk going to one. He decided he'd go out late at night and break into a chemist for what he needed to treat himself. He'd also nick some clothes and food. Then, after a couple of days of lying low in the garage, he'd make his way to Spain. Danny looked inside the sports holdall and opened the pillowcases. In one there was a large amount of cash, which was all in fivers. In the others there was a little cash, but mostly jewellery, items of gold and other valuables. He reckoned he'd done well for himself, and smiled even more when he removed the large bags of heroin and cocaine from his trouser pockets. Now these really will make me rich, he thought to himself, as he opened a bag of cocaine, put some on his fingers, and sniffed it up his nose. He'd never taken any hard drugs, but needs must, and he was glad when the cocaine kicked in, numbing the painful burns on his back. Chapter 32. Jane slept until after 9 a.m., the first decent sleep she'd had for weeks. She felt refreshed, and no longer anxious about having been told by Bradfield to go home and take a few days off work. She helped her mother prepare the lunch, and found doing the ordinary small things like laying the table and putting out the wine glasses made her glad she was at home. By the time Pam and her husband arrived, it was almost 12. Jane was truly pleased to see her sister and hear all about the honeymoon in the Lake District, laughing as she spoke about the dreadful weather and how the MGB car had broken down and had to be towed back to London. Jane could see that her sister was blissfully happy, and Tony hardly got a word in edgeways as Pam began detailing all the gifts they'd received. Mr. Tennison was in the open-plan room watching television and reading the newspaper. Mrs. Tennison put the leg of lamb on the dining table and asked her husband to carve the meat. He turned the sound down on the TV and joined them at the table. Whilst he cut some slices from the lamb joint, his wife fussed around, putting vegetables and roast potatoes on everyone's plates and telling them to help themselves to gravy. Jane complimented her mum on her cooking. When everyone had finished, Jane and Pam helped to clear the table and washed the dirty plates and cutlery, while their mother made the hot custard to go with the lovely apple turnover. Jane and Pam took the bowls of dessert to the table, and then Jane fetched the jug of hot custard. Her father was uncorking another bottle of wine when he pointed at the silent TV. "My God, the IRA must have exploded another car bomb in the city," he exclaimed, then went over and turned up the volume to hear what the newscaster was saying. "As you can see from the carnage around me here in Great Eastern Street, a large explosion occurred in the early hours of this morning. A number of people were injured during the blast, some we believe fatally.
At present, the police have not released any names or further details about the incident."
Jane was about to pour custard on her father's dessert. She looked at the screen and saw the ambulances and police cars and a fire engine still dousing down what was left of the Trustees' Savings Bank. The instantaneous shock and the thought of possible fatalities caused her to drop the jug of custard. It broke into pieces as it crashed against the dessert bowl, causing hot custard to splash onto the table, the floor, and Jane's t-shirt and jeans. She gasped, staring back at the TV screen. The reporter continued.
"It is not yet clear what caused the massive explosion, and the IRA has not as yet claimed responsibility. There were no coded warnings sent to any news agencies, as was the case with the car bombs in March this year outside the Old Bailey and the Army Recruitment Office in Whitehall, where one person was killed and 215 people injured."
Jane grabbed her father's arm.
"Daddy, please! I need your car keys, please! I have to go to the station. Don't try and stop me, just let me have your car keys!"
She wasn't aware that she was screaming and pulling at his arm.
"Give me the keys, for Christ's sake!"
Her father was taken aback by her outburst and went to the kitchen area, where he got the car keys from a drawer. He didn't try and stop her when she snatched them from his hand.
"I'm sorry, I have to go. I'm so sorry,"
she said as she hurriedly left the room. They all heard the front door slam, and Mrs. Tennison looked confused and frightened as she turned to her husband.
"She's only just passed her driving test. Go after her and stop her."
He went to follow, but slipped on the spilt custard, knocking over a dining-table chair. Jane hurried down the stairs and out of the flats. She ran down the path and turned to look up and down the small back street where her father usually parked his car. Seeing it midway down the road, she ran towards it, fumbling for the right key to unlock the driver's door. She got into the car and was gasping for breath as she started the engine. The gears crunched as she pulled out and drove to the end of the road, turning into Edgware Road and then straight through a set of red lights into Marylebone Road. Jane realised she'd forgotten her handbag, and therefore didn't have a warrant card with her to prove she was a police officer if she was stopped for dangerous driving. She forced herself to slow down and drive more carefully, and thankfully, it being a bank holiday, the roads were very quiet. She breathed heavily and told herself to try to remain calm. The news report about an IRA car bomb made no sense. It seemed to her that something had gone terribly wrong with Operation Hawk. As she drove past the front of the station, Jane saw reporters and television news crews being held back by uniformed officers. A senior civilian from the Met's press bureau was standing on the top steps of the station, trying to address the throng who were firing questions at him from all angles. Jane drove round to the rear of the station, only to discover it was the same, with a line of uniform officers keeping the press back and refusing entry without police identification. A PC she didn't recognise raised his arm to stop Jane, so she pulled up and wound down the window to speak to him. "I'm WPC Jane Tennison. Please, I work here." "I need to see your warrant card, otherwise I can't let—" "I saw the news, and in the rush to get here I forgot my ID. The officer over there knows me. Ask him." The PC spoke with the officer, and she was let into the station yard. Manoeuvring the car into a parking bay, she was distracted when she saw Detective Chief Superintendent Metcalf by the back door, talking to two officers. They looked pale and drained. She winced as she scraped the side of her father's car along one of the metal pole dividers for the motorbike parking area. She didn't even bother to look at the damage as she ran towards the entrance. Inside the station it was mayhem. Every phone was ringing, and a large number of officers, who'd clearly been drafted in from other stations to assist, were wandering the corridor, asking where the parade room was. Jane saw an agitated Sergeant Harris appear, waving his hands and shouting for people to get out of the front desk area and keep the corridors clear. He raised his voice even higher. "The parade room is on the left of the rear yard as you exit the building. DCS Metcalf will be addressing you all there in 10 minutes' time, and will give further instructions." Jane tugged his shirt sleeve. "Sarge, what's happened?" "Not now, Tennison. If you want to help, then assist the officer on the front desk while I get this lot to the parade room. I'll tell you all about it when I get back." Jane pushed and shoved her way through the throng towards the front desk, but there were still a lot of uniformed officers milling around, and the front doors to the station were closed. At the top of her voice she yelled out the directions to the parade room, and gradually the front desk area cleared. She could hear the frustrated reporters and news teams outside shouting out questions, and saw a PC she knew on the duty desk phone. When he'd finished, she asked what was going on, but he said he didn't really know, as he'd come on for late shift and had been told to man the front desk by Harris. Jane decided to go to the incident room, hoping she might get some proper answers. As she ran up the stairs, she saw Sally, the pregnant civilian indexer she'd replaced on the Julianne Collins case. Sally was leaning against the wall in floods of tears, and Jane knew that worry for the safety of her friends and colleagues must have brought her to the station. "Can you tell me what's happened, Sally?" "It's Kath. No one's seen Kath. Oh, my God." "Is Kath hurt?" Jane asked anxiously. "Dead. Some of them are dead," Sally wailed. "What? Who exactly is dead?" "I don't know. No one will say, and some are in hospital." Sally looked faint as she slid down the wall and sat on the floor. Confused, Jane tried to help up the inconsolable woman, but she just wanted to stay where she was and be left alone. Jane still had no idea of exactly what had happened. She knew that if anyone had died in the explosion, they would have been taken to Hackney Mortuary. Asking a passing PC to look after Sally, she ran as fast as she could out through the back of the station and across the churchyard towards the mortuary. Pushing open the door to the reception area, Jane saw some of the surveillance officers and detectives from Operation Hawk standing looking at each other, lost for words. She knew that something terrible had happened, but she couldn't bring herself to ask exactly what. She dreaded having her own worst fears confirmed. A mortuary assistant in his green gown and white Wellington boots opened the door from the corridor to say that the undertaker's van was on its way from the scene of the explosion. They would be bringing in body bags via the back entrance, and he needed some assistance. Jane felt helpless as she and the others followed the head mortician down the corridor to the van bay, where he pulled open the double-door metal shutters to let the first black van reverse in. Jane was surprised, yet in some ways relieved, to see Sarah Redhead get out of the passenger side of the van as the mortician opened the rear to remove the body bags onto a trolley. "Thank God, Sarah. Can you tell me if a WPC Kathleen Morgan's here or at the hospital as—" Sarah, normally so loud-spoken, took Jane by her arm and whispered, "I haven't a clue who's in the bags. We got called to go to the bank to control the cordons and keep the press and public out. When they got the bodies out, we were told to accompany them here and then go off duty. I've been on for 16 hours now." "Has nobody said anything about who's died?" "I'm a uniformed WPC like you, Jane. I don't ask, I just do. Unless you're on duty, you really shouldn't be in here. All I can tell you is the scene at the bank was horrendous. Glass, metal and bricks were all over the streets." They had to stand back as another undertaker's van reversed in. At the same time, the head mortician told a couple of officers to take the first body through to the fridge area for storage. The undertaker, driving the latest arrival, got out and spoke with the mortician. "Bit of a jigsaw in this bag. It's full of bits and pieces the forensic guys found in the vault. God only knows which bits are the police, and which bits the bad guys." Jane felt as if she'd been punched in her heart by what she'd just heard. "Body parts," she repeated breathlessly. The head mortician looked at Jane. "You're that probationer who was in here the other week to watch the post-mortem on the murdered girl. What's this case got to do with you?" "It's okay. She's working on it as well," a voice said. Jane looked, and saw a dazed D.I. Spencer Gibbs getting out of the passenger seat of the undertaker's van. He looked terrible. He had a dressing over the left side of his face, and both his hands were bandaged. His jacket was blackened and singed, and he was obviously in considerable pain. "My God, what happened to you?" "I was in the bank and got hurt during the explosion." Jane was still in shock. He glanced at her. "Have you been sick over yourself?" "No, it's Custard. Was Kath with you?" Gibbs took a deep, trembling breath and nodded. "Bradfield, as well." His voice quivered, and he started to walk off. "What happened, Spence?" "I need to get back to the station, so I've got things to do." Jane felt more optimistic. Although Gibbs was injured, he had survived. She followed him out of the mortuary and could see he was wincing and gritting his teeth as he walked. She stepped closer. I'm confused, Spence, and really need to know what's happened." He stopped and looked at her. His voice was sad.
Kath and Len didn't make it.
A shocked Jane shook her head as she interrupted him. "But you were with them. How did you—"
"I was behind the thick vault door with the bank manager when the explosion occurred, so our bodies were protected from the fireball and flying debris. Our injuries are just heat blast burns."
Jane felt her legs begin to shake as she feared the worst.
"They were standing by the entrance to the vault and took the full blast. They didn't stand a chance, Jane," he said, welling up.
"They're dead?" she asked, disbelievingly.
"Yes. I'm really sorry, as I know how close you were to Kath."
Jane felt as if her legs were going to buckle under her. Gibbs took hold of her arm to support her as they walked slowly back to the station.
"For what it's worth, some of the suspects died. We don't know exactly who yet, due to the injuries. But from what's left, I think it could be John Bentley and the Greek. It seems Danny Mitchum escaped over the roofs, and I'm going out to look for Clifford Bentley later."
As they walked across the station yard, Sergeant Harris approached them and told Gibbs that DCS Metcalf had been asking the surveillance officers and other team detectives awkward questions, wanting to know the ins and outs of Operation Hawk and why, once the suspects were in the vault, it was so long before they went in to make arrests.
"Bastards looking for scapegoat to blame already. I ain't going to let him blacken Len Bradfield's name, so I'll take the rap."
Harris took him to one side.
"Are you sure that's wise, Spencer? Metcalf hasn't the bottle to blame a dead man who everyone respected and who had an unblemished career. If you say it was in any way your fault, he'll blame you publicly for Len's death, and that's your career screwed. Do you really think Bradfield would want it to end that way?"
Gibbs shook his head and realized Harris, for all his many irritating faults, spoke with experience and sense.
"You should go home, Spence. You look awful." "I'm all right, and I want to make the NOK call before Metcalf does." "Are you sure that's a good idea? He is the senior officer investigating this now." "I was his friend, so I'll make the call. And if Metcalf doesn't like it, then tough. Don't lose your head. You got to stay in control," Harris said.
Jane heard bits of what they were talking about, but didn't know what an NOK was, and didn't want to appear nosy or irritating by asking. She interrupted with a light tap to Gibbs's arm. "Can I do anything to help?"
"No. I got to do this myself," he said, and walked off into Bradfield's office.
Harris turned to Jane.
"Canteen's closed as it's a bank holiday, so make him a nice cup of tea," he said, and looked her up and down before continuing. "What's that yellow stuff on your clothes? You look a mess."
She apologized, explaining that she'd been off duty, but had come in after seeing the news. She asked him if she could stay on and work.
"Yes, but put your uniform on, as this station's going to be the focus of press and top brass attention for a long while yet."
She said she'd make Gibbs a tea, and then return to the section house to change. Jane went into the small kitchen and put the kettle on before unthinkingly washing the usual array of dirty mugs that had been left in the sink. When she took D.S. Gibbs a cup of tea, he was sitting behind Bradfield's desk, leaning forward with his arms on the table, his head resting between them. At first she thought he was asleep. He looked up and took out a handkerchief to wipe his nose. "2 sugars, right?" Jane asked with a smile. "Thanks," Gibbs said. "Did your NOK call go okay?" she asked out of politeness, still unsure what it meant.
"I don't think she could really take it all in. But I'll go over to be with her later."
"I'm sorry, who do you mean by she?" Spencer sighed.
"Len's wife. It was awful, as I could hear their 2 small kids playing in the background. And now I've got to do Kath's NOK call."
Jane suddenly realized that, NOK was short for next of kin, and couldn't believe what Gibbs had just said. Was Bradfield married? It wasn't possible. It couldn't be true, she thought to herself, before speaking as calmly as possible under the circumstances. Married? I didn't know married officers could live at the section house. Gibbs sipped his tea and gave a small shrug of his shoulders. His wife was finding it hard to cope with all the late hours he worked. She'd get anxious, wondering if maybe he'd been hurt, as he hadn't come home when expected. Len told me she would often sit up waiting for him. He spoke with the section house sergeant, who said he and a few others could use a spare room when things got busy. Len reckoned it would help stop all the anxiety at home, and then a rumour goes round that they were splitting up. It didn't bother him, as he always felt that his private life was his own personal business, and nothing to do with anyone else, and... He bowed his head, trying to stifle a sob. God help me. I loved and respected that man so much. And now I've got to tell poor Kat's mum and dad she's dead. Jane had to take deep breaths to steady herself. She gently patted his shoulder. Sorry, Spence. So sorry. She turned away, knowing she was going to break down. She clenched her fists, digging her nails into her palms. She hurried out of the office, down the stairs and out to the rear entrance of the station, in a state of denial. With no handbag, warrant card or money, she walked to the section house and had to ask the old buzzard to let her into her room. She gasped for breath as she shut the door behind her. She stared at the big poster of Janis Joplin, with her wild hair and the silly feather boa, her arms lined with bracelets and rings on her fingers. The scream came from the pit of her stomach. No, 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 no! She tore the poster down and began ripping it to shreds, as the song that had constantly been running through her mind seemed to drill into her heart. Still crying, Jane took off her stained clothes, changed into a clean pressed shirt and skirt, then brushed her hair and tied it back with an elastic band. Hard as she tried, she couldn't stop the floodgates opening, as she remembered Bradfield tossing the elastic band onto her desk and calling her Veronica Lake. She splashed cold water over her face and held the towel against her eyes until her sobs quietened. Take control. Take control. Do it. Jane picked up her hat, put it on, and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her uniform suddenly felt like a protective armour. As she returned to the station, she gritted her teeth and knew that whatever anguish she was feeling or had to face in the future, she would now be able to contain it inside her. Sergeant Harris saw her sitting at the front counter desk looking pristine and calm. He paused briefly and spoke softly. Good girl. Thank you, Sarge. Chapter 33. A team led by Metcalfe had raided Clifford Bentley's flat that afternoon. He was asleep in bed, and the officers had to wake him. When asked where their son John was, Renée said she hadn't seen him since the previous afternoon when she'd left to go to a funeral, and Clifford said it was the same for him. He maintained that he paid his respects to the passing funeral procession, and then returned to the flat without John to spend the afternoon and night caring for his very sick son David. He didn't know what time his wife got home from the funeral, as he'd already gone to bed, and was in such a deep sleep he didn't hear her come in. Whilst Metcalfe spoke with Clifford and Renée, 2 officers searched David's room, only to discover he was not there, and there were signs that he'd taken clothes and a number of personal belongings with him. This was news to Clifford, who was now totally dependent on Renée to confirm his alibi and back him up. He then said John had taken David away for a few days as a surprise break to help him get better. When Metcalfe said that it was a trip that John would not be coming back from, there was a look of horror in Clifford's eyes, and Renée demanded to know what he meant. She listened wide-eyed and motionless as Metcalfe explained about the explosion and the certainty that John had died in it, whilst Clifford had done a runner. The fact that John was dead, as a result of a plan probably hatched by Clifford, was too much for Renée to comprehend. She could not, as she had done so often in the past, protect her husband again. With her hands clenched in an attempt to control herself, Rennie told Metcalfe that Clifford had not been at home on the Sunday afternoon or evening, and had definitely not been there when she got back from the wake some time after midnight. She added that David was at home when she left for the funeral. When questioned about the whereabouts of her youngest son, Rennie claimed she had no idea where he was, but he'd left home on the afternoon of the funeral to get away from his brother and his father, who'd always manipulated, bullied, and controlled him. She gave Metcalfe details of a taxi firm David had used to book a taxi to take him to Heathrow Airport, but she was adamant that she had no idea where he was going from there, as he hadn't wanted her to be put in a position where Clifford or John could force it out of her. Clifford was enraged when he was arrested, and demanded to know why Rennie didn't tell him about David. Rennie had just smiled cynically, asking why he was suddenly worried about a son he'd never cared for, or shown any real love to. She told him she hoped that David would at last find a decent and happy life. It was early evening when a live press and TV news conference was held at Hackney Police Station in the main CID office. The packed room fell silent as DCS Metcalfe entered and Sergeant Harris closed the doors behind him to stop anyone else entering the already crammed room. Metcalfe stood firm and upright next to a large projector screen. Harris turned on the projector, and a picture of the Metropolitan Police Force crest and the two fallen officers came up on the screen. Metcalfe cleared his throat. "It is with deep sadness that I have to inform you of the tragic loss of Detective Chief Inspector Leonard Bradfield and Detective Constable Kathleen Morgan during the explosion at the Trustees' Savings Bank in Shoreditch. Our thoughts and sympathies are with their families at this time of loss. I have only the highest praise for DCI Bradfield. His professionalism and leadership were beyond reproach, as was the devotion to duty of all the officers who took part in Operation Hawk, some of whom were badly injured. They are all examples of police officers who, on a daily basis, display outstanding courage in the face of danger." The flash of cameras was relentless. As Metcalfe paused to take a breath, he was met with a flurry of questions from the journalists who wanted to know more about the case and the suspects. He held his hand up. "The incident is under investigation, so, as I'm sure you all appreciate, I am restricted in what I can say. However, I can tell you that 2 suspects were killed in the explosion, but their identities have yet to be confirmed." Yet again there were further interruptions from the journalists, who wanted to know if there were only 2 bank raiders, and if more, why and how they'd escaped. Again Metcalfe held his hand up. "We believe that at least 2 suspects escaped during the aftermath of the unexpected explosion. One man who was a lookout has since been arrested and is being interviewed as we speak." Metcalfe nodded to Sergeant Harris, who put up a slide of the last arrest photograph of Daniel Mitchum. Metcalfe said that Mitchum was still at large, gave a full description, and warned the public not to approach him if they saw him, but to dial 999 immediately. Lastly, he told them that another suspect by the name of David Bentley was also on the run, and though not believed to have been present at the scene of the crime during the explosion, he was wanted for conspiracy to commit robbery. He apologized that there was no current photograph of David Bentley, but gave a full description of him, and emphasized that he was disabled, walked with a limp, and used a walking stick or wheelchair. Jane was working at the front desk during the press conference, and knew it had finished when she saw Sergeant Harris escorting journalists and camera crews out of the station. He joined her at the desk, and said she could take a break. "I don't mind staying on here, Sarge." "No, love. You take your break. I'll look after things here." She went to the canteen. Usually it would have been alive with chatter, and officers clattering around with their trays. Tonight, though, there was an almost eerie silence, and when the officers did talk to each other, it was in whispers. Through the evening, more details of what the teams had uncovered circulated round the station. Jane was told what was left of John Bentley's burnt and dismembered body had been recovered from inside the vault, and identified by matching the teeth of the deceased against dental records. Silas Manitos had to be dug out from the tunnel underneath the vault. Although intact, his body was burnt beyond facial recognition by the fireball that engulfed the tunnel between the cafe and bank. No dental records could be traced locally for Silas, but his owl pendant had in effect welded to his body. His medical record showed that he'd broken his right leg 3 years ago, and the post-mortem examination found evidence of an old break and subsequent healing, Combined with the police evidence that Silas was part of the gang and in the cafe at the time of the explosion, this was enough for the coroner to confirm and publicly release the identifications to the press. With the assistance of Scotland Yard's Special Branch, it was quickly discovered that a David Bentley had flown on a Boeing 747 flight from Heathrow to Miami Airport on the Sunday evening. The British Overseas Airways Corporation ticket was one way and had cost him £150. The FBI were informed and said the chances of finding him now were slim, as he'd not stayed at the hotel he'd shown on his landing card and could now be anywhere in Florida or the east coast of America. DCS Metcalf considered sending a team to the States to look for him, but decided against it. He knew that where families like the Bentleys were concerned, blood was thicker than water, and David had spent many years being cared for by his mother Renee. One day he would return to Hackney, and when he did, they'd arrest and charge him with conspiracy to rob the TSB. In the days that followed, Jane felt Kath's presence daily, often hearing her voice and laugh, and was grateful Kath had taught her how to handle discrimination and have the strength to stand up for herself. Jane had even put a couple of dents in the roller towel herself at times of frustration, but she'd come to learn that the nature of a police officer's work was often to remember but move on, so no one really talked much about Kath or Bradfield's deaths, or how much they were missed. Any reference to Bradfield was quietly dealt with, but she knew she was not the only one to feel a dark sadness that he was gone, and no longer storming out of his office barking orders. A new DCI was sent to Hackney to take over the day-to-day running of the CID, and Kath Morgan was replaced by another officer waiting to be made detective. There was some light relief after all the tragedy. It was discovered that the officers who'd already paid for and received their suits from Manny Charles were all wearing hot property. They weren't, in fact, off the rail, but classy suits that had been stolen from Aquascutum in Regent Street by the Horn Brothers warehouse manager, and Manny's wife had removed the labels and substituted them with their own. D.S. Gibbs had been tipped off by a mate who worked in the CID office at West End Central and arrested the Horn manager and Manny whilst investigating the break-in. It had everyone laughing and wondering if they should return the suits or keep quiet, until Gibbs brought in a suit ordered by Bradfield that was still hanging in his office in a plastic wrapper. As Bradfield had been 6'4", there were few men it would fit, or who would want it. With gallows humour, one detective lightened the gloom by suggesting he might like to be buried in it. But many couldn't hide just how much Bradfield was missed. Jane found sinking herself into her daily work helped keep her emotions in check. It was only at night, in the privacy of her room at the section house, that she found the horror overwhelming. She would constantly remember Kath, and sometimes break down in tears. Other times she would fall into an exhausted sleep and wake with the nightmare of the explosion, and then it was Bradfield who dominated her every thought. Had he tried to protect Kath? She was certain that he would have. But then the thought of him left her bereft, and unable even to cry. Daniel Mitchum was finally arrested when he tried to use a false passport when boarding a P&O ferry at Dover, destined for Bologna in France, from where he intended to make his way to Spain. Although he changed his appearance by cutting his hair and wearing glasses and a cap, it was the burn to the nape of his neck that made one of the customs officers suspicious. When the holdall he was carrying was searched, it was found to contain a false bottom. Hidden inside was £10,000, mostly in soon-to-be unusable £5 notes, a quantity of valuable jewellery, and a large stash of drugs. The police had been intercepting and checking any mail to his home address. As a result, they had discovered the cash and jewellery he'd sent to his wife to enable her to join him in Spain when he found a place to live. The police had let the mail through, and his wife hadn't declared she'd received stolen goods, so they arrested her. Mitchum was promised that the charges against his wife would be dropped, his kids wouldn't end up in care, and he would get a reduced sentence if he cooperated. It was an offer he was in no position to refuse. Danny told them the full story, and also agreed to give Queen's evidence against Clifford Bentley, who had so far refused to say anything. After the bodies and body parts had been removed from the bank, D.S. Lawrence and his forensic team had spent days at the location trying to ascertain exactly what had caused the explosion. They knew from the hole in the steel vault floor that the suspects must have been using an oxyacetylene torch, but as it was not in the cafe, it was likely that it had been blown to pieces and become mixed up with all the other debris from the vault. Every piece of metal was eventually gathered up in dustbins, and it was a painstaking task at the lab, sifting through it all and putting the oxygen and acetylene tanks back together. The answer came after Paul Lawrence had meticulously rebuilt the remains of the acetylene tank pressure gauge and discovered the dial was stuck on 30 psi. He knew that the gauge must have been on 30 psi at the moment of explosion, and acetylene, being an extremely unstable gas, was dangerously explosive at pressures above 15 psi. Lawrence concluded that John Bentley naively thought that turning up the pressure would increase the heat intensity and speed up cutting the safe open. The explosion was inevitable and unavoidable, and tragically happened at exactly the wrong moment for the officers who, as a result, were killed or injured. Due to the intense political and press interest concerning the deaths of 2 police officers and the severe injuries to others, including the bank manager, the rubber healers from A10 were called in as a matter of course to carry out an internal investigation. They'd been told to look at all the information DCI Bradfield had acted on and decide whether it was reliable and correct. The big question was whether he could have reasonably foreseen that dangerous and volatile cutting equipment needed to be used to get into the vault, in which case the suspects should have been arrested as soon as they broke into the vault. For once, it was an investigation that the A10 officers did not relish, and they deliberately cut corners, especially as there was not one officer on the team who didn't stand by the decisions made by the deceased DCI Leonard Bradfield, whose actions had also been given the green light and were supported by DCS Metcalfe. Everyone knew that it would be wrong to tarnish the good name of a highly respected and much-admired man like Bradfield, who'd acted in good faith and done what he believed to be right at the time. Even the Commissioner himself recognized this fact, by later recommending both DCI Bradfield and WPC Morgan for a posthumously awarded Queen's Police Medal for an exhibition of conspicuous devotion to duty. Jane was working on the front desk when Harris came in and told her that Metcalfe wanted to see her. "Why? What does he want?" she asked, worried she was going to be reprimanded, or worse, made a scapegoat. "Search me, but get a move on. He doesn't like to be left waiting." The bank robbery investigation was being led by DCS Metcalfe, who had to compile an in-depth report detailing the full extent of the tragedy that surrounded Operation Hawk. Jane had escaped being questioned by A10, but an interview with Metcalfe was worse. She headed to the office that Bradfield had previously occupied, refusing to remember the last time she'd seen him behind that very desk. Metcalfe was flicking through a thick file as she sat down opposite him, waiting nervously and wondering why he'd called her in. "Now, I have it formally noted by the late DCI Bradfield that you recognised the deceased John Bentley's voice from a recording made by a young boy called Ashley Brennan. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir. I went to Brennan's home address, and I am aware of how you came to be in possession of the tape." He interrupted, and continued to read through the file. "Initially you'd been helping Bentley's mother after an asthma attack, correct?" "Yes, sir," Jane said, realizing it was best to keep her answers brief. "That was very commendable and thoughtful of you, and somewhat fortunate for DCI Bradfield and the commencement of Operation Hawk," he said, and smiled. "I hadn't thought of it like that, as I was just doing my job." "Nevertheless, you apparently stuck to your guns when it was suggested that you may have been mistaken about it being John Bentley's voice." "Yes, sir." "Good. I like to see WPCs on probation proving to be confident, and being able to recall someone's voice after only a few brief moments is quite exceptional." "Thank you, sir," Jane said, feeling he was being overindulgent and wondering why. He flicked to another page in the file and looked her in the eye before continuing. "DCI Bradfield quite rightly set up surveillance on the Bentley family, and your observation about the voice on the tape proved to be correct. As the team indexer, you were also responsible for typing up all the officers' reports, including those made by DCI Bradfield and DS Gibbs?" "Yes, sir." "I was wondering, were you ever aware of or privy to a report that was allegedly made by DS Gibbs concerning dangerous gas tanks used for cutting metal, which he saw in the basement of the cafe?" Jane realized he was asking her a leading question, and hoped she was about to give the answer he wanted to hear. "No, sir." She lied without a flinch or blink. He gave her a satisfied smile. "Good. I was obviously misinformed. I'm not keen to take this matter further, as I suspected it was a malicious rumour. Thankfully, you've confirmed that for me. But please keep it between us." He glanced up and closed the file, then gave a short nod as he stood up to shake her hand. "I am confident that you have a good career ahead of you, WPC Tennison. I've taken note of your professionalism and will happily give you a personal recommendation should you wish to apply for CID at the end of your probation." As she left the room, Jane now knew for certain that an internal cover-up had been going on. She did recall writing up a report regarding the concerns raised about the gas tanks by D.S. Gibbs, and knew that it would now have been removed from the case file and destroyed. Metcalfe was obviously worried Bradfield's failure to contemplate the risks in Operation Hawk had resulted in the carnage and loss of life that followed the explosion, but that would have been an embarrassment for him and the police force as a whole. Metcalfe had obviously seen her as a weak link, but her meeting with him was yet another learning curve. Whether or not she approved didn't matter. She was in no position to question the outcome Metcalfe and the top brass desired, not if she valued her future career. She smiled to herself, and thought Kath would also have kept silent. It was somehow a relief that when she returned to the front desk, Sergeant Harris was his usual blunt self. Pointedly, he looked at his wristwatch. "I'll excuse you for not being back here on time, but then, of course, you were with the top brass. Everything go well with Metcalfe?" "Yes, Sarge. He mentioned—" He stood straight and wagged his finger. "Don't want to know. Life goes on, Tennison. That's all you've got to know." There seemed to be no way anyone would ever talk about what had happened on that terrible day. No one wanted to show their feelings. Jane found it impossible to share her deep pain, and that was the way it would remain. The aftermath. Kath's parents had requested a small personal funeral, which was attended by some of the officers she'd worked with at the station. They all wore their best uniforms and white gloves, with the detectives in smart suits, white shirts and black ties. It had been a quiet, simple but moving service, and many present had openly cried as Kath had been such a well-liked officer. Jane had forced herself to remain in control of her emotions, but when the organist played Knights in White Satin as the service ended, she nearly broke down. She remembered laughing with Kath as she joined in singing the song with Gibbs outside the men's shower room. She also recalled how Kath had joked with Spencer about playing the same song at her funeral. Seeing Gibbs standing straight-backed, his face etched with pain, Jane knew he was remembering her too. Kath would be hard to forget. Jane had learnt so much from her, and knew she would always remember her warmth and compassion. After the service, D.S. Gibbs introduced Jane to an attractive, tall woman who'd been very distressed throughout the funeral service, openly weeping. Gibbs confused Jane, as he had referred to the woman as Kath's partner. "She spoke very warmly of you, Jane. It's nice to meet you." "She was a good friend. I'll miss her." "Yes, she was a very special woman." Kath had never mentioned her partner, and it was some time before Jane realized what their relationship had been. It dawned on her just how little she'd really known about Kath's private life. She now realized Kath's jovial remarks about good-looking men had been a necessary front to hide her sexuality from an all-too-often sexist and homophobic police force. Gibbs picked up Jane's puzzled expression, although she covered it quickly. "So now you know. But I loved that woman, and if she wanted her private life kept that way, that was her business. But there's one thing I want sorted. The lipstick on the dummy's gob when I had to do the first aid crap. It was bloody Kath, wasn't it?" Jane felt the tears welling up, and she nodded. "I knew it. Christ, I'm going to miss her." "Me too. She got you back for the Vicks up-the-nose joke at the post-mortem." He turned away, because, like Jane, he was near to tears. Bradfield's funeral was organised by his widow and Spencer Gibbs. She'd chosen the hymns and readings, and he'd spent hours preparing the eulogy he'd been asked and was honoured to give. Sergeant Harris and other uniformed officers of all ranks lined the streets, and as the funeral cortege passed, they stood to attention and saluted in their pristine white gloves. Many mourners came from the stations that Bradfield had worked at during his career, as well as members of the public, some who didn't even know him, yet who wanted to pay their respects. Every aisle and pew inside the church was full, and officers stood shoulder to shoulder at the back of the church. Bradfield's coffin was draped in the Metropolitan Police flag, and his colleagues, led by D.S. Gibbs and D.S. Paul Lawrence, carried the coffin to the altar. Jane could feel the pit of her stomach twisting, as she saw, following behind the coffin, a pretty blonde-haired woman in her late 30s. She was holding the hands of a little boy and girl who walked beside her. Bradfield's widow wore a well-cut black coat and wide-brimmed black straw hat that hid her face. The little boy had his father's red curly hair, and the girl had long blonde plaits. They were both dressed in smart clothes and coats, white socks, and black patent leather shoes. Jane had felt humiliation when she'd been told by Bradfield that she was off the team and should go home, and had been deeply hurt when he'd said there was no future in their relationship. She had subsequently felt a huge sense of betrayal when she discovered, after his death, that he was married with children. Now, standing amongst so many police officers, some of whom she'd worked with, all Jane could think of was how foolish she'd been, how immature and stupid she'd been not to have even considered that he was married. He never wore a wedding ring, so she naively assumed he lived in a section house, and she'd never seen a photograph on his desk of his wife or children. She wondered why Kath hadn't told her Bradfield was married. Perhaps, in some way, she had tried to warn her, or perhaps she just hadn't wanted to jeopardize her position on the team. Either way, Jane harboured no bad feelings for her friend. She just never thought to ask if he was married. But now she felt used. He'd drawn her to him and made love to her, and she'd been infatuated, believing at the time they could have had something special together. She had loved and admired him, but it had been a hard lesson. From now on, she felt determined to keep a tight hold on her emotions and never be drawn into another relationship with a serving police officer. The tragedy had not made her want to quit the force, but a change of direction was something she needed if she wanted to move on in her career. She thought about DCS Metcalfe's encouraging words, and decided she would take him up on his offer of a personal recommendation to become a trainee detective on completion of her probation. After all, he owed her that for her loyalty. Jane stood upright and faced forwards, holding up the order of service. The choir began to sing, "The Lord's my shepherd, I shall not want." She tried hard, but just couldn't get the words out, and was unaware that tears were streaming down her cheeks. She made no sound as her heart poured out with sorrow. Midway through the hymn, Sergeant Harris, who was standing next to her, pulled out a white folded handkerchief from his pocket, which he quietly and unobtrusively passed to her. "Thank you," she said, and wiped her eyes. Later, as they stood in the graveyard and watched Bradfield's coffin being lowered into the ground, the police officers present all saluted. As the vicar read out the words of the committal, "Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust," Bradfield's widow and 2 children wept. The children each threw a white rose onto the coffin and then hugged their mother. Jane shed no more tears, but stared straight ahead and gave no indication of how deeply his death had affected her, that he'd broken a little piece of her heart.